The nails in the Shen family roof had been up there longer than I had, and every last one of them wanted a piece of my thumb. It was the tail end of summer in Yunnan City, and the sun had decided the tiles were a griddle and I was breakfast. I'd been up there since 7 in the morning with a basket of tools and 2 steamed buns. The buns were gone by noon, the roof was not. There were old trees all around the manor, and every autumn they shed branches onto the shingles like they were paid to, and every autumn somebody had to crawl up and patch the holes, and that somebody had a name. Li Jinlong, 5th young master of the Shen family, grandson of the Marquis of Yuanling. Anybody watching from the garden would have assumed I was a repairman. Honestly, so would I. I climbed down when the light went orange, dusted the grit off my palms, straightened a shirt that had been washed until it was more idea than cloth, and went to the kitchen for dinner. Not a dining hall, the kitchen. The servants ate there, and so did I, on the same bench, out of the same pot, and after a year of it, nobody bothered pretending that was strange. I sat in my usual spot. A maid named Rulan was holding court by the steamer baskets, and Rulan had gotten very brave lately because the second madam had started smiling at her. "You know," she announced, "I always thought the unluckiest man alive was our 5th young master." The girls around her started elbowing each other and jerking their chins at the bench behind her, where I was sitting, eating. Rulan did not care. "Born into the Shen family," she went on, "grandson of a marquis, despised anyway, eating out of a kitchen pot with the likes of us. And I'm telling you, the title's about to change hands." Somebody asked what she meant. She let it hang exactly as long as she'd practiced. "Our 5th young master is getting married, and the bride is magnificent, family and face both." The whole room turned to look at me. I kept chewing. "Sister Rulan, be serious. What girl would take him? He couldn't scrape together a copper of bride price." "If I married the 5th young master, I suppose we'd hold the banquet right here in the kitchen." That got the laugh. A big, warm one, the kind that fills a room and makes everyone feel close to each other. Wonderful. Love that for me. Rulan waited for it to die down, because she had a second act. "It's not that kind of marriage. It's a decree, straight from the palace. And you've all heard the name, so brace yourselves. Zhao Meifeng, the Su family's 3rd young lady." The room stopped like somebody had cut a string. I picked up 3 more buns and a bowl of porridge and left, because I already knew this part, and because the porridge was going cold. Here's what the name meant. Zhao Meifeng was 17 years old and the most famous sword talent in the Great Way. Beautiful in a way people wrote things about. A few days earlier, a sword immortal off Xiaoyao Peak had taken her as a personal disciple, which is the kind of thing that gets your face onto tea house gossip for a year. And everybody in the world knew she and my cousin Li Minghao were meant for each other. Same brilliance, same bloodline of families, same everything. The Shen house and the Su house joining up was supposed to be the tidiest wedding of the decade. Instead, the throne handed her to me. Not to Li Minghao, the prodigy. To the one who patched the roof. You don't have to be clever to see the shape of that. You just have to be awake. The Shen family held the eastern garrison. The Su family had given up their troops, but still owned the Northwest Army's heart. 2 houses like that marrying is a knot, and emperors do not like knots they didn't tie. So His Majesty tied a different one. He took the most celebrated girl in the empire and welded her to the least loved boy in the Shen house. And then he sat back to watch 2 great families claw at each other, trying to get out of it. I was not a groom. I was a nail somebody had hammered into a door to keep it from opening. And there is exactly one way a great house pulls a nail like that. You cannot tell an emperor no. But nobody makes the pride of the Su family marry a cripple. Break the boy's legs in public, where the family is nowhere near it, and the throne withdraws the decree by itself, and it costs the Shen family nothing. I worked that out on a plank bed on the first night, and then I went on patching roofs for a while, because knowing a thing and being able to do anything about it are separated by about 4 ranks of cultivation. Back in my own courtyard, east side of the manor, next to the vegetable plot and the fish pond, which is exactly the address it sounds like, I scattered a layer of ash on the floor to keep the damp down, lay on a plank bed with more insects in it than I had relatives, and did what I did every night. I picked up a book. The Art of Body Refinement in Mountains and Rivers. You can buy a copy of that in any market in the empire for the price of a bun, and nobody does because it's famously incomprehensible. Reads like the author was writing in a language he was also inventing. I'd had mine for over half a year. I could recite it. I still couldn't tell you what page 1 meant. I held my breath and stared at it the way I'd been staring at it for a year, and there it was. The thing only I could see. A line of small gray letters floating just above the paper. Obscure and difficult to understand book. I'd been seeing tags like that since the day I woke up in this body. Little labels sitting on top of things, describing them. At first, they made me dizzy after 2 glances. After a year of grinding, I could hold my eyes on one for about the time it takes half a stick of incense to burn, which is 15 minutes, which is a long time to stare at 4 words and learn nothing. 15 minutes passed. Nothing happened. Same as always. Then the letters shivered. They came apart like a word written in sand, curled into a thread of something, and went straight into my head. My temples stung. That was it. No thunder, no voice from heaven, no golden light. I grabbed the book. The gray tag was gone. In its place, 2 characters, just book. I opened it. The sentences were sentences, the words connected to other words. Half a year of my life had been spent trying to chew a rock, and somebody had quietly swapped it for bread. I sat cross-legged on the floor and tried it, because what else was I going to do? Breathe in, breathe out, hold, focus. Half an incense stick later, my hands felt looser, and my head felt clean. Steady as a mountain, flowing like a river. That's what the thing is supposed to teach you, and for the first time in my life, it wasn't a slogan. Then I went looking for the tag I'd stolen, because I'm not a saint, I'm curious. It was sitting there in my mind, like a coin in a pocket. I pinched it, aimed it at a short wooden stick on the floor, and let go. The stick changed. It went round at the end, sprouted a hole, and grew a small angled branch partway up. It came out smooth all over. I have been shameless most of my life, and I still went red. Floating above it in small gray letters, obscure and difficult to understand, short stick. Which, fair. Genuinely, who could work out what that was for? So there were the rules, and I want them on the table now because they matter more than anything else I'm going to tell you. 1. The tags live on things. Objects, books, hose, doors, food, weapons, medicine. Not people. I never once got a tag to stick to a person, and believe me, in the months that followed, I had a list of people I'd have liked to staple something to. 2. Once I pull a tag off and put it somewhere else, that's it. I peeled that stick again out of curiosity, and the tag just evaporated. 1 reuse. Gray tags come off easy. Nice tags do not. 3. And this is the one that kept me honest. The tag only does as much as the thing underneath can do. Later on, I tested it. I peeled poisonous off something and stuck it on a plate of dinner, and all I got was a plate of dinner that would give you a bad night. Cabbage with the word poison on it is still cabbage. You can't turn a spoon into a sword by calling it one. So no, I could not simply write invincible on myself and go home. What I could do was look at every broken, ruined, mislabeled thing in the world and take the ruin off it. I lay back down and started reading the room. A worn-out sickle, an inferior quality hoe, an insect-eaten bedboard, moldy table legs. The trick, it turned out, was attention. Real attention. Stare at a thing hard enough to actually want to know what it is, and it tells you. Extract. The insect-eaten bedboard became a bedboard. The creaking under me stopped mid-creak. I did the rest of the room in a few minutes, and I noticed that every pull left my mind a little sharper, like the ability was paying me a small wage for using it. Then I got greedy and pulled a children's primer out of the drawer. It's a book great way kids learn their letters from. 5-year-olds read it. The notes in the margins explain everything twice. I sat and stared at it, and after 15 minutes a line came up, a simple and easy-to-learn reader. And it was purple. Everything gray or white so far had been an insult. Broken, cheap, moldy, flawed. This one was a compliment, and compliments came in colors. I'd like to tell you I peeled it off with style. What actually happened is that I sat on a dirt floor sweating through my shirt while a phrase out of a picture book fought me like a man twice my size, and it only let go when I was scraped down to nothing. Gray is free. White is a Tuesday. Purple costs you a nosebleed. I wiped my face and I was grinning like an idiot because I already knew what I was going to do with it. I stuck Easy to Learn onto the Mountains and Rivers book. the most notoriously impenetrable body-refining manual in the empire, and I had just made it a children's book. For 2 days, I didn't leave the courtyard. Nobody came looking, which is one of the few advantages of being nobody. If I didn't work, the kitchen didn't feed me. So I ate dry naan and drank water, and breathed and moved and breathed, and my body started answering me. Every breath put something in. My appetite tripled. My arms got hard. My eyes got sharp enough that when I finally opened my door and looked out across the vegetable plot, I could see the man standing behind the banyan tree in the distance. Older, something gold on his forehead. Not from this house. I'd never seen him before. Somebody had been watching me for a while. I just hadn't been able to see him until now. I closed the door and went back to work. At noon, a woman came up the path carrying a food box, walking slow because the road to my courtyard was mud and nobody had ever seen a reason to fix it. I was off the step and halfway to her before I decided to move. Madame Wang, my stepmother, the third madam of the house, and the only person under that roof besides her own maid who had ever looked at me like I was a person. She set out plate after plate on the stone table and scolded me while she did it. Xiao Qing says you haven't been to the kitchen in 3 days. You've been sitting here eating dry bread. Third madam, if the old madam finds out you brought this, you'll catch it again. She waved that away like a fly. Let her scold. In one ear and out the other. She had been scolded for feeding me more times than either of us could count, and they docked her allowance for it. And she kept doing it. I want you to hold on to that, because it's the load-bearing wall of everything that comes after. She poured me water so I wouldn't choke, and then she said the thing she'd come to say. The marriage is settled. The palace has given you Jiao Mei Feng. And her face had relief on it. Actual relief. In her head, this was the ending where the boy who'd had nothing finally gets something. Marry a Su. The Shen house wouldn't dare treat him like this anymore. They'd have to give the couple a small manor somewhere. He'd be safe. You've earned some peace, she said. You and Jin Yu get along, have 2 fat sons. I smiled at her and did not say what I was thinking. Because what I was thinking was that nobody was going to let this wedding happen, and there was exactly one person in the arrangement who was cheap enough to break. Seems like Jiao Mei Feng doesn't want to marry me, I said. She read my face and stopped smiling. But it's a royal decree. Can the Su family really refuse? There are plenty of ways to stop me marrying Jiao Mei Feng. I didn't finish it. I didn't have to. She sat there and worked it out on her own, and I watched her get there. You can't just tell the throne no, but if you're willing to be filthy about it, you have options. She left me 4 taels of silver on the table and went home with her jaw set. I walked her across the mud, came back, and started counting. 4 taels. In the East Market that buys you nothing, but I had a book that was now a children's book, and a head full of stolen adjectives, and a very specific idea about what to do with both. The East Market of Yunnan City is where the whole province comes to shout at each other. Shops, stalls, wandering swordsmen selling secrets out of a cloth. Everybody's manual is a priceless technique passed down from their ancestors, and everybody's price starts at 100 taels, and everybody looked straight past me, because I was dressed like the roof I'd been sitting on. Then my eyes lit up, because I found a man selling garbage by weight. Dozens of manuals piled into a small mountain on a mat. Sign next to it, 5 chen of silver each, 10 book minimum, small business, no haggling. I crouched down and read the pile. Common cultivation technique, white. Inferior cultivation technique, gray. A flawed cultivation technique, gray. Incomplete text, gray. To this man, it was a heap of failures he wanted off his mat. To me, it was a shelf of things with the word broken written on them in a font only I could read. Boss, give me a discount. He looked at my clothes, decided I wasn't worth a full sentence, and said, 4 taels for 10, no less, and turned his head away. I ground him down to 3. Then I spent 1 more coin on 2 children's primers, because purple grows on those the way mushrooms grow on wet wood. Back home, 10 manuals. I started at the top. 8 of them were exactly what they looked like, empty little books full of the most basic possible instruction, worth less than the paper, and after I stripped them clean, they were still worth less than the paper. Fine. The ninth was a blacksmithing manual, whose American author clearly couldn't write, and once I took disorganized off it, it was a perfectly good introduction to forging, which I filed away for later, and which turned out to matter more than I expected. The 10th one had a torn cover and half its pages missing, and its tag said, incomplete text. I pulled it. The book knitted itself shut. 5 characters came up on the front. Lonely wind, treading snow steps, a movement art. The whole Shen family owns exactly one movement manual, kept under lock, notoriously impossible to learn, and worth more than everything else in their armory combined, because footwork is the floor under every fight there is. If 2 men are the same strength and one of them can move, that fight is already over. I opened it and hit a wall on the first line, something about a lone wind and a cold sun and treading snow like stars. Very poetic, completely useless to a man who had never had a teacher in his life. So I picked up the children's book, and I sweated out another purple, and I stapled easy to understand onto a martial arts secret. The whole thing rearranged itself into plain sentences. The core of it was momentum, riding what's already moving, and when nothing's moving, making something move so you can ride that. I read it twice, and then I was too wrung out to stand, and I slept like a dropped sack until the roosters. That's how the first weeks went. I'd like to tell you it was dramatic. It was mostly a very tired teenager in a leaking room stealing adjectives. Xiaoqing came a few days later, Madame Wang's personal maid and the only servant in the entire manor who used the polite you when she spoke to me. She unpacked more food than the last delivery because Madame Wang had noticed my appetite had changed and had quietly done the math. And then she pulled out a padded coat and got shy about it. Young Master Li, the madam made this for you. Autumn's coming. She unfolded it and started apologizing before it was even open. It's the leftover fabric from the madam's own things. It's all women's cloth. It might be a bit floral. She said if you don't want to wear it out, she'll make it into a bedsheet instead. The old madam doesn't allow her to make you clothes, so this was all she could get. It was extremely floral. It had small flowers on it. I put it straight on. It's warm, I said. Thank you, third madam. Thank you, Xiaoqing. She lit up like I'd handed her something. Then I asked how Madame Wang was, and she stopped lighting up. Not very good, she said, after too long a pause. After the last time she brought you a meal, the old madam called her to the ancestral hall, scolded her in front of the other 2 madams, said she wasn't following the rules, said the young master should be self-reliant. Was she punished? Confined to her courtyard, 3 months. 3 months for a plate of food. I nodded and made my face pleasant because Xiaoqing was already halfway to crying and she still had to walk home. I sat at the stone table for a while after she left, doing the arithmetic on my own family. My cousins, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th young masters, the 7th and 9th young ladies, had instructors coming to their courtyards every day, one-on-one. The house ran monthly exams. Do well, you get rewarded. Do badly, they assign you a better tutor. They never worried about food or clothes or the road that led to their door. I was the only one who had to figure out how to eat, and I'd swallowed all of that. For a year, the Shun wealth was earned by my grandfather on battlefields I'd never seen, and if the people holding it didn't want to spend any on me, all right, that's their money. But something had shifted, because a woman who despised me that much was never going to let me end up with Zhao Mei Feng, which meant the marriage wouldn't strengthen anything, it would be a wound. And nobody in this house was going to walk around bleeding when there was a cheaper option standing in the vegetable garden. While I was working that out, they were working it out too, in a nicer room, the ancestral hall. Old Madame Li upright in the center chair, Madame Chen of the main branch on one side, Li Minghao's mother, and Madame Yang of the second branch on the other. Maids with tea, everything very dignified. The palace sent word to set an auspicious date, Madame Yang said. Old madam, we can't actually let Jin Yu marry Li Jinlong. Minghao and Jin Yu love each other, Madame Chen said. They're a perfect match. We can't hand her to a jinx. And the old madam, who was over 100 years old and had not gotten there by being stupid, looked at Madame Chen like a farmer looking at a field she'd overwatered. To put it plainly, this entire mess is your fault. You told everyone. You made the Shen and Su marriage common knowledge before it was a marriage. The head of the Su family is a retired commander with enormous credit in the army. Do you think the throne was going to let that knot tie itself? Madame Chen had no answer, so she lowered her head and said the quiet part. If Li Jinlong had drowned in that pond years ago, none of this would be happening. That's my grandmother's daughter-in-law talking about her nephew in the room where they light incense for the ancestors. They went round for a while. Ask the head of the family to intervene? Idiot, if that worked, they'd have done it already. The emperor is sitting in the palace waiting for exactly that, so he can name a price. Both houses would have to pay to undo this. Unless. Madame Yang was the quick one. Then the simplest path is to work on Li Jinlong. If his health fails, if he's crippled, the throne can't force the pride of the Su family to marry a useless man. And once he's crippled, the Shen family requests the annulment, and even a royal decree can be dissolved. Good idea, said Madame Chen, warming to it. Or should we just let him die of a bad illness? And here the old madam shook her head, and I want you to hear the reason, because it was not mercy. In times like these, half the empire is watching Li Jinlong. You send someone to attack him, how do you hide it? If the throne gets evidence that the Shen family harmed its own blood, even tigers don't eat their cubs. We're a house of generals. Loyalty, filial piety, kindness, righteousness. A family that shows no affection for its own descendants is not qualified to lead an army. That alone would let them break us. So not, don't do it, don't be seen doing it. The crippling, she said, must happen out in the open, and the Shen family must be nowhere near it. And Madame Yang smiled and said the thing that made the whole room relax. Sister, don't worry about that. I already spoke with the Su family. Zhao Yao Peak is sending someone in a few days. Zhao Mei Feng's own sect, coming to help, that's the arrangement. The throne got its wedge. Both great houses stayed unscratched. Everybody's interests were beautifully served. The only person being fed into the gears was me, and who in either family cared about that? Crippled or dead, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the man they were planning to break was sitting on the ground in the East Market trying to sell 8 books. I'd stripped the insults off all of them. To an ordinary buyer, they'd gone from junk to decent, which is a real jump when you're a poor swordsman looking for your first manual. I laid them out on a cloth in front of a tavern and waited. And while I waited, I listened, because taverns are where a city keeps its brain. A rich man in Shinshiko had taken a concubine. There'd been a fire on Bafu Street. A ferry had moved into the Yunnan restaurant. And then somebody said, Zhao Mei Feng, and I stopped listening to the fire. What's the bet? She'll never marry that jinx. The Su family adores her. It's a royal decree. How would they break it? Easy. If the jinx suddenly dies, the engagement dies with him. That tracks. And if you cut off the jinx's line, is the throne going to make the Su family's pride marry a eunuch? They laughed with their mouths full of peanuts. Then a man leaned in with the good stuff. Zhao Mei Feng had joined Xiaoyao Immortal Mountain and cut the Siam River in half with one stroke. They were saying she'd be the first female sword immortal in the empire's history. So if you do the arithmetic, somebody said, wouldn't Li Jinlong be stealing his own brother's girl? Ha! Good for nothing like that. She'd need a whole afternoon just to finish looking at him, and he wants to steal my sister-in-law? In every version of this story, I'm the clown. I had spent a year being as small as I could possibly be, and I still ended up as the punchline in a room I was sitting 10 feet from. 2 hours later, I'd sold all 8 at 8 chen apiece, 6 taels in my hand, which to me was a fortune, and I spent most of it on dry food and started thinking about charcoal, because winter in Yunnan is a serious animal, and this year the house was probably hoping I wouldn't make it through. Xiaoqing was pacing outside my gate when I got back. Young Master Li, why are you only just back? Be careful, people from Xiaoyao Peak are here. The madams are up to something. Can't you run? Can't you get out of the Shen family? Run where? My mother had run once. Since then, the Shen family had never once stopped watching me, not because they wanted me, but because if a second person fled that house, the gossip would take a bite out of the marquis's name that nobody could patch. Tell the madam not to worry, I said. This is a house of officials. They won't lay a hand on me inside the manor. And that was true. They weren't going to lay a hand on me inside the manor. A maid came picking her way across the mud, holding her skirts and frowning at the fact that a road in the Shen residence could be like this. Li Hua, from Madame Chen's side, which meant every servant in the house, bowed to her. The first madam says there are distinguished guests. The 5th young master is to tidy himself and come to the Yunnan restaurant to pay respects. She pointed her little finger at my clothes, the floral coat. Change that. I changed. I did not ask why the Shen residence, which has more halls than I have relatives, needed a restaurant to receive guests. I found out when I got there. The place was packed with diners, and Madame Chen and Madame Yang were receiving the guests downstairs, behind a screen that hid absolutely nothing. This reception had been staged to be watched. 3 people from Xiaoyao Peak, 2 men with long swords at their hips, and a woman in white sitting perfectly straight with a face that made the whole restaurant quieter than it should have been. I bowed to the elders, to the guests, and for the first time in a year, both madams nodded back at me with warm, encouraging smiles. That is when I knew, with total certainty, that I was about to be killed in public. "These are disciples of Xiaoyao Immortal Mountain," Madame Chen said sweetly. "Jill Yu's senior brothers and sister. They came to see you." The woman in white was not Zhao Mei Feng. Her name was Wen Yue Shou, and she was the great senior sister of the whole younger generation of the sect, and her brows were pulled together like she was trying to remember whether she'd left a fire burning at home. "Elders," I said, bowing low, "I am dull-witted and have made no progress in years. I am not worthy of the Su family's chosen one. I beg you to decide whether this marriage should be called off." The 2 men smiled. Excellent self-awareness. Sadly, royal decree. "Xiaoyao Peak has come to give a gift, not to make things difficult," one of them said. "To help junior brother Jinlong grow so that he can one day keep pace with junior sister Mei Feng." And he set 2 things on the table. A book, Introduction to the Free and Easy Sword Techniques, and a pill. A bone-tempering pill, from my master. Everybody in that room was smiling, except the woman in white, and every one of those smiles was pointed at the pill. Let me explain what a bone-tempering pill is, because the trap is in the machinery. The martial path goes body, then chi, then spirit. Tempering the bone is the last gate of body refining, the door you have to walk through before any of it counts. You take a pill, and the pill hammers your skeleton, and if your body can take the hammering, you come out the other side with a foundation. If it can't, your bones break. All of them. And then you spend the rest of your life in a bed while somebody spoons soup into you. "Take it here," Madame Chen said warmly. "The senior brothers from Xiaoyao Peak can help regulate the effects." The location had been chosen. The witnesses had been arranged. He swallowed it himself in front of 100 people, and it was too strong for him. How is that anyone's fault? Honestly, a clean piece of work. I looked at the pill and let my mind settle on it, and there it was, floating in white. An overly potent bone-strengthening pill. Overly potent, that's the whole crime, sitting on top of the evidence in 4 words. I took a breath and held the hate down where it lived. Extract. Overly potent came off and went into my head, and what was left on my palm was an ordinary bone-tempering pill, which is not a small thing either. But I had been running mountains and rivers for weeks, and my body was not the paper-thin thing they were picturing. "Hurry up," Madame Chen snapped, her patience gone now that the food was on the table. "Don't waste everyone's time." Around the room, the maids who knew what was happening looked at me with pity. They were servants, and they were about to watch a young master become someone who couldn't walk. Bad luck. Nothing to be done. I picked it up. "Wait." Wen Yueshou was on her feet with her hand out. "You've never trained in martial arts. Taking that is too dangerous." Every Shen family face in the room fell off at once. Everything was in place. What is she doing? Her 2 junior brothers scrambled. "What our senior sister means is that it will be painful, and she's afraid you can't endure it. But the greater the suffering, the greater the gain. For the sake of your future, young Master Li, please bear it." I smiled at that explanation, because it was a beautiful piece of work, too. Then I looked at the woman who had tried to stop it, gave her the only honest thing I had, and swallowed the pill. "Don't." Too late. I'd been actually cultivating for a little over 20 days. Even detuned, that pill was a rock I had no business swallowing. It took about 15 minutes to start. Then it felt like somebody was inside me, hitting my bones with a mallet, and every swing was harder than the last, and if I loose-ended my grip on my breath for 1 second, something in me was going to snap. "Li Jinlong, are you all right?" "Madame Chen, don't worry. That's simply how the pill works. Some pain is normal." Both of them wore concern like a hat. Both of them were praying. The whole restaurant had stopped eating to watch. Mountains and rivers, steady as a mountain, continuous as a river. I clenched my teeth and did not make one sound, even when my mouth started tasting like copper. My face went white. My lips split. The two madams looked worried, and every so often the corners of their mouths got away from them. And Wenyue Shou sat there watching a boy she'd never met before hold his own bones together in silence, and something in her broke discipline. She picked up a pill with 2 fingers and pushed it into my mouth. Senior sister. Neither of them dared say a word to her. She was the great senior sister of a holy land, but you could hear them thinking it. We came here to end this. What are you doing? The bones kept cracking. Even without overly potent on it, that pill was brutal. But I could hold it. And then something cool went through me from the inside, and the edges came off the pain. 15 minutes later, the color came back into my face. The bone tempering had succeeded. Li Jinlong, are you all right? Madame Chen asked, with enormous care. Thanks to the protection of the 2 elders, I said, and bowed and put real gratitude on my face. Li Jinlong's bone tempering has succeeded. Good, she said, that you succeeded. There is a particular flatness that a voice gets when somebody has to congratulate you for surviving them. They picked a dinner for a few minutes and then left early to make sure everyone knew they were displeased. I stayed and ate everything I could reach because it was the best food I'd seen in a year, and then I asked for the leftovers to be wrapped up. The 2 junior brothers looked at me like I'd stood on the table. A young master of the Shen family, packing food into a cloth. Sure, poor is a habit, not a phase. I took the bundle home, and walking back under the moon, I could feel it, my body lighter, my control sharper, my strength gone from a basin of water to a whole pond. Whatever they'd meant to do to me, they'd just paid for my first real gate. But I also understood exactly where I stood. That was attempt 1, staged in public, with a sect brought in to hold the knife. When it failed, they weren't going to sit down and reconsider. They were going to get worse. Anger without power is just noise, so I put it away and went back to work. Behind me, in the restaurant, the 2 junior brothers were having a very bad evening. Senior sister, what was that miracle pill you fed him? I gave him something for pain. He got through the bone tempering on his own. Silence. Because that pill had been cooked in the sect's own herb garden. Those 2 were 8th rank, and neither of them would have promised to take it without screaming. Senior sister, you mean Li Jinlong has been hiding his strength? He's a genius? And that's when it dawned on them that they had just done a favor for someone who was about to make a lot of people regret things, and that they had accepted that favor's price from Zhao Meifeng in advance, and that the favor now had thorns in it. They decided to go home and cultivate quietly and never think about this again. Then one of them took out a message artifact and sent word to the capital. Listening Rain Pavilion. Zhao Meifeng sat in a pavilion beside a humming longsword, not yet 20 and already brushing the edge of a sword heart, and read that it had failed. The message also said Li Jinlong was better than expected, calm, composed, good-looking even. She didn't care. However outstanding he is, she thought, can he possibly be as outstanding as brother Li Minghao? And right on cue, Li Minghao arrived. She got up and put on a long robe and became a different person, playful, small, sweet. She was only ever that in front of him. Weren't you at the Shangshan Forum today? Cancelled halfway, I was passing. He took the tea and found a chair. By the way, the senior brothers should have reached the Shen family. Is it settled? She shook her head, embroidered brows drawing together. Senior sister Yue Shou came along. She's always soft-hearted. She saw how pitiful he looked and stepped in. He smiled and comforted her. Don't worry about it. It isn't hard to handle things in the Shen family. Leave it to me. You focus on your sword. She nodded, obedient, and the 2 of them moved on to cultivation, because that's what people of their level talk about. As for me, I was a minor obstruction and an occasional topic. The engagement will be broken eventually. The only question is how. Back in my hut, I built an inner armor. I'd found scrap metal and old hide, and I'd read the Hengyang blacksmith manual, and I spent half a day making something that came out looking like a bird's nest with ambition. Its tag said inner armor of extremely poor quality, which was generous. I stripped extremely poor quality. The rags turned into something with a gleam on it. You could feel it push back when you tapped it. Then I went for a walk around the manor and read the furniture. The main house courtyard had 4 red lanterns, trimmed hedges, and a stone lion beside every tree carved so well that any one of them cost more than I had spent existing. Exquisite stone carving. Brand new lanterns, dense fence, a finely crafted gate. The gate was blue. Blue is easier than purple. Half an incense stick and it came off, and the main gate of the Shen family's principal courtyard suddenly looked 20 years older. I put excellent onto my armor and wore it under my shirt from that day on. Somebody was going to try again, and next time they weren't going to do it in a restaurant. Wen Yueshou came back the next morning. She'd spent the night working out what had bothered her, and she'd landed on it. When I was fighting the pill, the pressure coming off me had felt like a mountain and a long river. She had felt that exact thing once before. At the house of a guest elder on Xiaoyao Peak, a man who had spent his whole life on a book called The Art of Body Refinement in Mountains and Rivers and understood Chapter 1. The old madam heard a fairy of Xiaoyao Peak had come to visit and threw a banquet inside the hour because she'd already spent the night chewing out the two madams for walking out of the last one. Every young master and young lady in the house was seated at that table so they'd have a chance to be noticed by a woman who could get them into a holy land with one sentence. I was not invited. Halfway through the meal, Wen Yueshou looked around the table and asked where the fifth young master was, and everyone, including my grandmother, paused. Li Jinlong has an eccentric personality. Did he offend you? You're overthinking it. He's quiet. He's engaged to my junior sister. I came to speak with him. So they sent a cousin, Li Qing, to walk her over, and Li Qing spent the entire walk complaining that my courtyard was filthy and smelled, and stopped at the edge of the mud because she didn't want to ruin her shoes. Wait here, little sister. I'll go alone. When Li Qing had gone, Wen Yueshou flicked 2 fingers and a branch snapped off a tree a long way away. The person watching you has left. Can we talk now? I brought her a bowl of water because that was the entire hospitality available on the premises. Thank you for yesterday. Without you, I couldn't have taken it. That pill only relieved pain. It couldn't get you through a bone tempering. That was you. She paused. And the aura you gave off resembled the art of body refinement in mountains and rivers. I thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to breathe twice. 3 reasons to admit it. 1, it's a basic body refining manual you can buy on any street. Nobody knows how strange it really is. 2, she was the fairy of Xiaoyao Peak, and if she valued me, she might recommend me into the mountain, and a disciple of a holy land is a person nobody in the Shen family gets to touch. 3, she'd been kind to me when kindness was expensive. I've gained some insights from it, I said, very shallow ones. Her eyes came alight. You can actually understand it? She pulled a copy out of her sleeve. She carried one around, because she'd been told that if she ever cracked it, the guest elder would hand over every secret sword technique he owned, and then she offered me the stone seat, asked for ink, and started grinding it herself. Halfway through, she realized how forward that was, and produced a pill instead. Take this while cultivating. It doubles your results. I took it and started writing. The most impossible part of that book is the vocabulary. The old guest elder had spent over 10 years and understood Chapter 1. Wen Yueshou stood at my shoulder, grinding ink and reading over my arm, waiting to catch the moment I started making things up. I finished the annotations to Chapter 1 without pausing, then Chapter 2, then 3, where the author starts inventing his own characters. She tried practicing from what I'd written, and a weight came over her like a mountain and a river, and it was the same weight she'd felt at the elder's house, and after that she stopped reading and just watched me write. In under half an hour, I'd annotated the entire book except the last chapter. I handed it over. She took it like it was made of eggshell. Then she got quiet and finally said the thing she'd come to say. About the pill we gave you yesterday. I understand. A royal marriage needs a plausible reason to break. My sacrifice is, in most people's arithmetic, the cheapest available. She nodded, slowly. Of course, the boy who could read that book could read this. Then she took out a bone-healing pill and a health-preserving manual and set them on the stone table. These can repair some of the fractured meridians. At least let a person live something like a normal life. A pause. Fortunately, you don't need them. Keep them in reserve. Loaded all the way to the top, that sentence. It meant, I escaped once, and the 2 families were not going to leave it there. And I have an unnamed sword manual. Your comprehension is high. Study it if you have time. She put down an old book, picked up mine, and left, and I walked her across the mud because I am a polite person. Beyond the bamboo, she asked Li Qing why the Shen family hated me so much, and got the mother ran away story and the fortune teller story, and got told to stay away because I bring trouble and my courtyard smells. Why, Wen Yueshou asked, mostly to herself, must the grudges of one generation be handed to the next? At dinner, she praised me to my grandmother. Talent. Bone tempering succeeded. 9th rank is close. Perhaps the house might consider family feeling. Old Madame Li answered in one sentence. Quite talented. How does he compare to my Li Minghao? And that was the end of that conversation. I, meanwhile, was in my hut with 4 gifts, reading them. Regular medicinal pill, a highly effective medicinal pill, faded secret manual, the altered secret manual. 3 of them were nothing, but that last one, altered. That means somebody scraped this thing on purpose. I focused and pulled. The scraping came off the cover, and 4 characters came up out of the dead paper, with something behind them that made the room feel smaller. Heavenly Tao Sword Intent. I had to shake my head to get loose from the title alone. If I hadn't been extracting tags for weeks and building my mind up doing it, I think it would have flattened me right there. I opened it. 10,000 swords imprison the dragon. Soaring sword supremacy. Divine sword breaking Kun. And after the 3 stances, 4 more characters written like something crawling. Man and sword as one. It wasn't a manual. It was a thing. It came into my head the way water comes into a boat. 2 hours later, it let go of me, and I lay on the plank bed, too wrung out to move my feet, with a sky full of divine swords printing itself on the inside of my skull. I woke up with a hangover I hadn't earned and went to check the book. The cover had gone back to scraped. I checked my head. The altered tag was still sitting there where I'd put it. The manual had simply waited until I memorized it, and then locked itself again. I went outside, picked up a twig, and tried the first stance. The dead leaves around me twitched. Slightly. Right. Not that kind of book. And obviously I could never show it to anyone, including the woman who had handed it to me, because the only explanation for how I'd read it was the one thing I could not afford anybody knowing. She came by around noon the next day to say goodbye, and left me 2 more books, a general commentary on the world, and the Sunset Sword Manual, and 1 sentence. If you have talent in the sword, I can recommend you into Xiaoyao Peak. And another sentence, gentler. Junior sister Mei Feng is thinking of your eldest brother. This engagement is almost certainly going to be called off. Senior sister is right, I said, but how it gets called off isn't mine to decide. I never said I wanted to pester Zhao Mei Feng. I never asked to fulfill anything. A boat with no oars, going wherever the water goes. She didn't have an answer for that. I hope when we meet again you're still doing well, she said, and stepped into the air and was gone. And I sat back down at the stone table with a glimmer of something dangerous in my chest, which was hope. If I could get into Xiaoyao Peak, would the people running this house still dare? On Xiaoyao Peak, an old man with a white beard opened his door to a girl waving a book at him. Uncle Joe, I brought you something good. Joe Hung had heard this before. If you want to steal my sword techniques again, get in line. I found the explanation for mountains and rivers. He'd stopped caring years ago. He took the book to be polite and started flipping, and his face went from bored to serious somewhere on the first page, because 80% of my chapter 1 matched what he'd worked out, and the other 20% proved him wrong. Then he started practicing in his own doorway, an old man in a valley, with a mountain and a river winding around him. Joe Hung had been in that book for 27 years. He'd gone in as a young man who walked on 7-colored clouds and split the sky with 1 stroke and swore his comprehension was unmatched under heaven, and the book had held him like a chess player stuck in one game for a century, and every time he told himself to let it go, his own mind dragged him back. He stood up and looked at his valley like he'd never seen it. 27 years, he said. I thought I'd die inside it. Then he asked which great master had written the notes, because a person like that deserved a visit. A young man in a back courtyard of the Shen residence, Li Wei's line, the one who stood out at the Beijing poetry competition? No, uncle, that's Li Minghao, their pride. I mean the 5th young master, Li Jinlong, the one the throne betrothed to junior sister Mei Feng. Him? Isn't that the abandoned child? The uneducated one? If he had that talent, would the Shen family treat him like that? So she told him, the muddy road, working for meals, no instructor, 1 book because it was the only one nobody else wanted, and that the family was now willing to feed him into a wall to get the engagement undone. Foolish, said Joe Hung, and it came out of him like a curse. A boy who can crack that book will be a power in this world, and they want to break him to cancel a wedding. Is every Shen born a genius that they can afford to throw one away? He wanted to help and couldn't. An outsider poking at a marquis household only makes it worse for the boy inside it. So he went into his hut and came out with his sword. Repayment for untying my knot. Give it to him. Tell him not to fear the danger and to come out the other side, reborn. Wen Yueshou took the sword immediately and then kept standing there. You little brat, you're after my sword moves. Fine, he said. Take everything. Let me go wander the world free. He tapped a fingertip, and the sword came to his hand, and every sword cultivator on Xiaoyao Peak felt it and came flying, and the blades in their hands trembled all the way. Then the sword cried once and went back in the sheath. A small booklet dropped into Wen Yueshou's hands, and a sword immortal who had made his name young and then vanished into a book for half his life walked off into the world. Down in Yunnan City, the man responsible for that was picking through garbage, because I had a problem. I'd tempered my bone, and I was standing at the door of the 9th rank, and the standard way through that door is a medicinal bath. I had under 2 tails. That buys you the dregs, which was, in fact, the plan. Outside the pharmacies of the East Market, there's always a little crowd of scavengers grabbing the spent herb mash out of the tubs, because sometimes the shops throw it out before the potency's gone, and you can resell it to poor martial artists. I didn't compete with them. I spread out my own cloth, took what nobody wanted, wrapped it up, and walked home with a bundle of exhausted mush. Behind me, people were laughing. Found an idiot. What's he going to do with that? I boiled water. I looked at the mush. Medicinal herbs that have lost their medicinal properties. Extract. The whole bundle came back to life in my hands. The room filled with the smell of a proper prescription, the shop's own formula, mixed by people who knew what they were doing, thrown away one step early. I got a bath worth 100 taels for free out of a pile of wet trash, and I sat in it while it stung every muscle I had, and I did not get out. Medicinal baths aren't dangerous, they're just not guaranteed. Plenty of people take 7 or 8 and never make the 9th rank. I took one. Somewhere past midnight, I stood up out of the water, red from the neck down, clenched a fist, and felt my punch land somewhere twice as heavy as it had that morning. 9th rank, officially a martial artist. Standing on the bottom rung of a ladder that goes 9th up to 1st, where lower is stronger, and 1st is a legend nobody alive has met. Meanwhile, at the Shen family dinner table, Madame Yang was doing a bit. Old madam, I heard the funniest thing. The servants say one of our young masters has been going to the pharmacy to pick up discarded medicine dregs. Picking up dregs? That's beggar behavior. Nobody in my family would. Oh, we wouldn't. It's our 5th young master. A beat for the room. Apparently he thinks he's going to reach the 9th rank. Madame Wang stood up for me and got a warning for her trouble. Tell him to be more careful, said the old madam. If he embarrasses this family again, he can sleep in the woodshed. She flicked her sleeves and left, and my stepmother went back to her courtyard and lay awake wondering whether, if her own family ever lost its money, she'd end up living the way I did. She came the next noon with a basket of vegetables, because they wouldn't let her pack food from the kitchen anymore, so she'd cooked it herself. Nobody in the Shen family was going to tell a woman she couldn't cook. Shaoli, at dinner last night, they said you went to the pharmacy and scavenged bath dregs. I did. I put my chopsticks down. Are they saying I disgraced the family? She started listing things instead. Miss Seven had spent 100 taels on a dress. On the 17th, the 3rd young master liked a piece of music so much he threw the musician 50 taels for it. Every young master and lady in that house threw money at the ground for fun. We're all Shen, she said, and her hands were shaking. Why is it so hard for you to get one bath? So I reached over, picked a chip of stone off the ground, and crushed it between 2 fingers into powder. 3rd madam, look again. I'm 9th rank. Her whole face changed. We sat in the sun and talked about the future like a mother and son who had one. She told me to work hard and show them all. She told me Zhao Mei Feng wasn't out of my reach either, which was a lie told with such warmth that I let it stand. She told me that when I had a wife, I wasn't allowed to take her side in arguments. Then, casually, the actual news. The wedding's been moved. It was the 20th of the 8th month, now it's the 15th of the 12th. Of course it had. Zhao Mei Feng had experienced sudden insights requiring seclusion, apparently. The throne agreed to the delay because the throne was never in a hurry, It wanted both houses to come crawling and pay a price for the annulment, and it could wait as long as it took. 4 extra months for everyone to get more creative about me. Third Madam, what rank is Jiao Mei Feng exactly? She hesitated and then told me the truth. 17, 2 months older than you. Picked up a sword as a child, entered the martial path at 6, 9th rank at 7, 8th at 10, 7th at 13. She watched my face. She's 6th rank now. 6th, and I'd made 9th last night in a tub of garbage. She was watching to see if I'd fold. I didn't, so she got worried in the other direction. Xiao Li, don't make her your goal. Those people aren't something we compare ourselves to. Cultivate. Earn a quiet life. Best of all, join the army and get out of this house. I nodded and agreed to everything because she wasn't wrong about the last part and because I'd already stopped listening around the word goal. 2 days later, a servant from the second branch delivered me a mid-autumn gift. The second branch, Madame Yang, who had, to date, given me exactly nothing. Every young master and lady in the manor has one. I opened the box after he left. Jade bracelets, worth over 100 taels apiece, easy. Nobody gives the family disgrace 100 taels of jade. So I put the box neatly in my room, and I sat down and thought about how I wanted to handle being framed. That night, the manor lit up, people running with lanterns. They even called in constables from the prefecture, which is a thing you do when you want an event to have witnesses. At first light, the constables arrived at my gate, very politely, and came out of my room holding the box. 5th young master, if you'd come with us. They spoke to me gently, because in their heads this ended with the family disciplining me in private. Nobody expected it to reach a courtroom. Madame Chen made sure it reached a cartoon. She stood in the ancestral hall with her lost jewelry in her hands, not even looking at it, staring at me. Follow official procedure, she said, when the constables tried to slide out of it. We are a family of generals. We do not tolerate theft. If we don't take it seriously this time, our traditions will rot. Here's the part she wanted. Under the law of the Great Way, the penalty for theft is a tattoo, on the face, the character for thief cut into your skin forever. You cannot marry the pride of the Su family to a man with thief written on his cheek. And the Shen house never touched him. He did it to himself. The whole city turned out. The prefecture gates were packed by the time we got there. Prefect Guo sat under the bright mirror and looked at the paperwork and knew exactly what he was holding. Madame Chen, he said carefully, if this court tries the case, it will be judged strictly under the law. Punishing a member of the Shen family may damage your prestige. We earnestly request the prefect judge it strictly. Physical evidence, the box, in my room. Witness testimony. Madame Yang stepped into the courtroom herself and described watching me steal in vivid and generous detail. Madame Wang came running in out of breath and got flattened in one exchange. He's lived in poverty for years. If he were a thief, would he be living like that? It's precisely because he's poor that he steals. What's wrong with that? She sent a servant sprinting to the manor to fetch my grandmother, on the theory that even a woman who hated me would care about the family name. The answer came back, and everybody in that hall heard it. The old madam says people should be punished for their mistakes. The Shen family loses face today, but its descendants will win it back on the battlefield. So that was that. Officially abandoned, in front of the whole city, by the woman who raised my father. Prefect Guo looked down at me, and, I found out later, felt sorry for me. Born into a great house with a prodigy for a cousin, engaged by accident to the woman that prodigy loved, and now a face tattoo and a life as a commoner. He was wondering whether I'd still want to be alive afterward. 5th young master of the Shen family. There is evidence and there is testimony. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Every eye in the building. Here's what I had worked out sitting in my room the night before holding a box of jade. If somebody accuses you of stealing a bowl of noodles, the stupidest possible move is to cut your stomach open to prove it's empty. When you're slandered, unless you can produce something undeniable, defending yourself is the worst tool in the box. So I wasn't going to defend myself. Your Excellency, this junior lives alone by the vegetable plot on the east side of the manor. My life is simple. I would never commit theft. A pause, exactly the right length. This whole thing is someone trying to teach me a lesson, to make me afraid to speak. The room leaned in. Li Jinlong, are you saying you were framed? I am, Your Excellency. Prefect Guo glanced at Madame Yang. The person who came forward against you is the second madam of your own house. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? My cousins jumped in from the gallery. What status does the second madam have that she'd bother slandering you? You're so poor, what would anyone gain? I put on a little embarrassment. I am an upright person, Your Excellency. I would never steal. The reason I was framed is that I happened to see something sordid. I want you to appreciate that a courtroom is just a very formal tavern. What did you see? Around the 7th of the month, my house started letting in a draft, so I went to the back garden to look for discarded planks. And there I saw a servant, and I stopped, right there. Well, and what? I am here. Answer truthfully. They were holding the second madam. Their hands were still together. I bowed my head. Your Excellency, this concerns my family's reputation. I truly cannot say more. I have never in my life heard a building make that sound. Nonsense! I am a woman of impeccable morals. I'll have your mouth slapped for this. Constables had to physically stop her. The prefect broke his gavel on the table. Quiet. Li Jinlong. Continue. He had a look on his face by then, interested. After I saw it, I told the second madam to confess to the old madam or I would speak. They told me that if I said one word, they would grind me to dust. I let my voice climb, because the gallery was outside the doors and the doors were open. Today they accuse me of theft. It's a warning, so I'll understand what they can do. But to brand my face is to trample on me. I would rather be shattered jade than a whole tile. I will not compromise. The crowd outside started applauding. Actually applauding. The Shen family sat there looking like a row of people who had walked into a glass door. Madame Wang stared at me and could not tell whether I was lying. That's how you know it was good. And then, out of the crowd, my cousin Li Jun threw a punch at my head. You slander my mother! You're asking for death! Full force, no warning. Sixth son, promoted to 9th rank last year, surrounded by servants who tell him he's magnificent, and by now, genuinely convinced. And a clean calculation underneath it. Cripple the cousin in a fit of filial rage. Everyone would understand. He'd be scolded. Lonely wind treading snow steps. I moved. He didn't hesitate for a second. Missing just made him angrier, and the second punch came straight at my face, and this time I didn't dodge. I met it, fist to fist. There was a flat, dull sound, steady as a mountain, continuous as a river. Enough! Do you think this is a marketplace? The gavel again. Constables between us. Li Jun tucked his hands in and told everyone he was fine, repeatedly, while his hand shook. I will not punish you today, said the prefect, but cause trouble in my court again, and I will. Furthermore, this theft case is suspended. Both parties have their version. Neither can produce conclusive proof. It is better to leave it alone than to damage your own reputations further. This is for the Shen family's sake. Madame Yang was not having that. Prefect Guo, I am a lady of the Shen residence. Do you think I would slander someone? This crime cannot be let off. By your own logic, madam, he said pleasantly, Li Jinlong is the marquis's grandson, so who would he slander? She had nothing, and the crowd was still outside, so the two of them pushed through the gawkers and went home. From that day forward, the story about Madame Yang never came off. Stolen jewelry is boring. A noblewoman and a servant is a business model. Within a week, there were 3 separate pamphlets in circulation, and the theaters were putting it on stage. Madame Wang got to me first, brushing dust off my shoulders with her eyes full of panic. How did you ever see anything like that? Thank heaven you had something on her, or I don't know how I'd have saved you this time. And then Prefect Guo came down off the bench and walked over. You're a good kid. Fortunately, Your Excellency is discerning and upright, I said and bowed, which spared me the tattoo. He liked that. People like compliments. Officials like accurate ones. And I'd noticed something during the trial that I intended to use. This man had been putting his thumb on my side of the scale from the first minute, and he hadn't done it out of pity. You were frightened today. Go rest. If you're free on the 6th, come to my residence for tea. I bowed about 6 times and promised to be on time. After I left, his clerk came up beside him, worried. My lord, Li Jinlong is disliked in that family. Your kindness may displease the marquis's household, especially now. Prefect Guo walked him out to the back garden. Brother Yushan, we've served the court together over 10 years. Tell me, where does our power come from? From the court, from His Majesty. Then our actions must satisfy him first, not the Shen family, and certainly not the Su. And the clerk got it. The emperor had set this trap so both houses would have to come to him and pay. But if the Shen family branded me a thief, they'd break the engagement for free on the grounds of a son's misconduct, and the whole scheme would evaporate. His Majesty, said Prefect Guo, thought both families would have to pay. He did not expect the Shen family to be this ruthless. What kind of house throws its own grandson into the pit to save a coin? He was quiet a moment. To be honest, I feel sorry for the boy. From now on, help His Majesty set his board. Consider it protection for that child, as a side effect. Which is exactly what it was, and exactly why I could use it. Back at the manor, both madams sat in a room with gray faces, having thoroughly prepared a frame-up and been framed in return. Madame Yang broke a porcelain piece, then a jade box, then started crying about her reputation. And Madame Chen, calmer than usual, said the thing that should have worried everybody. Sister, don't you think this scourge isn't as stupid as we assumed? She laid it out. Treated like garbage his whole life, living beside the fish pond in a house that leaks, and in a whole year they couldn't find one thing to punish him for. They tried to cripple him and failed. They tried to brand him and got hit back inside a day. Also, said Madame Yang, arriving late, Li Jun is at the peak of the 9th rank. In that courtroom, he only managed a draw. And the two of them sat there and finally understood that the boy scavenging medicine dregs had come out the other side of the 9th rank, on garbage, alone. Which changed nothing about their plan, it only sped it up. Zhao Mei Feng could only be Madame Chen's daughter-in-law, and if he was going to grow, better to crush him now. In the side room, Li Jun sat rubbing his hand and being extremely careful not to let anyone see how much it hurt. The next time I walked out of the manor gate, the servants looked at me differently. Not with contempt, with a little fear. Roland, the one who'd run the kitchen routine about my wedding, put her head straight down. Everyone had done the same arithmetic. You do not trade punches with a peak 9th rank and walk away flexing your fingers. In the city, it was better than that. Strangers stopped me on the street. Young Master Shen, we all know you didn't steal anything. A real thief with valuables can't help treating himself. He wouldn't be eating flatbread. That's right. Stolen money goes to the Yunnan restaurant, not to steamed buns. I bought the cheapest dry food on the street, hard-to-swallow flatbread, bitter-tasting buns, the stuff shopkeepers price low because they know what they've made, and stripped the complaints off it on the walk home, and it tasted fine. If I ever wanted a good meal, I could just stroll past the manor kitchen and pick up a delicious. On the way in, I passed two old servants having a loud conversation about my father, in exactly the way people have a loud conversation when they want you to hear it. Li Ming, third son of the old marquis and the most gifted of the three, a man with a long halberd and a body count. In his day, a genuine prodigy. In my entire memory of him, he had scolded me a handful of times and otherwise never spoken. He came home about once every 3 years, generally around New Year. This was the 3rd year. I wondered briefly what a father like that would do if he came back and found his own house preparing to break his son's legs. Then I stopped wondering because I already knew and I had things to do. I had a tea invitation. You don't show up at a prefect's house empty-handed, and I couldn't afford anything, so I made something. I'd learned that Prefect Guo had a son who cared about nothing in this world except forges, wouldn't drink, wouldn't chase girls, just hammered metal in a side courtyard all day. His father found it embarrassing and had given up. So I collected scrap, melted it, mixed in hide, and produced a second inner armor. Better than the first. Still bad. Its tag said crude inner armor. I peeled crude off and put excellent on, and it came out looking like the work of a master. Prefect Guo's residence is smaller than the Shen family's. It has a shallow pond with clear water and small fish that somebody feeds on purpose, and the whole place feels like people live in it. How does it compare to your family's grounds? He asked, smiling. A notch below, I imagine. The Shen garden is larger, better decorated, but it lacks what yours has, which is anything alive in it. He heard exactly what I meant, and had fresh tea brought out. Do you know why this prefect invited you here? The emperor's decree suggests he doesn't actually want the two families joined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the grandson nobody wants. His smile widened. Go on. Neither house wants me married to her, but asking His Majesty to undo it costs them. So both would rather manufacture a condition that makes the throne withdraw it for free. The simplest condition is that the rejected son becomes a cripple. Nobody marries the Sioux family's chosen one to a cripple. I laid out the plan to end me in the voice you'd use for a weather report, and when I was done, he waved for me to stop. 3 years ago, His Majesty ran this exact play on the Prime Minister's house. Both families came honestly, paid a price, got the contract voided. He looked at me, and there was real anger under the tea. He never imagined the Shen family would rather sacrifice their own blood than part with a single coin. Then he told me he'd make sure the whole city knew I'd been to his home, and that if any elder in my family openly bullied me, I could walk into his court any hour of the day. If your superiors show you no respect and your inferiors no compassion, then this government has every reason to protect you. I bowed, and I meant it. And I also knew perfectly well he was doing it because it served the throne. I did not care one bit. A benefactor's motive is not my business. Somebody who harms me is my enemy, even if he's doing it to save the world. Somebody who shields me is my benefactor, even if he's doing it for a promotion. Then I gave him the armor. You made this yourself? Your skills are better than my son's. And that was the door. This junior heard young Master Guo is fond of casting. Might we exchange ideas? Walk west a few steps in that house, and you hear hammering. Young Master Guo glanced up once and went back to work. So I picked up a piece of scrap iron and a hammer and started hitting it. 2 clangs later, he was looking. 4 clangs later, he was talking. It is embarrassingly easy for 2 men to become friends. You just have to be doing the same pointless thing in the same room. I had read the Hungyang manual to pieces, which was enough to hold a conversation with him. He, on the other hand, had gotten into forging without ever once thinking to read a book about it, and had been guessing for years. We spent the entire afternoon on it. I wrote everything down for him so he could study later. His father, who had spent a decade being politely disappointed in him, ate dinner in the main hall with him for the first time in memory, purely because I was there. Over dinner, Prefect Guo gave me a warning wrapped as gossip. News from the capital, your family's 8th young master is coming home by carriage. He watched me. Extremely gifted, already 8th rank as a scholar, and he acts without fear of heaven or earth. I'm honestly afraid he'll go after you. Li Fan, 10 years old. And I understood the trick immediately because it was elegant. If a child maims you, you can punish the child, but not much. He's young. He didn't know better. A 10-year-old gets scolded for bad manners and the matter is closed, and a man spends the rest of his life in a chair. The scholar's path is different from the martial one. Literati cultivate mind, law, and fortune. By the 8th rank, their words become law. They say a thing, and the world obeys. Which meant the counter was mind. Which meant heavenly Tao sword intent, which I had been visualizing every night until my head rang, because that thing didn't build muscle. It built the other thing. 2 days later, Madame Wong arrived with a food box and no appetite. Li Fan is back. Prefect Guo warned me. I didn't think it'd be this fast. He came yesterday. Xiao Li, don't underestimate him because he's small. He's domineering. Her mouth went tight. Xiao Qing passed his courtyard and bowed to him. He didn't like the way she did it. He said, kneel. And? There were pebbles on that spot, she said. She knelt for an hour. When she got up, I couldn't look at her knees. The temperature in me dropped about 10 degrees and stayed there. Is she badly hurt? Nothing broken, just pain. She was rushing now. It isn't only Xiao Qing. He's doing it to everyone, even his own mother's maids. If they don't kneel, he says the word, and a weight pushes them down. And Xiao Li, I heard he came home specifically for you. He thinks you stole his brother's sweetheart. He's been talking for a month about settling the debt for Li Minghao. Can't you invent a reason to leave the city for a while? Third madam, I said, don't worry, a little kid can't bully me. And then something came out of me that I hadn't planned. If they really do come, and I end up crippled, I'm taking somebody with me. She looked up sharply. That was not the voice she was used to. Before that came due, Wen Yueshou came back one more time. She'd been to Li Qing's courtyard, been fed desserts, and been told cheerfully that of course she'd help me reach the 9th rank. Everyone knew it was that miracle pill at the restaurant. She'd explained 6 times that the pill only stopped pain. Nobody wanted that version. Then she'd learned that I'd made the 9th rank on scavenged bath dregs, and she'd sat under the eaves that night being quietly furious on my behalf, because mixing a medicinal bath takes a physician or an alchemist, and getting it wrong doesn't fail politely. It wrecks you, and I'd done it with garbage. She returned my 2 books, and I gave her back my notes. The Sunset Sword Manual, she said. What did you find? At first glance, a plain set of strokes, powerful but slow. Hard to use in a real fight. Is that your conclusion? No. There's a movement art hidden inside it, and the two are cut for each other. Her eyes came up fast, because that was the answer, and finding it was the whole point of the test. So she handed me the thing Zhou Heng had given her. Then look at this one. Can you grasp it? Give me a night. She stayed in the city and came back at noon. I had spent the night with a white tag that said, extremely difficult to comprehend, and one of my precious purples, writing notes and then carefully putting the white tag back on so nobody would ever know the book had been touched. If I haven't misunderstood, I said, handing her the annotations, the core of this is a particular sword intent. Its essence is the interplay of the real and the false. The book calls it ethereal sword intent. One wave of the hand, 100 blades, most of them lies. If your opponent can't tell which one is true, he has to answer all of them, and answering 100 swords costs 100 swords worth of strength, and by the time he's spent it, the one real blade arrives. She'd been circling that idea for months and couldn't get inside it. I'd had it for a night. She looked at me for a long moment, and then she looked at my cuffs, where a patch of Madame Wang's floral women's cloth was showing, in autumn, with no second layer under it, and took a silver ingot out of her sleeve. If you need a medicinal bath in future, don't collect other people's dregs. Then, when I go back today, I'll recommend you to the Sword Immortals and Elders. If it works, you don't have to stay in the Shen family at all. I bowed lower than I have ever bowed to anyone. She also produced a longsword with a cold shine down the scabbard, an incredibly sharp longsword, purple, and you could tell from the tag alone. From the senior whose confusion you resolved. I looked at it and gave the truest answer I've ever given. Please thank him. But by the rules of the Shen residence, no junior may hold a sharp weapon without an elder's permission. If they learn I have this today, it will be in the armory by this afternoon. She understood, and I watched the last of her doubt about my life here go out. Then I'll keep it, she said, until the time is right. The time was right about 4 days later, when a 10-year-old came to my courtyard with an audience. He'd spent the afternoon in a recliner made of fine non-mu, sunning himself, and when he'd had enough sun, he stood up and looked at a servant, and the servant ran to gather a crowd, because the 8th young master had business, and business requires witnesses. That was Madame Chen's instruction, actually. Bring people, spread it. A child cripples a man, outsiders will call it an accident, and blame the cripple for playing with a child, and the boy gets scolded for poor manners, and it's over. I have to hand it to them. Their solutions were never boring. He walked in front with his hands behind his back and 30 servants tiptoeing behind him, which looked exactly like a crowd of adults escorting a toddler who has just learned to walk. Everyone felt it. Nobody said it. Xiao Qing got to me first, running, on a knee that had only just stopped bleeding and had now started again through her trousers. Young Master Li, go, hide in the madam's courtyard, quickly. Xiao Qing, sit down. Your knee is like that, and you're running? I went for gauze. She got more frantic. It's too late. And there he was at the gate, 10 years old, hands behind his back, surveying my courtyard like a landlord. I knew somebody would warn you, he said, so I walked faster. Then he found Xiao Qing with his eyes, and there was a very old kind of cruelty in a very small face, and she started bending her ruined knees toward the dirt on reflex. I put an arm across her and sat her back up. Everyone who sees me kneels, don't you understand? He was saying it to her. He was also saying it to me. Then have the old madam kneel to you first, I said, unwinding gauze. You're a junior of the Shen family. You hold no office and no title. Why would I kneel to you? Half the servants in the yard flinched, because standing near Li Fan when he lost his temper was itself a punishable offense. Ha! Mother tells me you made the 9th rank. Is that where today's spine is coming from? He smiled, and there was that thing under it again. I'll give you a chance. Kneel on your own. Then, considering we're the same clan, I'll only break both your legs, and I'll arrange 2 maids to take care of you afterward. He genuinely thought that last part was generous. You could see it. I was busy tying off Xiaoqing's bandage, so I ignored him. Nobody ignored Li Fan, not even in the capital. Kneel. An 8th rank scholar's word is law. The pressure came down across the courtyard, and every servant watching folded onto the ground like wheat. Xiaoqing's legs started to give, and then it stopped. Because a scholar changes law with mind, and heavenly Tao sword intent makes law out of mind, and I had been drowning in that thing every night for weeks. His words hit me and made a ripple and died. I finished the bandage, wrapped it twice, tied it gently. Then I stood up and looked down at him, which, as it happens, is the one thing on this earth Li Fan cannot stand. That's the whole engine of the kneeling. He does not permit anyone less gifted than him to be taller than him. Kneel. Ripple. Nothing. I picked up a willow switch off the ground and started walking. The servants, every one of whom had knelt on gravel for this child that week, went very, very quiet, and every one of them was praying for something they'd never say out loud. Get out of my way! Kneel. I lifted him off the ground by the collar. Let go of me, you abandoned child, you scourge. My mother and the old madam will not let this pass. My brother will skin you alive. 10 years old. A voice that hadn't broken yet. Every word out of it about who would kill me. Then the willow switch came down across his palm. You dare! Why wouldn't I? And I did it again. 2 years of study in the capital had made him a formidable scholar, and had done nothing whatsoever for his body. The switching hurt. His face went from fury to shock to something else. He started shouting for the servants to run and fetch his mother, the old madam, anyone. Nobody moved. 30 servants stood in that yard and watched, and some of them were, very quietly, clapping. It went on for about half an hour. His hands swelled. The arrogance came off him in layers, and underneath it there was just a frightened child who had never once been told no. I want to be honest about this. I was not enjoying it in the way you might think. I kept looking at the blood on Xiaoqing's trousers, and my hands kept deciding things. Then, the 7th young lady of the house wandered over, saw what was happening, rubbed her eyes, watched a while longer to make sure she wasn't hallucinating, and sprinted for Madame Chen's courtyard. Madame Chen had been waiting all evening for news that her son had gotten into trouble. She was smiling when the girl came in. Madam, so the 8th young master. What's he done now? He's being beaten by Li Jinlong. It's been a while. She smiled at that too, for about 2 more seconds. Fan? Attacked? He's a bully by nature, and he's 8th rank. Who in this house would dare? The girl swore she'd seen it clearly. Madame Chen arrived at a run, pushed through the crowd and grabbed her son, and Li Fan held everything in for exactly as long as it took to see her, and then started crying and saying, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." All right. Mother will kill him for you. Don't cry. She looked up at me with a hatred she didn't bother hiding. Li Jinlong, you are the elder brother and you struck your cousin. When the old madam arrives, you will be severely punished. I bowed to her, properly. Madam, you're mistaken. I did not beat my cousin. I disciplined him. And then the old madam came through the gate on 2 maids' arms. By your reasoning, she said, and her face was shaking, may we elders discipline you the same way? This is the woman who has favored Li Fan above everyone, indulged him past the point of ruin, and I had just put a stick across his hands. I bowed to her too. I always did. In this house, I never once gave them a procedural error to punish. In response to the old madam, since my cousin returned, every servant in this residence has been forced to kneel to him. If the old madam doubts it, look at their knees. Secondly, my cousin came to my courtyard today speaking openly of killing his own kin. As the elder brother, disciplining him is my duty. I didn't ask you that. I asked whether we elders are permitted to discipline you. The whole yard was terrified. Everyone in that courtyard had already decided I was finished. As a junior of the Shen family, Li Jinlong is naturally subject to his elders. If I have been improper in any way, I will accept the punishment and learn from it. A pause. I only wonder what exactly was improper. Her expression did something complicated. And if my elders reprimand me without cause, I said, then I will follow it to the Yunnan prefecture and to the Ministry of Rights of the Great Way and demand an explanation. And if I am beaten to death first, my ghost will go to the imperial court and ask what crime I committed. I had learned the Book of Rights the way other people learned to swim, because in that house it was the only weapon nobody could confiscate. And everyone in the city already knew Prefect Guo had invited me to tea. The old madam breathed and did not produce a single word. Then she waved her hand and let a maid lead her away, which, in front of 30 servants and a dozen relatives, is a sound louder than shouting. I urged the first madam to instruct my younger brother properly, I said to Madam Chen. If he speaks of killing his kin again, I will have no choice but to fulfill my duty as an elder brother. She dragged her son out without a word, and my cousins wandered off in 2s and 3s, muttering. Should we be nicer to Li Jinlong from now on? Probably. He wasn't even afraid of the old madam. Yeah, let's not provoke him. It's not our business who marries Zhao Meifeng. I picked up a broom to sweep the yard, and several servants took it out of my hands and did it for me, cheerfully. Then I walked Xiaoqing home, because this girl had run across a manor on a torn open knee to warn me and thought nothing of it. Madame Wang met us halfway, white-faced, having heard everything from someone else. You didn't tell me anything. I heard it from Sai Rong. Third madam, Xiaoqing was worried about you. You think I don't worry if you don't tell me? My heart's been in my throat. We both put our heads down and took it, and neither of us dared say another word. Later, when she'd calmed enough to be afraid again, with what you did today, the old madam won't protect you anymore. I laughed. I genuinely did. In this whole family, apart from you and Xiaoqing, who was protecting me? I'd find it novel if she started. I'd settle for her not helping Madame Chen frame me. She frowned, thought about it, and could not find the flaw. Then she pressed something into my hand. A charm. I prayed over this for 100 days. Wear it. I went back to my courtyard and found the entire thing swept clean, the moss scraped off, and the muddy road to my door filled in with gravel by the servants of the manor. The saying is true. You don't get bullied once you stop being somebody who can be bullied. That night, I went after the 8th reigns. 9th rank is a body. 8th rank is when you start feeling the machinery of the world, the chi machine, the thing that lets a punch carry wind and a sword throw an edge, and lets a man go over a wall instead of through a gate. Without a movement art, a 9th rank facing an 8th rank isn't a fight, it's an appointment. Mountains and rivers had already told me how, in the simplest possible language, because I'd made it a children's book. I locked the door and spent the night feeling for it, thoughts heavy, something faint moving around me, my feet on cloud, riding wind. At the hour before dawn, I flicked a finger at the candle on the table. The flame went out, and the wood underneath it had a hole through it. 8th rank. What a prodigy takes a year to do, I'd done in 2 months. And I want to be clear that this was not because I am special. It was because I was cheating, and because nobody in the Shen family had ever once given me a resource, which meant nobody could take one away. 3 roosters. I got up and went to the prefect's residence, because after what I'd done to Li Fan, it was time to remind everyone who was watching my back. Master said young Master Li would come today, said the gate guard, delighted, and here he is. I heard about yesterday, Prefect Guo said in the back garden. The countermeasure was acceptable. Your old madam already hated you. Consider the account settled. Then he changed the subject, and it stopped being pleasant. Zhao Meifeng's elder brother. Have you heard of him? Only that he's a soldier. He has merit. I didn't understand. Half the border has merit. Su Hongyi, about 10 years older than you, stationed north as a boy. The year the Su patriarch gave up his command, she came over the border and took 10 cities in half a month. The capital was 200 li away, and the imperial guard was standing too. He was looking somewhere past me at a year he'd lived through. Su Hongyi took 200 men over 5 mountains and across 2 rivers and hit the Qi capital from behind. He brought back 3 Qi princes tied up in the horse market. They're still hostages today. I felt admiration, and then I felt the shape of the sentence coming. His Majesty said the merit was unmatched. He granted him the grace of 3 pardons. No matter what he does, the first 3 times, he is not punished. There it is. Su Hongyi wrote to the throne offering to spend one of them to break his sister's engagement. His Majesty said a bestowed marriage is a blessing, and pardons exist to avert disaster, not to refuse goodwill. So the pardon couldn't buy the annulment, but it could buy the man who cripples me. He has stated publicly that if this engagement is not dissolved before the end of the year, he will dissolve it by his own methods. Prefect Guo's jaw tightened. He also wrote to your grandfather, apologizing in advance for the injuries. Apologizing to my family for what he intends to do to me. In advance. Politely. Destroying you is none of your business. I understood that sentence to the floor of my bones that day. Li Jinlong, he said, I protect you because I stand with His Majesty, but honestly, I admire you. And he pushed a purse across the table with nearly 200 taels in it. Buy pills, improve. I took it and remembered the debt, because that is what you do. I bought the cheapest, worst pills in the East Market by the sackful. Then I went home, peeled the flaws off them one by one, hunted down blue tags saying excellent and superior on things nobody was watching, and stapled them on. I have never in my life felt richer than the night I turned a bag of garbage medicine into a shelf of proper pills. 2 days later, the old madam's own maid came to my gate with a message. Tomorrow evening, the 5th young master will dine at Shuiyun Courtyard. His cousin Li Fan wishes to apologize in person. A pause, so I'd hear the second half properly. He must attend, or he defies this old madam. Then she stood there a while longer, memorizing my face so she could report my expression accurately. I nodded, and she left, and I went inside and started forging. Shuiyun Courtyard is the most expensive room in Yunnan City. 1 party per night. Nobody else gets in, whoever they are. Rumor says the owner is an immortal realm expert, which is the only reason a building like that survives in a city like this. 1 party, no witnesses. Outside the manor walls, where the Shen family is nowhere near it. My grandmother had stopped turning a blind eye and started aiming, so I finished a soft sword I'd been half making for a week. Its tag said, extremely inferior soft sword, and it had used the word extremely, which is the ability being rude to me. I stripped it. The cracks closed. Then I walked the manor until I found a spear standing at the armory door with a purple tag. A long spear of tough texture. Half an hour of my nose deciding whether to bleed, and tough texture came off. The spear went dull and ordinary, and nobody would ever notice. I put it on the soft sword and folded the blade around my waist under my clothes, where nothing shows and no elder can confiscate it. Then I checked my inner armor and went to dinner. The place is past a grove of sycamores, over a curved stone bridge, south side of the city. A round table in the middle of the courtyard, big enough for 20. Madame Chen was waiting with Li Fan. Li Jinlong, you haven't been eating well in the manor. I hear you fill up on flatbread. Her voice was gentle, and her face had let go of the hatred entirely, which was the most alarming thing I'd seen all week. This meal was prepared entirely for you. Please, enjoy it. Li Fan had not learned to do his face yet. He looked like he wanted to watch something. You must be a clever boy, she said, standing up. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be doing so well. A beat. But today, you have something to do. Mother, I want to see him beg. She laughed and pulled him away. Because they and I are all Shen family, you see. If I were in danger, they'd be obliged to help. Much cleaner if they're at the theater. When the courtyard was empty, a lean man came out of the dark and stood beside my chair. Please eat quickly, young Master Li. I still have farm work at home. I looked at the table. Food containing toxins. All of it. Every dish. Thorough people. I focused, peeled contains toxins off the spread, and started eating. Want some? I am of lowly status. I dare not share a meal with the young master. That made me laugh out loud. It's rare for anyone to call themselves lowly in front of me. Our family's servants all look down on me. I ate a little more. What's your name? Guo Tao, a farmer west of the city. And what's the story they'll tell about tonight? That the young master got drunk and behaved indecently. That he insulted my wife. He said it the way you'd read a receipt. And that I attacked him for it. I nodded, chewing. It was good. Morally, I'd be a drunk who assaults farmers' wives, which breaks the engagement on its own. Physically, I'd be a cripple, which breaks it twice. But that story ruins your wife's name, I said. What did Madame Chen give you that makes it worth it? He bowed his head slightly, and his face changed, and what came into it was devotion. I'm not working for Madame Chen. I work for young Master Li Minghao. As long as he's satisfied, my wife can die, and she'll die well. I looked at him for a second. Marrying you, I said, was the worst thing that ever happened to her. Then I put down my chopsticks and drew the soft sword off my waist. Somewhere in the shadows, the Shen family's watchers made a noise, because a sword had come out of a young master's shirt, which meant the young master had been expecting this for days. I reached the 8th rank 3 years ago, said Guo Tao, picking up his hoe. A month ago, I reached the 7th. If you resist, I may injure you more badly than intended. Sunset swordplay. Cut the sunset. Silver light went out of the blade like a seam opening in the air, and then ethereal sword intent went into it, and the one line became 100. He got the hoe up and hacked down over 100 blades, and afterward realized he had blocked precisely one. His face stopped being calm. The young masters of the Shen family are all geniuses, he said, but for young Master Li Minghao's sake, the more outstanding you are, the less we can let you grow. Then his aura came out of him like heat off a road, and the hoe came down with enough weight behind it to split a hill. That's a 7th rank. 7th rank means the senses go strange and fast. Without a movement art, I'd have eaten it. I had 2 months of lonely wind treading snow steps, and while I was sliding out from under it, I was reading his hoe. An extremely sharp hoe, purple, which is a genuinely absurd tag to find on farm equipment, and also, thank you. I kept him busy for about a quarter of an hour with 100 lies and 1 true blade. He knew the feints were feints and started ignoring them and got opened up by the one that wasn't. Somewhere in there he said, to himself, that this was not a 9th rank, this was a peak 8th, and by then extremely sharp was trembling. Extract. It came off and dropped into my head. At the same time I threw a gray one out, low quality, and let it land where the purple had been. His beautifully made hoe went rusted and soft in his hands. Next block, the blade went through it and the hoe came apart. 1 thrust. He didn't get up. Then I looked at the far end of the courtyard, where 2 of the main house's servants were waiting to carry the result home. I had shown my whole hand tonight, and I was not ready for the Shen family to hold a copy of it. 1 stroke. They didn't get up either. Afterward, I took a tablecloth and wrapped up everything on the table that hadn't been touched, because it was still the best food in Yunnan City, and I'd paid for it. Before I went out the gate, I looked back once, and my chest was heavy, because Madame Wang had asked me not to let hatred become the whole of me. Tonight, I hadn't had another door. Across town, Madame Chen and her son sat through an entire opera waiting for a messenger who never came. She'd spent the interval feeling faintly embarrassed about the fuss. All this effort over a marginal grandson the old madam despised. She'd even had to ask her own son for a plan. Then they went home, and Li Hua met them at the courtyard gate, looking sick. "Madam, why are you only just back? Young Master Li came home almost half an hour ago." "Who?" "Young Master Li, before 7, clean, unharmed." She asked 3 other servants, same answer. Then she went and woke my grandmother. "Old madam, Li Jinlong, he came back unharmed. The man we arranged was a 7th rank." And the old madam thought about that for a while, and arrived at the only conclusion that let her sleep. Nonsense. Minghao didn't improve that fast at his age. In my opinion, the palace is involved. The royal family has secretly put people around Li Jinlong. It won't be easy to touch him in the dark now, which was completely wrong and enormously useful, and I did nothing to correct it. I lay on my plank bed that night and thought, good, let them believe there's a shadow behind me. Between that and everyone knowing I drink tea at the prefect's house, I'd bought myself a little room. And then I got up, because I'd bought room, not time. The 8th rank up to the 7th is called the Road of Synesthesia. It's about the senses, hearing, sight, and above all, mind, which is why a 7th rank stops being afraid of scholars and their word laws. Mountains and rivers had gotten me here, and was running out of road. It's a body refining manual. It makes flesh, not mind. So I fed the other side. Every night I sank into my own head and stood in front of heavenly Tao sword intent with a sword, and every night it killed me. I don't mean symbolically. In there, when a blade goes through you, you feel the whole thing except the pain, and it goes into a place under your ribs that the pain can't reach. I'd come out of it soaked through, drink water, splash my face, eat a piece of flatbread, and go back in. For 3 days. That was also the week Madame Wang came with a box and a strange look and asked me, gently, whether I'd made progress lately, and then produced a cultivation manual out of her own clothes. This is what my family practices. I'm a woman. I can't read it. Maybe it's useful. Her family. She'd written home for it. I told her I was fine, that Wen Yue Shou had given me two, that she didn't have to worry, and I put my face in order while I said it. Xiao Li, she said, there's something I want to say. And she said it plainly. They've despised you and bullied you and tried every filthy thing they could think of. The Shen family has wronged you, but you must not let hatred become your life. You're young. There's a whole world out there. If you spend it all being angry, you're ruined. She stopped. Life is short. Be happy where you can. At least you still have me and Xiaoqing. I sat and let every word go in. Though I'm not telling you to be a doormat, she added briskly. Hit back when you have to. Just don't let it become the whole of you. 2 nights after Shui Yun, I woke out of my own head with my senses on fire. The insects outside were separate insects. The dark had shapes in it. 7th rank, 3 months, from a man who couldn't hold a stance to the 7th rank. I lay on a bed soaked with my own sweat, stripped dirty off it so I could sleep, and grinned at the ceiling like a fool. Then came the mid-autumn festival. Madame Wang decided we'd have ours early, in my courtyard, because on the actual night the whole family would be at the banquet and we wouldn't be able to breathe. Xiaoqing brought a box of ingredients and cooked a pot of stew right there in the yard. Not one of those second-branch productions where the food is arranged like a painting, a pot of things. And there was flour, because you cannot have mid-autumn without mooncakes, and there was time, so we made them ourselves. I kneaded, Xiaoqing shaped, Madame Wang supervised and interfered. Then I went inside and came out with 2 sets of inner armor and put one in each of their hands. Xiao Li, did you make these? There's a casting manual in the East Market. 3rd Madam's should fit. Xiaoqing's I'll have to check. Oh, you'll check it here, will you? Said Madame Wang, with the specific evil of a woman with a joke. And you'll just see everything, will you? Xiaoqing went the color of a lantern and told her to stop, and I honestly wished the 3 of us could live like that forever. They gave me a neck wrap, animal fur, like a scarf, but warmer. This winter is going to be bad, and don't think practicing martial arts makes you invincible. Plenty of martial artists die of a chill. We dragged 3 chairs to the doorway and looked at a moon that was almost full on the 13th. If only every day could be like today, said Madame Wang, and her voice did something. 3rd Madam. It's fine. It's the festival. I shouldn't say sad things. She looked around my room, which had stopped being damp, and at chairs that no longer wobbled, and told me my carpentry had improved. It hadn't. I'd just taken the word broken off everything I owned. Then, in the dark, she asked the real question. Xiao Li, tell me honestly, do you resent the Shen family? I thought about lying, and didn't. I'm not a saint born of heaven. I can't be without resentment. She nodded slowly, and then she said the careful thing, the thing a woman in her position has to say. The Shen family is deep, enormous influence at court. The old lord has been on battlefields for 40 or 50 years, and everyone who meets him calls him Lord Shen. Her eyes came up. Keep it inside. Don't ever put it where they can see it. 3rd Madam, don't worry. I know my limits. And on the 15th, my grandfather came home. He wasn't supposed to. He came at New Year. But there was fighting on the border in the winter, so the family got him for the Moon Festival instead, and Shen Manor lit itself up like a wedding. I stood in the crowd at the gate and watched a very old man come off a horse in full armor without an inch of stoop in him, with his lieutenants behind him. Li Wei, the Marquis of Yuanling. I had seen him a handful of times in my life, always from far away. The seating in Wutong Courtyard was, as ever, unsurprising. I was in the far corner, in the back. He gave the same speech he gave every year, about diligence, with a few war stories. My cousins arranged their faces into seriousness. Then he did what he does at year's end, which is to make everyone perform. It's rare for little Fan to be home. Let's start with you. Li Fan got up, walked out with the bearing of a small statesman, and said 2 words. Mountain collapse. A phantom mountain came out of the air over the courtyard and dropped, and the incense burner underneath it stopped existing. Words become law. Say a thing, and it is true, and the thing you said falls on somebody. He's 10. When he's older, that phantom won't crush an incense burner, it'll crush the courtyard. The lieutenants applauded. My grandfather's whole face opened up. He gave the boy a sword and told him if he didn't like it, he could go swap it with his grandmother for anything he wanted. Then everyone else went, in order, and it got worse and worse, and the lieutenants kept praising, and their praise got thinner every round, and my grandfather's expression settled into something between boredom and grief. Then he remembered me. "Li Jinlong, did you come today?" I got up, went forward, bowed to every elder correctly. He looked at my clothes. "Is this what you wear to our family's mid-autumn banquet?" I had money. Prefect Guo's silver was in my room. I could have bought something magnificent, but that money was given to me for cultivation, not for looking like a person at a dinner, so I hadn't. Every face in the courtyard turned, ready. Madame Wang stood up. "Reporting to the old lord, the household requires Li Jinlong to be self-reliant. He earns his own meals. He has no money left for clothes." "Is that so? Your brother Li Minghao also went to the capital and made his own way. When did he ever dress like this?" A pause, and then, without waiting to see anything I could do, "You should learn from your older brother. Today's situation is entirely your lack of ability." 3 words, delivered before I'd been asked to demonstrate a single thing. Incompetent. And those 3 words, coming out of the mouth of the Marquis of Yuanling at a family banquet, become a label. Li Jinlong, the incompetent 5th young master of the Shen family. That travels. I kept my face still, because giving them a reaction is giving them a handle. Madame Wang tried again. "He works all day. He has no time. He's already 9th rank and got cut down for it. Whether he has ability, I have been on battlefields for decades. Do you think I can't tell? And as the wife of the 3rd branch, his behavior is your responsibility. Ling Sheng has been fighting for years. His wife should share his burdens, not raise a useless descendant." She sat down with nothing. I filed the whole exchange under debts and stood there. "The palace has set your wedding for mid-December," he said. "What do you think of your engagement to Zhao Meifeng? Are you a good match?" Here it comes. In response to the old lord, "The Su family's youngest daughter is a prodigy of her generation. Li Jinlong is naturally unworthy of her." "Good, you have some self-awareness." I urge the old lord to decide and to request the annulment from the throne so as not to wrong the Su family's chosen one. Which is the one answer he could not take, and he knew I knew it. Break the engagement? The Shen family can break it by destroying decades of foundation in the army. Do you think I should? He was fishing. He wanted me to volunteer, to say, "I'll ruin my body, I'll ruin my name, I'll give the family its excuse." "But if we don't," I said pleasantly, "it's a real injustice for the Su family's chosen one." He frowned, genuinely unable to tell whether I was slow or doing this on purpose. Then he took a letter out of his sleeve and handed it to me. "From your father. Read it yourself." I read it under the moon in my own courtyard after they'd sent me to help the servants clear the banquet, which they did, and which I did. I had lowered my expectations as far as they would go before I broke the seal. The letter said, "Agree to all arrangements made by the family, obey the elders, break off the engagement." That was the loving part. Then it offered suggestions. For example, that I might visit a brothel and get caught, which would give both houses grounds on the basis of moral failure. I want you to understand what he was proposing. A young noble in a brothel is a shrug. A young noble carrying a royal marriage decree in a brothel is contempt for the emperor. It's not scandal, it's a crime. The engagement would end, yes, so would considerably more than my legs. My father, who had spoken to me perhaps 4 times, had put actual thought into how to destroy me, and had chosen the option that also happened to be the most convenient for everyone else. I tore it up and put it in the stove. An hour later, a servant came to fetch me back to Wutong Courtyard, because the old lord had decided that as the family's worst cultivator, I should return and clean up. I laughed, actually. Worst cultivator. 8th rank, standing in the corner of the courtyard, holding a broom. He asked me at the door what my father's letter had said. "My father instructed me to listen to my elders, observe the etiquette, and fulfill my duties," I said. "Also to protect myself and take no risks." His eyebrows came down because he knew exactly what was in that letter, and now he knew I wasn't going to play. He pointed me at the servants and told me to wait with them and do the dirty work later. So I spent 2 hours sweeping Wutong Courtyard by moonlight with the household staff, and while I swept, I picked up anything broken that was going to be thrown out, because I could take the broken off it at home. The servants around me were being very careful with me, and, I noticed, a little proud. Young Master Li's actually better than most of them. Who can argue? Treated worse than us, eats worse than us, and he's still 9th rank. You can only say he was unlucky, his mother and the old madam. I carried an armload of the family's garbage back to my house and found Madame Wang sitting on a stone chair in the dark, waiting for me. She saw what was in my arms and had to take a breath before she could talk. "What did your father say in the letter?" I could have told her. It would have finished something in her. "Nothing much. Take care of myself. Mind the cold weather." I don't believe it. Him? Caring? Hand it over. I'll read it. I dropped it on the way back. Can't find it. She looked at me for a second and understood everything and let it go. Fine. I won't read it. It'll be cold words. Reading it will only make me feel worse. And she stood up and said the thing she says. "Xiao Li, whatever anyone says to you, cherish your body. Don't do anything rash." I walked her home. In the main courtyard, my grandmother was wiping my grandfather's face with a cloth, and the two of them were talking about me. Based on his answers tonight, that child is not prepared to cooperate. If the calamity were obedient, she said, Ling Sheng wouldn't have needed to write at all. She listed my crimes. Prefect Guo, the tea, the prefecture, the fact that if they moved on me openly now, they'd look like monsters. He listened. At that age, being told to sacrifice yourself for the clan, I probably wouldn't have agreed either. He was quiet a moment, and then finished the thought, and it is the most honest sentence anyone in that family ever said. But there's no way around it. Let Ling Sheng handle it. He's the father. Nobody can gossip about that. The next morning he rode back to the border, and 5 days later my father came home. They made me stand in the ancestral hall from mid-afternoon. 4 hours in front of the Shun family tablets, waiting, because the old madam had decided that was where the conversation would start. I'm 7th rank. I could stand there for a week. She didn't know that, which was the only reason it wasn't a punishment. The horses came in after dark. She met him at the gate with real tenderness. "San Lang, why so late? You must be exhausted," and told him it was all his own fault for having a disobedient child, because if the child were obedient, he wouldn't have had to make the trip. Note the arithmetic. My legs against his, 3 days on a road. Then everyone was sent away, and Li Ming walked into the hall. He didn't speak. He lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed to the tablets, at length, in armor, so that the pressure of ancestry and rank would be sitting on my shoulders before he opened his mouth. I waited. The incense burned all the way down. He broke first. "I hear you accuse Madame Yang of an affair with a servant. Is that true?" 3 months apart. That's the opening. Not, did they try to brand your face? Not, are you injured? He came home to correct the slander against his sister-in-law. Tomorrow I'll go to the prefecture and clear her name. Father, will you also seek justice for me over the false theft charge? They did that because you didn't cooperate. If you'd cooperated earlier and broken the engagement, none of it would have happened. And he let his aura out to make me nervous, which was almost sweet. I had a thing in my head that killed me every night. His pressure felt like weather. "I saw what I saw with my own eyes," I said. "I can't speak against my conscience." He kicked a chair apart. "So the old lord was right. You really are a rebellious son. The Shen family has raised you all these years. Food, clothing, everything. And it went to waste." I nearly laughed out loud in an ancestral hall. Raised. Every bite I've eaten, I earned. Every thread I've worn, I earned. And I earned it doing the filthiest work in a house where the actual servants got room, board, and a monthly wage, and I got the work. If they had ever once let me leave, I'd have been gone the first winter. Before I could answer, Madame Wang came in with Xiao Qing behind her. "When the third master comes home," she said, "I, the third madam, am the last to hear about it." He glanced at her the way you glance at furniture. "What did your father say to you?" she asked me. He answered instead. "What else? Cooperate with the family and break the engagement. I sent word through the old lord and he wouldn't listen, otherwise I wouldn't have had to come." Word. I watched her face put 2 things together. The letter. The letter I'd told her said mind the cold weather. "So that's what the letter was," she said quietly. "Xiao Li told me you wrote to say it was getting cold and he should wear more. And I said, how would you ever think about the 2 of us?" Her disappointment did not arrive all at once. It stacked. And then it went past disappointment into whatever's on the other side. "The letter contains important matters and a few empty words," he said. "What is there to write about? What matters now is that he cooperates." And that is when my stepmother stopped being careful. Cooperate, she said. Cooperate how? Legs broken and made a cripple? Face tattooed with the ink punishment? Throwing away his entire life to cooperate? Her eyes had knives in them. The sages say the tiger and the wolf hunt for their cubs, and parents plan a future for their children. What future have you planned for Li Jinlong? Did you plan his death? As his father, may I not say these things? Even tigers don't eat their cubs. You are 100 times more vicious than anything on that mountain. What do women know? This concerns the entire Shen family. What's wrong with Li Jinlong making a sacrifice? And louder, because he'd found a version of it he liked. He's achieved nothing on the martial path. He's contributed nothing to this family. What's wrong with sacrificing a little now? So she gave him the ledger. Everything he eats, everything he wears, he earned. Do you know how much dirty work he did in this house? You keep saying he has no martial skill. Has your family ever given him one chance to learn? The others have fine clothes and daily instructors. Does Li Jinlong? Forget instruction, he's lucky to fill his stomach. Tell me how a boy treated like that is supposed to die for you. He went quiet and then said the only thing he had. I am his father. Whatever else, he has to listen to me. A kind father makes a filial son, she said. Why should a son obey a father who wants to send him to his death? And then, flat. Also, you are his father. Don't forget that I am his mother. I do not agree. Absolutely not. She isn't my blood. She's the third madam. In this empire, that makes her my mother, and a mother can shield her son, and she stood in an ancestral hall and used it. His eyes changed. He switched tools. The Shen family business will pass to your cousin Li Minghao. Since Zhao Meifeng and your cousin love each other, breaking the engagement makes him owe you. Even if you're crippled, he'll take care of you for life out of gratitude. Your future may well be better than it is now. Hard didn't work, so here's a pie in the sky. Unfortunately, I've been eating pie for a year, and I was sick of it. And if my cousin isn't grateful, I said, what becomes of my life? He had nothing, so he improvised. How could he not? He promised me he'd take good care of you. Aren't promises made to be broken? When father married the third madam, he made many promises. How many did he keep? He sat down. The Su family's chosen one never wanted you. This will end. Only the method is undecided. This lack of cooperation will bring you nothing good. Since she doesn't want to marry me, I said, let her break her leg and pay the price. Why is it mine? And he sneered and gave me the sentence I'm going to keep on a shelf for the rest of my life. Why you? Because you're incompetent. Because you're useless. What else could it be? Then, in case I hadn't understood, and Su Hongyi has already said that if it isn't broken, he will break it his own way. Go find out who Su Hongyi is. Cooperating with your family would be easier. He was using the man who intended to cripple me as a reason for me to cripple myself first, threatening his own son with somebody else's knife to save the family a bill. Xiaoqing couldn't hold it in. Third master, the fifth young master is your own flesh and blood. You should protect him. The slap came across without a word. He is a general. He has been on battlefields for 30 years. If that hand had landed on a maid's face, she would have gone down and possibly not gotten up. 7th rank reaction speed. I got a hand up to block, and it wasn't enough, so I put my other hand in her chest and shoved her clear and took the rest of it across my back. It burned all the way through. Does a maid have the right to speak when her masters are speaking? Do it again, and I'll have you beaten to death in the courtyard. Madame Wang pulled her behind her skirts and stood there, looking at a man she had been married to for years and had never once met. So I made him an offer. If I am more capable than Zhao Meifeng, then should she pay the price for the annulment? What, stalling for time? The wedding is mid-December, under 3 months. If I prove I'm better than her within 3 months, the annulment doesn't need me. He looked at Madame Wang. He looked at me, and he laughed, because I had just offered to bet my legs against arithmetic. At the end of winter, the Su family's chosen one attends the Thousand Autumns gathering in Heiyang City. If you feel you're strong enough to surpass her, go to the gathering and surpass her. He turned to leave. And if you lack the ability, accept your fate. He walked out without looking back. Madame Wang's face had gone gray. I got her into a chair. Madam, what's wrong? I've simply given up on him, she said. Xiaoqing started saying the things you say. He was angry, he didn't mean it, and Madame Wang looked at the door he'd gone out of. He was that heartless to Xiao Li, and Xiao Li is his own blood. I'm a woman he married for his reputation. They'll be worse to me. I crouched down next to her chair. Third Madam, you still have me, and you still have Xiao Qing. I meant it as hard as I have ever meant anything. Trust me, I'll make sure the two of you live well. We're leaving this place. She started crying and did not stop for a while. I sent them home at 1 in the morning and found out from a servant that my father had not gone to his wife's courtyard. He'd taken a guest room at random. She had expected that. That's the part that got me. My back ached for 2 hours afterward, 7th rank, and it still ached. If that had landed on Xiao Qing, the next morning, a servant brought me the second letter. He'd left it on his way out. The handwriting was a mess, which told me he'd written it angry. Before the wedding, prove you are better than the Su family's chosen one. Otherwise, cooperate with the Shen family and break the engagement. And if the wedding date arrives and it isn't broken, then the maid called Xiao Qing can be crippled in your place. I sat with that for a while, with the veins standing up on the back of my hands. He had worked out that direct threats didn't move me. He'd watched me put my body between his hand and a servant girl, and he had taken notes. They said 3 months. It was really 2. And I had a bet to win against the greatest sword talent of the generation, and I was 7th rank, and I had run out of book. Mountains and Rivers was finished. It's a foundation manual. Foundations don't build second floors. To go higher, I needed an advanced cultivation technique. And advanced techniques are family secrets kept in vaults, and you cannot walk into the East Market and buy one. And even if you could, I couldn't afford it, and I couldn't leave the city anyway. My one hope was Xiaoyao Peak. Wen Yue Shou came 2 days later, and I saw the answer on her face before she opened her mouth. I'm sorry, I recommended you. I told the elders everything about the Sunset Sword Manual. Senior sister, there's no need. You tried. Whatever comes of it, I'm the one who should thank you. She still looked wretched, because in her accounting she owed me and had failed to pay. Xiaoyao Peak has a rule from its founding, she said. We don't involve ourselves in the court's disputes. Your engagement with junior sister Mei Feng is the center of one. The elder said taking you in would mean offending the Shen family and the Su family at once. Of course, that path had been shut before I ever thought of it. It's fine, I said. Whatever happens is karma's business. Which made her feel worse, which was not my intention, but I'd take the outcome. I heard from Li Qing that your family gave you an ultimatum. Before the wedding, surpass Zhao Meifeng, or cooperate. She knew exactly what cooperate meant. She also knew, because she was one of the 4 or 5 people alive qualified to know, that surpassing Zhao Meifeng was not a difficult goal, it was a nonsense goal. Nobody her age in the empire could take her. Is there anything else I can do? And because I was out of pride and running out of clock, I said yes. Do you have an advanced cultivation technique? She winced. Those are only taught inside the sect. I understood. Every family and every mountain hoards them. That's what a family is. But, she said, I have a lead. West out of Yunnan City, over the mountains, into the small kingdom of Qianyang. Northeast of their capital, near a town, there's a mass graveyard. And in that graveyard, there's a stone tablet with an advanced technique carved on it. Recorded by a senior of Xiaoyao Peak who liked to wander. He said it's harder to comprehend than mountains and rivers. He studied it 2 years, got nowhere, and burned his copy in frustration. She looked at me sideways. But your comprehension is what it is. You might find it easy. Harder to comprehend. Lovely. Send more. There was only one problem, and it was the same problem as always. I can't leave Yunnan City. She thought about that for exactly 2 seconds. Then I'll get you out. If I go, the Shen family will blame you. And Xiaoyao Peak will be in the courts fight after all. She lifted a hand and stopped me. This is my own doing. If it's investigated, the sect isn't involved. A pause. You've helped me a great deal. I intend to repay it. And she left, and came back 2 days later with a map and with Zhou Heng's sword. West out of the city, over the mountain range, Qianyang is on the other side. She looked up. Tonight, I'll delay the man who watches you. When you see my signal, go immediately. At the hour of the tiger, 3 in the morning, the signal came. I left a letter for Madame Wang and Xiao Qing on my table, saying I'd gone out to train and not to worry, which was a lie of omission I've never regretted. Yunnan City is very quiet at 3 in the morning. I went along the wall to the western edge, where in years past a masked man had always appeared to turn me around, and no masked man appeared. And then I was outside. I want to tell you what that was like because it is the only part of this whole story where I sound like an idiot. I stopped. I stood on ordinary dirt outside an ordinary wall and noticed that the ground was softer out here, that it didn't push back on my feet the same way, that there was something in the air, faintly, that I couldn't name and had never smelled inside the city. 18 years in that body, and it had never once been on the other side of a wall. Then I looked back at Yunnan City for about 2 seconds and turned west and ran all night. By dawn, I was at the border range. I found a rock, ate flatbread, and started climbing. And 3 hours later, I came over the top and looked down into a country I'd never heard of before last week. Qianyang has mountains and almost nothing else. 2 cities, barren ground. The kind of place nobody has invaded for a century because nobody can be bothered. I sat down on a ledge, took out the map, and read it. Rough map. Extract. 3 lines turned into a proper survey with landmarks on it, and I want to note for the record that this is the least impressive use of a divine ability in the history of the world, and it saved me 2 days. Coming down was slower than going up, and at the foot of the range there was a whole market that had grown up out of nothing, full of people who had crossed from the Great Way. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I stayed off the main road, made camp in the open, and practiced by moonlight, because for the first time since I'd started, I had space. In the Shen residence, I'd been running lonely wind treading snow steps inside a room the size of a cupboard. Out here, I could actually move. I put ethereal sword intent into the sunset manual and cut a stripe through a stand of trees. 100 blades in the moonlight, and behind them all, 1 single sword mark in the wood. Then I tried the thing I'd been afraid of. Heavenly Tao sword intent. 10,000 swords imprison the dragon. The sword came out of my hand and split, then split. Then split again, and in about 3 heartbeats, there were over 100 blades hanging in the air above a field in a foreign country. All silver, all wrong, all with something in them that wanted to be used. I clamped down before it made more. I could feel the pressure of the thing I'd summoned pushing on my own skull. 1 flick, 1 shadow went out. It crossed the field faster than I could have followed. Nothing at my level dodges that. Then it all came apart. My soft sword fell out of the air, and I sat down in the grass with the world tilting, because summoning 100 of those had emptied me like a bucket. Right. Not a technique. A last resort. If I ever use that and it doesn't finish the job, I lose. 2 days later, I reached the town on the map, and the town was the second thing that felt wrong. It was busy. A tiny place in a barren kingdom, and the street was packed, and half the people on it were dressed in Great Way fashion and carrying weapons with blue tags. Some purple. Purple weapons. In a border town in the poorest country on the continent. There was exactly 1 inn. Good Luck Inn. Sounds like a place that owes money. 50 taels a night, said the waiter, beaming, for the smallest room. How much? He explained it with enormous patience, and in explaining it, he told me everything. Everyone was here for a heaven and earth treasure. Word had been going around for 7 years that one was going to be born near this town. The Qianyang court had noticed the traffic and gone into the hospitality business. The inn was theirs. I had 36 taels total. Never mind, I said, too expensive. Our town has a curfew. If you want to sleep outside, you'll walk more than 10 miles, and it isn't peaceful out there at night. Which was a threat delivered with a smile, and it was also true, and I still didn't have 50 taels. I turned to go, and a silver ingot landed on the counter. I'll pay for him. Let him stay. The voice was female and cool and did not invite conversation. She was in a light green robe, and she had the kind of face that makes a room reorganize itself around her, and the coldness in her voice did not match anything else about her. I looked twice, realized I was looking twice, and stopped. She was already going up the stairs. I didn't follow her. 50 taels was a fortune to me, and half a meal to her, and I've never confused my own pockets with somebody else's. You're a lucky man, said the waiter, watching me watch the stairs with real envy. You'll go home loaded down with treasure. Then I made him honor the 3 free questions he'd promised with the room, and got him down from 6 taels to 5 for a few more, and by the end of it, I understood the shape of the place. Qianyang is old. Older than the Great Way, older than Qi, older than Yan. It had a bad few centuries, lost its talent and its strength, and couldn't hold the good land, and the Great Way ate it a bite at a time until what's left is a ring of rocks. And 7 years ago, word got out about a treasure. Nobody has ever confirmed it. Everybody keeps coming. I lay on a 50-tail bed that was worse than my plank at home and thought, it's a story, somebody made it up, and a whole economy grew on it. Then I thought about the woman in green and told myself to stop, and did not stop, and eventually got up and read the map again instead, which is the coward's way out. There was no mass graveyard on it, which makes sense. Nobody marks those. They're unlucky. But I noticed something else. Several roads on that map bent for no reason, all of them around the same empty patch. Roads don't curve around nothing. They curve around graves. In the morning, the street outside was worse than the day before. A crowd of them, heading west into the mountains, and every one of them had the bearing of somebody who'd killed people. I went a different way, off the road, cutting vines with sword chi when they got in front of me, over 2 peaks and down into a valley full of yellow weeds and scattered stone. Mass graveyard. Some of the stones were 3/4 swallowed by the ground. Now, finding one specific tablet in a field of them is a nightmare, unless you happen to be able to read a label off every object you look at. A dilapidated tombstone, a damaged tombstone, a broken tombstone, a tattered tombstone. I went down the rows like a man checking crates in a warehouse, and about an incense stick in, one of them came up different. A stone tablet with illegible inscription, not a tombstone. Nobody was buried under it. Somebody had come out here, into a field of the unburied dead, and set up a stone that wasn't a grave marker, and then made sure nobody could read it. I dug it out, stood it up, and pulled. The carving came clear. I copied every character onto paper, and when I looked at what I'd copied, the paper said, missing or incomplete cultivation technique, which is why the wandering senior of Xiaoyao Peak had burned his copy. The stone wasn't just illegible, it was also missing pieces. He'd spent 2 years trying to comprehend a book with holes in it. Extract. 4 characters came up on my little booklet. Gen Mountain's secret method. I put it in my bag. Then I took out incense and candles and paper money, and I burned them for the people in that field, because whatever else I'd come here for, they'd had a bad death, and I'd disturbed them, and it costs me nothing to be decent. Then I went down to the road, and the road told me why the town was full. For days there had been phenomena over the high mountains west of town, big enough that nobody could hide them. The experts who study these things had announced that the anomalies were the signs before a heaven and earth treasure is born. Today was the day. Now. I had absolutely no business in that. I was 7th rank and outstanding for my age, and the people going up that mountain were not people my age. They were veterans with 40 years of scars. But I could read labels off things from a distance, and something calling itself a heaven and earth treasure was going to have an interesting one. So I went, and stopped at the edge of where the elders were gathering, and looked down at a perfectly circular plaza with a hole in the middle of it. And then I climbed the mountain beside it for a better view, and got to the top, and my stomach turned over. 8 peaks, including the one under my feet, standing in a ring around a circular plaza with a hole at the exact center. That is not a landscape, that is a diagram. I told myself that a treasure powerful enough to be worth all this could probably rearrange terrain, and that I didn't know anything about this world, and that I should sit down quietly and watch. If you're only here to broaden your horizons, stand further away. I nearly came out of my skin, because there had been nobody within 100 paces of me, and now there was. The woman in green, standing on a flying sword in the air off the ledge, not moving in a straight line, hovering, which means 4th rank at minimum, and possibly 3rd, which is the immortal realm, which is a category I had no words for. Thank you for the advice, Senior. This junior will keep his distance. Since you're already here, there's no need. Guard your mind and look around. She waved a hand and something floated over to me. A jade pendant. The moment it touched my palm, the low pressure I'd been ignoring for the last hour eased off my skull. Before I could thank her, she was gone, and when I found her again, she was at the edge of the plaza with the others. I looked at the pendant. Jade artifact for calming the mind and protecting the heart. Purple. And I finally understood why all the young people had stopped so far back down the mountain. Closer in, that pressure would split your head. I'd walked up here without noticing because I spent every night getting stabbed by a sword intent that ate minds for a living. So I lay flat on a peak with a stranger's jade in my hands and watched the sky. The pressure built. The plaza started to glow. Down on the circle, men and women who had been stuck at one realm for decades were looking at that light with the faces of people watching a door open. There were too many wolves and not enough meat, and every one of them knew it. Then the ground shook, and boulders came off the peaks, and cracks opened across the plaza, and the whole world made the sound a mountain makes. And out of the cracks came thorns. They went through that crowd of top-tier experts like a net through fish. And the experts, being what they were, did not take it seriously, and prepared to jump clear, and found they couldn't. I watched a plaza full of fourth rank and above stand perfectly still while brambles wound them up. Bodies like copper and iron, and every single one of them got pricked. That was the moment they understood, all together, what kind of day it was. There was no treasure. There was a trap with a very good story attached. The thorns reached me too, thinner up here. My strength went out of me like water out of a cracked jar. Seventh rank, gone. My arms went slow. They wound around my ankles, not sharp enough to cut, just impossible to pull off. So I stopped pulling, reached into my head, took out one of the gray tags I'd been hoarding for months, corrupt, and dropped it on the thorns around my feet. They withered in my hands. I stepped out of them, stood up on a mountaintop with no cultivation and no strength, and looked down at a plaza where every powerful person within 500 miles was tied to the ground. And the pressure that had been squeezing my skull all afternoon was gone, which meant I could go down there. Getting down that mountain took me 2 hours and most of the skin on my knees and elbows. Going up it, I'd had a 7th rank body. Coming down, I had a teenager's body and a mountain that had been designed by an unkind god. I tore strips off my shirt and bound my arms so I'd stop leaving a trail, because with no cultivation at all, a bad bleed will simply put you to sleep, and that's that. At the bottom, I sat on the ground and my stomach growled at me, and I ate flatbread out of my bundle and noticed my appetite had shrunk back to normal, which was a small, sad detail. Then I walked toward the plaza. The road was lined with people in thorns. A lot of them had already gone under from blood loss. I am not a saint, and I did not have the tools, and I didn't know any of them, and half of them had come up that mountain planning to kill each other over a fruit. So I put a spare shirt over my head to hide my face, because if I only rescued one person and everybody saw me do it, I'd walk out of here with 100 enemies. At the plaza, the thorns were 10 times thicker, and the spines on them were real. It was getting dark. I went around the ring by moonlight, looking, and the people I passed pretended to be dead, because they'd all concluded I was the one who'd done this and had come back to finish it. I found her on the west side. The thorns had her wrapped from ankles to shoulders and had gone through her clothes in a dozen places. Her lips had no color in them. She wasn't moving. I didn't wake her. I got the sword out and started cutting and cut and cut, because thorns are impossible to pull and very easy to sever, and after several, I leaned in close and told her, quietly, who I was. Her eyes opened at once. She'd been playing dead. If I hadn't said my name, she'd have gone for my throat the second she could move, and she'd have been right to. Anyone who lives 40 years at that level has the reflex. The rest of it took half an incense stick, and every thorn I moved reopened something, and she clenched her jaw and didn't make a sound. I got a shoulder under her, and we went. Behind us, the plaza worked out what was happening, and the promises started. Generous gifts. Anything you want. And when I kept walking, the promises turned into threats, which settled it for me. The louder they got, the more certain I was that I couldn't afford to let a single one of them loose. 6 miles out, she started going gray and slowing down. I put her at the side of the road, tore up more of my shirt, and bandaged everything I could reach. Then I handed her a water skin and a piece of flatbread. She hesitated. Then she took both and ate that terrible dry flatbread like a soldier. Then she stopped walking. We can't go further. We need to get into the forest and hide. I turned into the trees without asking why, and she explained as we went. If I'm not mistaken, we're inside an absolute immortal formation. Inside it, a higher law overwrites the world's law. That's why our techniques don't exist here. Not suppressed. Overwritten. And the one who said it is standing outside the edge. Yes, anyone who walks toward the boundary gets one sword stroke from a person at full strength, delivered at people who have none. The only correct move is to hide until the formation fails. We found 4 big trees grown into a rough circle with a clearing in the middle. Cut dry grass, spread it, sat down on opposite sides of it. Both of us knew perfectly well that sleeping in a strange forest was stupid. Both of us fell asleep anyway, because we were finished. In the morning, she was awake before me, sitting with her knees pulled up, looking small. The day before, she had been flying. I dug out 2 more pieces of flatbread and gave her one along with the water. "Everything I own is in my storage ring," she said in a low voice, "and I can't open it here." Storage rings use spatial law. Spatial law had been overwritten. Which is how a boy too poor to afford one, carrying his lunch in a cloth bundle like a farmhand, ended up being the only person in the forest with supplies. "It's fine. I have plenty of flatbread, 2 or 3 days' worth. Giving it to me may be a burden. You paid 50 taels for my room. That's 1,000 of these. I split it and came out ahead. And then, because it was true, and you gave me a pendant. Without it, I'd have gone off that mountain." She stopped arguing. I got up to start building, because it was late autumn and every rain out here would take another degree out of the air, and with no cultivation in either of us, a chill was not an inconvenience, it was a way to die. She stood up to help and made a small sound, and then didn't move, and I looked away fast. The thorns had done a lot to her clothes. "Señor, I'm fine. If I want to survive out here, I have to help." "Señor, that isn't what and I pointed at the air near her and turned around. There was a long pause behind me. I took a shirt out of my bundle, set it on the grass, and said something about scouting the area and possibly being gone 2 hours, and left at a speed that was not dignified. I'd like to report that I spent that walk thinking about survival. What I actually did was spend 40 minutes telling myself to stop thinking about a thing and discovering that a person can control what he thinks about, but cannot control what he does not think about. Anyway, I found fruit. Small, pear-shaped, and when I looked at it, poisonous fruit. For anybody else, inedible. I peeled "contains toxicity" off it and took a bite, and it was excellent, and I filled the front of my shirt with them. I also found no large predators, no prints, no scat, no signs at all. Rabbits and birds, and nothing above that. I called out from a long way off when I came back, so she'd have warning, and she leaned out from the shelter and answered, and understood exactly why I'd shouted. She was in my linen shirt, which was far too big for her, and I looked twice again, and again I stopped. I put the fruit down on the grass, and, because I could see her deciding whether it was poisoned, picked one up and took a large bite out of it first. She knew exactly what she'd become, no strength, injured, and physically at the mercy of a boy she'd met twice. She said thank you, and ate one. Then I built a fire. I sharpened a stick with the soft sword and drilled it into a plank the way people did before there were people, and in late autumn dry country it went up fast, and I banked it and buried the coals. I looked over. She was staring at the fire like I'd done a card trick. I have no idea what she thought I'd used. The hut took 2 hours. Planks off a dead tree, walls braced against the trunks, a roof once it had a basic shape because it only had to be recognizably a house. Then, in the morning, before she woke, I looked at it, a dilapidated house. Extract. The gaps closed, waterproof. We fell into a shape after that. I went out and brought things back. She rested and healed, and every night we sat by a fire that was walled on 3 sides with dirt so the light wouldn't carry. The bear was the strangest thing I found, wrapped in thorns, days dead, and the thorns were feeding on it the way a vine feeds on a wall, which explained the missing predators. Something out here had been eating the forest for years. I skinned it, took meat, took the hide, stripped spoiled off the meat, and cooked it. She could not cook. I want that on the record. A woman 1 step from the immortal realm produced meals that a starving man would think about, whereas I had spent a year feeding myself in a courtyard on things nobody wanted, and my rough camp cooking was, and I say this humbly, better than the restaurants in Yunnan City. Poverty is a curriculum. And in return, she taught me. She sat with a twig and drew in the dirt and started at the bottom and went up. Pills, formations, artifacts, the major schools and what each of them does to you. How a scholar fights and how you break one. How a chess player traps you and where his weakness lives. What each rank actually requires, not the slogans, the mechanics, the things that go wrong, and how to know it's going wrong before it does. That is not general knowledge. That is a lifetime of a top-tier expert's private notes, and she handed the whole thing over to a stranger in a wooden hut. She caught me looking at the ground and not at the diagrams once and tapped me on the head and told me to pay attention. I had never had a teacher in my life, not once, And the first one I ever got was a woman drawing in dirt with a stick, in a country I wasn't supposed to be in, inside a trap. It took 4 days to cover the basics, and I filled a whole notebook. Somewhere in there, the awkwardness went out of it. At the start, if the back of a hand brushed a hand, both of us moved. By the end, we weren't moving. Then we went back to look at the plaza. The mountain path was steep enough that we ended up hauling each other up sections of it, and afterward, on the flat, neither of us let go for a while. And then we did, and then I started a conversation about absolutely nothing, and she helped me carry it. The plaza had been crushed into pieces by an arch of brambles, and in the middle of it, the main trunk had come up like a cactus with a single pale yellow flower on the top. "We were right," she said. "That's the heart-crushing vine. It's the treasure. In a few more days, the flower falls and it fruits." There was no scam. That was the joke. There really was a heaven and earth treasure. Somebody had simply understood that the way to harvest it safely was to bring everyone who might compete for it into a formation and let the plant eat them. "Whoever built this is very good," she said, "and the plan is 2 for 1. Cripple the great ways experts and clear the field for the fruit at the same time." A pause. "If nothing goes wrong," which it has, because nobody outside dares come in, and there's nobody left in here but us. We looked at each other across a plaza full of the dead, standing next to a treasure, with a month to wait. Back in Yunnan City, it took the Shen family more than 10 days to notice I was gone. The sentry assigned to watch me had lost me, and, being sensible, immediately ran away. And Madame Wang, who had read the note I left, kept carrying a food box to an empty courtyard every day so it would look occupied. They only caught it because Li Fan had hired somebody to come after me, and the somebody kept finding nobody home. Then the panic started, and it was beautiful. Because think about what my disappearance actually did to them. If I'm crippled, they get their annulment. If I'm dead, they get their annulment. If I've simply run away, they get the throne asking whether the Shen family hid a groom to sabotage a royal marriage, and that is not a fine, that is a hammer. And on top of it, the story. His mother fled that house, and now the son has too. "This must not be spoken of," said the old madam. "Punish anyone who repeats it." Then she took her cane to Madame Wang's courtyard. "Where did Li Jinlong go? Bring him back immediately." "Old madam, I truly don't know. And Jin, he does have real talent. He reached the 9th rank in such a short time. Let him gain experience. Perhaps our family will produce another prodigy. He's almost 18 and only 9th rank. What is the point of his training? He's far behind little Fan. If that calamity is a prodigy, every family in the world is full of prodigies." That was in front of witnesses, and it was said with total conviction, and I want you to hold on to it, because in 10 months' time, she would have to eat that sentence in public with a spoon. Then, Wen Yuexiu arrived, because she'd heard, and she walked in and offered her own neck. "Old madam, punish Yuexiu instead. I helped him leave." And my grandmother, who despised me, was not going to punish a disciple of Xiaoyao Peak, so she handed her a way out. "You were deceived by that rebellious son," and then turned back to the 2 people she was actually allowed to hurt. "We will proceed as the 3rd master arranged. If Li Jinlong is not back before the wedding, I will smash this maid's legs to pieces." Xiao Qing, who was standing right there, said, "Madam, don't worry. Broken legs are broken legs, as long as you and the young master are all right." And then she smiled and said that if her legs were broken, she'd get to depend on them even more. Madame Wang held on to her and did not answer. She wrote to her own family that night. The Yun house isn't the Shen house, but it isn't nothing, and her brothers would stand up for her. And in a forest in Qianyang, having no idea about any of it, I was learning to make dried fish. 20 days in, we had enough food stored in the hut that hunger stopped being a topic. We had fruit, dried fish, dried meat, wild greens. We did not have warmth. It was late autumn going into winter, and both of us owned thermal underwear and my one spare shirt, so I took bear hide and rabbit skins and lashed them into 2 shapeless fur coats with vine. They worked. They also made a woman who was 1 step from the immortal realm look approximately like a haystack, and every time she came out of the hut in hers, my face did something and she'd turn away. There is no dignity in a fur coat made by an amateur, and I have never enjoyed anything more. One evening, I was staring off through the trees and she said, without looking up, "What's wrong? Missing your sweet little wife at home? I'm not married. Where did the wife come from?" Then, because it was true, "I'm worried about my family. I don't know how the 3rd madam and Xiao Qing are doing." "Xiao Qing is your sister?" "She's the 3rd madam's personal maid. We grew up like siblings. Her eyes came up. Personal maid. I know. Linen shirt. Couldn't afford 50 taels. I don't look like a great house. Why is that? Because I'm not liked in my own clan. And she frowned, actually frowned, and said, I've been teaching you for days. Your comprehension is extraordinary. With a little guidance, you'll stand among the strong. What clan looks down on a junior like that? They already have someone better, I said. They only need one. She let it go, and then she picked it back up sideways. So what do your elders want from you? A quiet wife, some children, an ordinary life? A pause, and then, lightly, or, with a face like that, maybe they're hoping you marry into a wealthy family as a son-in-law. I laughed, and then I stopped laughing, because I'd thought about what marrying into anything actually meant for a man about to have his legs broken. She read my face and misread it and apologized. That was a joke. It's fine. I picked a dry blade of grass off the ground. Actually, I do have a marriage contract. And a fiancé. She went still for exactly 1 beat and then said, Is that so? Well, a man should marry when he comes of age, and moved a little further toward the corner. Neither of us slept. An hour, 2 hours, and somewhere in the dark I heard myself say, at slightly too much volume, Although there is an engagement, it will definitely be broken. I said it will definitely be broken, before the 15th of the 12th month. She was about 4 feet away. If you're breaking it, break it. Why announce it? It's hardly something to brag about. And she said it in the exact tone of a person who feels a great deal better and has decided to be difficult about it. Then, after a while, Since you're breaking it, shall I introduce you to my disciple? She has outstanding sword talent. About half a year younger than you. Perfect. No, I said, to the ceiling of a plank hut. I prefer more mature women. I don't want to marry somebody younger than me. There was no answer to that, and I lay there for a long time, listening to somebody 4 feet away, not answering. It snowed a few days later. We woke up with a white roof, and she went out and started building a snowman, and stopped when she caught me watching, because a woman with her rank building a snowman is undignified. I went over and helped her build it. The snow came down on both of us, and after a while, there was a layer of it in our hair. Snowflakes all over my head, I said. Does that count as white hair? We both looked up. Then we both looked down. And then the world rippled, and the snow scattered sideways, and space folded and let out a light. It lasted the length of a few dozen breaths. When it stopped, she raised her hand, and a long sword came out of the ring on her finger. The formation is failing, 3 days at most. She turned the sword over. I have my 7th rank back. Then we can leave. Neither of us said anything else, and neither of us was excited, and both of us noticed the other one wasn't. She opened her storage ring and put on her own robes, and a woman in a fur haystack turned back into a fairy in light blue with a veil at her throat, and the distance between us came back into the room and sat down. That night, she stayed in the hut, and neither of us slept, and neither of us spoke. 2 days later, the last of the formation's law went out of the world. The fruit was ripe. We'd been checking. And on the last morning, in the dark before dawn, we went and took it. The heart-crushing vine's fruit smells like something you'd want to eat, which is unfair. I walked up to the trunk that had eaten 50 people, and she came with me and got a hand on my sleeve, ready to haul me backward. One stroke severed the trunk. I hooked it, pulled it in, and took the fruit. The ground made a sound like a hill clearing its throat, and every thorn in that valley pulled back into the earth. Go! We ran 100 paces before we looked back, and the vine wasn't chasing. It was folding itself up. Whatever it had been built to do, it was done. The fruit had a small orange tag on it. The fruit of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy. Orange. In my whole life to that point, I had never seen orange. Back in the hut, we put a heaven and earth treasure down on a pile of dry grass, like a turnip. We each take half, I said. No, she said, it's yours. That isn't how this works. You cut me out of that cage. That cage was my grave. I don't deserve it. I'm satisfied to be alive. Without your pendant, I'd have gone off a mountain. and I knew nothing about the formation or the vine. By that arithmetic, you should get more. This kind of treasure has a property, she said. It only releases properly if one person takes the whole thing. Split it and you waste it. Don't be stubborn. Listen to me. Then if you won't split it, I won't eat any of it. We'll sell it and split the money. She actually reached over and smacked my leg. That's nonsense. What amount of gold buys this? A thing earned through that cannot be measured in silver. We went round and round, two people in a wooden hut, each trying to force a priceless object on the other for an hour in a forest, while the saplings outside got tired of listening. Eventually, we settled it. We'd split it in half. And I looked at the orange tag for a long time and decided not to touch it. And here is why, and it's the last rule of my ability. What a tag does depends on what it's stuck to. Strengthening the foundation stapled to a cabbage gives you a good cabbage. Left on a heaven and earth treasure, it is a heaven and earth treasure. Some things you don't improve. You just don't wreck them. 3 days later, the formation broke completely, and both of us woke up whole. She flew us out at first light, holding my arm, and I found out what the air feels like at that speed, and also that her hands were much colder than they had been. We came down about 20 miles from anywhere. Before she could say the thing she was preparing to say, I got the fruit out. Half each. You take yours here. I'll guard you. You take yours here, she said. I'll be your protector. Which is how two people who both wanted an excuse to not leave yet arranged another few hours. I cut it open and swallowed my half, and it was sweet, and then it stopped being sweet. 15 minutes of a stinging that got all the way into the marrow, and then it turned over, and what came after was the most comfortable I had ever been inside my own body. When I opened my eyes, she was sitting in front of me, watching, and looked away immediately. Your foundation is good, she said. That fruit washes the marrow. It should have hurt you more than it did. Then she said, out of nowhere, if I took mine here, would you be my protector? I nodded about 6 times. She ate hers with considerably better manners than I'd had, and I sat guard over a woman I couldn't have protected from a stiff breeze, and both of us knew it, and neither of us mentioned it. She came out of it half a step from the 3rd rank, the immortal realm. Below 6th rank, they call it the mortal realm. That's not poetry, it's a job description. Under 6th, you grind, you swallow pills, you take baths, and eventually, you get there. From 6th up, every step needs talent and comprehension and resources at once, and the gaps between people start opening like canyons. She looked at me sitting there at the edge of the 6th rank at 18 and did some arithmetic she didn't say out loud. Then she stood up. 10 miles east, there's a town. She put something in my hand and closed my fingers over it, her storage ring. You'll need what's inside. And before I could refuse, she was gone. I stood in a field with a dead woman's worth of gold and pills in my palm, and when I looked inside the ring properly, it also contained a great deal of her clothing, which she had clearly forgotten, some of which I closed the ring on very quickly. Then I picked up my sword and carved 2 small figures into a tree. One of me, one of her. My drawing is genuinely bad. A keepsake, I told myself, because we're never going to meet again. Then I walked east, and behind me, after I was out of sight, someone came out of the trees and looked at the 2 stick figures for a long time and drew a line between their hands, and then stood there a while longer and erased it. The town had a post station, so the first thing I did was write 2 letters. One to the Shen family. I am training abroad. I will be back before the 12th month. Do not harm anyone else. One to Madame Wang, which was longer and had most of the dangerous parts taken out of it. Then I rented a room off a farmer for 3 chien a month, which after 50 taels a night felt like being handed a palace. Because I still had a month, and I was not going back into that house 1 day earlier than I had to. I opened the Gen Mountain's secret method. I'd never looked at it properly. I did now, and I could actually follow some of it, which is what a month of a top-tier expert drawing in dirt does for a person. But I didn't have time to be proud of myself, so I put easy to learn on it, and the whole thing unfolded. And it was not like mountains and rivers at all. Mountains and rivers is about the body, steady as a mountain, continuous as a river, and you build a frame out of it. Gen Mountain barely mentions the body. It's about mind and intent and momentum, which is the part that decides everything above the 6th rank. I sat down and reached for it, and fell into a grassland, I mean that, My consciousness went down into my own head and came out standing in an open country under a sky, with pale yellow flowers in the grass, and a faint smell in the air when I breathed. The Gen Mountain's secret method carves a world inside your sea of consciousness, and lets you live in it. I had never heard of anything like that. Neither had she, and she'd listed the great techniques for me by name. I sat down cross-legged in an imaginary field and went looking for my own intent, which is the wall that stops most people forever. Some reach the 6th rank and never find one. Some find somebody else's and never find their own. I already had a borrowed one. Ethereal sword intent was another man's realization, and I was renting it. Somewhere in that grassland, my whole body came into agreement with itself, and I stood up with a sword shadow in my hand, and every technique I'd stacked up over 4 months lined up in one direction and moved. 6th rank, out of the mortal realm. 18 years old, about 5 months of actual cultivation, and I'd like to state clearly that I did not do this because I am gifted. I did it because I could read a label off a rock. 4 days later, my letters landed in Yunnan City, and my grandmother, who had not been eating well, was told that the rebellious son was alive and returning, and immediately felt hungry and had a bowl of meat porridge. Madame Wang read hers and broke into a cold sweat, and then got to the part where I said I'd be home at the end of the month, and stopped being relieved. Because Su Hongyi was coming to Yunnan City. He was calling it a visit. Up on Xiaoyao Peak, Hualing Xiao came home half a step from the 3rd rank, went into seclusion to stabilize it, and stepped into the immortal realm. Youngest sword immortal on that mountain. 7 before her, and now 8, and the 8th was a woman. They wanted to hold a celebration. She declined it, saying she needed to consolidate. Then she sat in a pavilion and could not consolidate anything, because every time she closed her eyes, her head was a mess. So she went to see her disciple instead, which is what a responsible master does. In Beijing, at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Zhao Meifeng had been sitting for months trying to break through the 6th rank's first stage. Her sword intent was called unending. The swordsman does not die, and the intent does not stop. One shadow, then another, forever. And the question the technique asks is, you blocked 1, can you block 10,000? Her master watched her produce the first shadow perfectly, and the second one shatter the instant it appeared, and watched her give up. You always lack persistence, said Hualing Xiao. If you want to understand unending, how can you stop so easily? And Zhao Meifeng pouted, because she was 17 and adored, and had never once been made to finish anything hard. Meanwhile, I was in a farmhouse getting used to being 6th rank, which is not like the ranks below it. It isn't more strength, it's every part of you finally answering at the same time. I read my notebook every night, Hualing Xiao's whole curriculum, in my own handwriting, and the part I read most was the plan she'd drawn for each rank above 6th. From here, she'd written, every step is a chasm. Then I bought presents, 2 sets of clothes, expensive ones, because I had money for the first time in my life. Deep red with gold thread for Madame Wang, pale green with embroidered flowers all over the skirt for Xiao Qing, and I stapled exquisite onto both, which is the cheapest luxury in the world if you're me. For Wen Yue Xiu, I thought about it for a long time, and settled on the Gen Mountain's secret method, because most of the reason I had it was her, and because a gift that starts a rumor is a bad gift. 2 days later, I came up on Yunnan City, and looked at those walls, and felt nothing except that Madame Wang and Xiao Qing were inside them. The servants at the gate ran to report before I'd finished crossing the road. And Li Jun was waiting. He'd spent a month and a half punching air until it whistled, and he'd been waiting for this, and he had an audience of cousins behind him. He came in from the side with everything he had and hit me square in the chest. There was a sound. Behind him, my cousin's eyes went wide because the punch had landed and they'd expected me to dodge it. Then Li Jun's face went red and his fist was the wrong shape. Every bone in his hand. I brushed the dust off my shirt and walked past him, and behind me, the recalculation started. He must be 8th rank by now. More than that, he spanked Li Fan. He was 8th then. Peak 8th, minimum. Which was very generous of them, and about 2 full ranks short. I paid my respects at the old madam's courtyard first, because I always did, and was told she was napping and to come back when summoned. So I went to Madame Wang's courtyard, and she was sitting with a string of prayer beads in her hands. She'd been turning around every time footsteps went past for a month and a half. I got as far as the gate before she saw me, and then she was across that courtyard faster than a woman with no cultivation should move, looking me up and down and telling me I'd lost weight, and blaming herself for being a useless mother. Then out came the snacks, pumpkin cakes and osmanthus cakes, because she and Xiaoqing had drawn lots at the temple 2 days earlier and been told I'd come home this week, and she had decided that meant she should bake. I ate and told her the trip. Qianyang, the 50-tael inn, which she made me repeat, the graveyard, and the technique. I did not mention the heaven and earth treasure, and I did not mention Hualing Xiao, and I was careful about which parts of the formation I described, and she still had to put a hand on the table twice. No more training trips, she said. It's too dangerous. Third madam, there's a lot ahead of us. You can't protect me forever. I put the 2 parcels on the table. Eventually, it's my turn. She scolded me for wasting money on clothes when I could have bought pills, and put hers on immediately. Deep red and gold thread, on a woman who had spent 15 years in this house being told she was the 3rd branch. She came out of that room outclassing every other madam under that roof, and she knew it, and I told her so, and she called me a rascal. Xiaoqing came back from her chores, saw me, and hit me in the chest at a run, which at her height meant she hit me in the chest with her face. Young Master Li, you're back. You have no idea how much the madam and I said I'd come back. Why the drama? She pouted and didn't answer, and then went to try on her dress, and came out looking like somebody had emptied a flower garden onto a very short girl, and Madame Wang pinched her cheek. Then I went to the prefecture, because there's a rule I live by. Somebody helps you, you pay it. Prefect Guo came home late from his court and apologized for keeping me waiting, which in itself tells you everything about the man. I went to the capital last month, he said, over new tea. I met Prince Qingyuan, the emperor's younger brother, the one His Majesty actually trusts. He talked with me half a day, and then he mentioned you. I bowed. Li Jinlong is a junior nobody in the Shen family cares about. I'm flattered. He smiled at me over his cup. Your marriage to Zhao Mei Feng was Prince Qingyuan's idea. I did not say anything for a moment. Do you still feel flattered? 6 months of my life. A pill designed to break my skeleton. A courtroom, a 10-year-old, a poisoned dinner, and the whole thing had started as a clever afternoon in a room I'd never seen. You're honest, he said. You didn't pretend. Then he had a servant bring in a package, and it was gold and silver and a lot of medicine bottles. An apology from Prince Qingyuan. He set an open scheme, and he assumed both houses would have to come and pay. He did not expect the Shen family to be this cruel to their own grandson. And, on top of it, a promise. After this was over, whatever condition I was in, injured or not, the prince would recommend me into Tianyi Academy in the capital. Study a few years. Even a cripple can end up teaching. I heard that last part very clearly. Sir, do you believe this junior will inevitably end up crippled? He looked at me for a while, and then he told me the truth, because he always did. Prince Qingyuan has intelligence. Your family is resolute this time. They will not trade an inch of the family's interest for the annulment. The best excuse is still you. He set the cup down. And Su Hongyi has returned to the Su residence at Wuyang. If it's early December and this is not resolved, he will act. Su Hongyi. 200 men over 5 mountains, 3 pardons. I thanked him, sat with the Guo family's son for 2 hours discussing forge temperatures, and walked home in the dark, working out why a prince would send gold to a boy he'd never met. Not guilt. Guilt is cheap and doesn't get shipped by courier. 2 reasons. 1, pills to keep me alive until the wedding, so that the Shun and Su families would be forced to go to the emperor and pay. 2, if I did get crippled, I'd end up at the prince's own academy, dependent on the throne and estranged from my clan. And that story, the Shun family destroyed their own grandson and the royal family had to take him in, is worth more to the palace than a regiment. Which was fine. Being useful to somebody who wants you alive is the best position I'd been in all year. Then Hong Mei came sprinting to find me because the old madam had woken up and I had committed the crime of not being present at the moment she wanted me. She was in the hall with Madame Chun and Madame Yang flanking her. What's this? After your adventure, this old woman can't even summon you? Your grandson came to pay respects at noon. The old madam was resting, so he did chores rather than disturb her. Then Prefect Guo invited him home, which is why he is late. The temperature dropped about 10 degrees on the words Prefect Guo. Leave that. You left Yunnan City without the family's permission. You, who are always so correct, tell me, how should that be punished? I'd had this one ready for 2 months. In response to the old madam, our family is a house of generals. Many of its sons hope to lead troops in the field. This junior went out to temper his character and ability so that one day he might be fit to stand on a battlefield. A small pause. And I informed the third madam before going. She agreed, so the family did not disagree. The third madam is my mother. My mother said yes. Therefore, the family said yes. Her lips moved and nothing came out, because I had memorized the Book of Rites specifically so that this would happen. So I went first. At the end of the winter month, there is 1,000 autumns gathering in Heiyang City. You are actually interested in attending? Madam Chen slid in, smiling and kind. Li Jinlong, it isn't that the family won't let you, but the 1,000 autumns gathering is a grand event, and performing poorly there is embarrassing. In this generation, only your eldest brother, Li Minghao, has attended and walked the steps. Look around at your brothers and sisters. Is a single one of them talking about going? It's one thing to lose face yourself. I'm afraid the Shen family loses it with you. She sighed warmly. Besides, the date is close. I doubt you could even qualify. And Madame Wang walked into the hall and bowed. Old Madam, the invitation to the 1,000 Autumns gathering has already been delivered by Fairy Wen Yue Shou of Xiaoyao Peak. Silence. Send Li Fan instead, my grandmother said, recovering. At least it saves the family's face. Madame Wang produced the letter. These are Fairy Wen's own words. The Shen family's Li Jinlong, with his exceptional comprehension, resolved many difficulties for her. The seat at the gathering is her return gift. A beat. The distribution of seats at a grand event is not something our family decides. My grandmother sat there, holding a letter written by a woman she could not afford to insult. Fine, then go and attend. She got up. And remember what you said to San Lang. After the gathering, cooperate properly with this family and stop causing trouble. After I left, Madam Chen asked the question out loud. Old Madam, are you worried he could surpass Zhao Meifeng? Do you think the title of Prodigy is picked up off the street? I've never trained a day, but I've lived 80 years. Jin Yu's sword talent is greater than Li Minghao's. She will lead the sword of the Great Way. What exactly are you worried about? Only that Li Jinlong has been practicing for about 4 months. And the old madam's eyebrows came down, because that was the sentence, and it had been sitting in her house for a while, and she had been carefully not doing the arithmetic on it. 4 months. Send another expert quietly, she said. It's almost certainly unnecessary, but prevent the unforeseen. 2 days later, I left for Heiyang City with Xiaoqing. Madame Wang sent her with me for 2 reasons. The first was that at the gathering, the young talents come off those steps unable to stand, and somebody has to look after them. The second reason was the actual one, and she told me it privately. Take Xiaoqing with you, and when you pass through Anyang City, leave her with my elder brother. Get her out of the Shen family's reach before the wedding. Xiaoqing nearly came out of her skin when she heard she was going. She'd never been anywhere. Behind our carriage, at a polite distance, rode the men my grandmother had arranged. The road out of Yunnan City goes bad about a mile past the walls. Xiaoqing pulled the curtain back and sat with her chin on her hands, looking at hills and water with her eyes shining, and sang little songs, and fell asleep against my shoulder like a cat at the inn that night, and I sat there and thought about how easily the Shen family would break her. Anyang City is small, smaller than Yunnan. I walked her through it and bought her every strange snack on the street, because apparently that was the actual purpose of the journey, and then we found Yun Manor on the southeast side, and I handed over Madame Wang's letter. A middle-aged man came striding out with his whole face lit up. You must be Xiao Li. It's been years. Look how you've grown. Uncle, we apologize for the trouble. What trouble? We're family. Get in here. And walking into that house was like walking out of a cellar. The Shen residence sits on you. You feel the walls deciding things about you. The Yun family had servants doing chores and smiling while they did it, and the uncle carried our luggage himself and introduced us to everybody we passed, and then sat us down in front of a dozen plates of pastry because it was past lunch and we might be hungry. He also, sitting there with the tea, got serious for a moment. I heard about the royal marriage. The Shen family is ruthless, treating their own grandson like that. He waved it off. Everything my sister asked for is arranged. Xiao Qing stays with me, and Xiao Li, after the gathering, I'll find a way to send you somewhere remote. Life might be hard, but the Shen family will not find you. I bowed to him, properly, because that offer was worth more than everything the Shen family had ever given me put together. Then I noticed the smell in that house. Uncle, there are a lot of medicinal herbs stored here. Didn't my sister tell you? We're an alchemist family. He laughed, and it was a slightly embarrassed laugh. Not a good one. These days, we make recovery pills and blood-replenishing pills, the kind a real martial artist wouldn't look at. Soldiers keep them in their packs during drill. Low-grade pills, made in volume, sold cheap. And the reason the Shen family had ever met Madame Wang in the first place was that the army bought them. There's no money in those, is there? Everyone knows the money is in high-grade pills, and how many families can actually make one? The formulas are almost impossible to get. We have one, he shrugged. It's incomplete. We've never cracked it. I put my cup down. Uncle, may I see it? He smiled and didn't argue and took us both to the alchemy room, and the smell got thicker with every step. Past the working alchemists, at the very back, there was a wall, covered floor to ceiling in small carved characters. Every junior of the Yun family hopes to understand that, he said. Without exception, they all end up the same way. I looked at the wall and settled my mind, and it came up in gray. The pill formula, riddled with errors. Not incomplete, not obscure. Wrong. Somebody had carved a masterpiece into a wall with errors seeded through it, and generations of one family had thrown their lives at it, and the reason they never cracked it is that it could not be cracked. You can't derive your way to a thing that isn't there. Zhao Li, you've got the gathering at the end of the month. Have a look, but don't get stuck on it, he was warning me kindly. He'd seen relatives lose years to that wall. Uncle, may I stay here tonight? He hesitated and then agreed, because what harm can one night do? The alchemists knocked off at dusk, and, on their way out, each one of them stopped to tell me not to bother. I stood in front of that wall for a month when I was young, slept with those characters behind my eyelids, nearly went mad. In the end, I couldn't even recognize the words anymore. That's when I knew to quit. 10 days for me. Thought I had comprehension. Nothing. They meant it kindly. Every one of them had been the clever young man in front of that wall once. Uncle came at 7 with a food box, then had a servant bring bedding in case I got tired, and then left me alone with it. Xiao Qing propped her eyes open with her fingers to stay awake, and was asleep on the mat within the hour. I carried her over and put a blanket on her. Then I copied the entire wall onto paper. Half an hour. When I was done, I had a thin booklet, and the booklet said the same thing the wall did. The pill formula, riddled with errors. Extract. Gray comes off fast now. A few breaths and the errors dropped into my head, and the booklet in my hands changed. 4 characters on the cover. He Luo elixir formula. I flipped through it and could not read most of it because I knew nothing about pills. So I spent one of my hoarded purples, clear and concise, and the whole thing annotated itself. Proportions, heat, timing, method. I did not want to be an alchemist. I wanted to hand a family that had fed my stepmother's kindness for 15 years something they could not buy. I set the booklet aside and went into the Gen Mountain world until the drums said dawn, and Xiao Qing woke up, saw me sitting there not raving, and decided, with visible relief, that her young master had given up in a healthy and normal way. At breakfast, the alchemists were delighted with me for the same reason. Good lad. Knew when to walk away. Then Uncle came in with a food box of his own, complaining that they were feeding us steamed buns when he'd brought good things, and I handed him the booklet. Uncle, these are my reflections from last night. See if there's anything useful in them. He took it out of politeness. Ordinary paper, not thick, 4 characters on the cover, and he read them out loud without thinking. He Luo elixir formula. He read a few lines, then he stopped talking. Then he started moving his hands in the air, measuring things that weren't there, walking in a small circle with his eyes locked on the page, tapping out a rhythm on his thigh. An hour, 2 hours, noon. A servant had to come in and physically remind him that he had a lunch appointment with a major buyer, and that snapped him out of it, and he looked around like a man waking up in a different house. Xiao Li, did you write this? Please correct me if I've made errors, uncle. He gave a short, unhappy laugh. I have studied pills for over 40 years. I can recite that wall. I know the shape of the carver's strokes by heart. He looked at the booklet again. And 30 years of my reflections are worth less than one of your nights. Then he told the servant to go apologize to the buyer and went straight to his private alchemy room, dragging both of us in with him. He prepared the herbs to the exact proportions in my notes, lit the fire, started adding, and his hands moved like there was a scale built into them, every pinch identical, every time. The liquid darkened, the heat came up. He stopped breathing for the last stretch, 15 minutes. There was a gray-black pill in the vessel, and the room smelled like a garden. It's done. The heart-protecting pill is done. He sat back down in front of the vessel with a strange look on his face, and then he did it again. Breakthrough pill, done. Lesser rejuvenating pill, done. True essence pill, done. Lantian jade refining pill, done. He looked at the row of them, rubbed his face with both hands, turned to look at me, and then pinched his own cheek. Xiao Li, are you certain you wrote this booklet? Then, before I could answer, he slapped himself lightly on the forehead. What a stupid question. If you hadn't written it, who'd hand it to the Yun family for free? That was when the door came open hard. An old man with a white beard stood in it, furious. Father, you brat, is this how you manage the clan's business? We finally got Boss Shah to come, and you tell him you have no time? He was properly going. Understand your place. Recovery pills and blood pills are not something only the Yun family can make. If we don't court that man, somebody else takes the contract tomorrow. The head of the Yun family, Madame Wang's father. He noticed me mid-tirade and switched instantly into a warm host, asked whether we were being looked after, told me to treat the house as my own, and then said he unfortunately had to take my uncle away on urgent business. And Uncle Wang stood there smiling. Every time we talk, Boss Shah insults this family to our faces. I was already unwilling to work with him. The old man's hand came round and cuffed him. I think you'll ruin us. Boss Shah runs an enormous business. What right do you have to refuse him? Uncle was still smiling, with his ear ringing. Based on these, and he stepped aside. There was a cutting board behind him with 5 high-grade pills laid out in a row. Father, from today, the Yun family no longer lives at anyone's whim. This entire house is about to move up a level. The old man walked over, picked one up, and smelled it. Turned it in the light, smelled it again. These? You made these? Uncle handed him the booklet. Xiao Li did, one night in front of the wall. And the head of the Yun family, 70 years an alchemist, held that ordinary paper the way you'd hold something in a temple, and turned the pages very carefully, and then sat down and made a breakthrough pill himself in a quarter of an hour, to be sure. Grandfather, I said, you don't have to say it. He looked at me for a long moment. You child, he said, no wonder Schwanger always says you're sensible. Then he pulled me out of that room by the wrist, called in his servants, and gave one order. Pass the word. From today, the manor closes for 1 month. We accept no new orders. That evening, he called in the family's most trusted and put 5 pills on the table, and the room made a noise. Then he asked me what I wanted. Grandfather, I said, I need somewhere to stand. That's all. Which was the truth, and also the most valuable thing I could have said, because a man who takes payment is a supplier, and a man who takes shelter is family. 2 mornings later, Xiaoqing and I set out for Heiyang City with Uncle Wang. Heiyang is a serious city. The wall is twice Anyang's height. The main road is wide enough for 4 carriages abreast, and the whole thing was crawling because the Thousand Autumns gathering brings families from across the empire, including ones whose children aren't competing. Xiaoqing's head came off a swivel. I bought her a bag of soft, glutinous cakes rolled in sesame and crushed peanuts, and she ate one and immediately handed me the second one, because that's what we do. Uncle took us to a restaurant 12 stories tall, the tallest building I'd ever stood inside, sat us by a window, and explained the gathering while the food came. The main event is treading the Thousand Autumns, which is a staircase. I waited. 100 flights. Each flight is called 10 autumns. 100 flights makes 1,000. Xiaoqing brightened up. 100 steps is a bit tiring, but I could probably manage. They aren't steps, said Uncle. Set foot on one, and it takes your consciousness into a world of its own. Different for every person, and different every time. Some people can't clear the first one. They put a foot down, and their head nearly splits. 200 years the thing has run. Nobody has ever finished it. It's not a strict test of strength, he said. Fortune plays a part. And it is genuinely dangerous. People come off those stairs injured. He shrugged. The greater the danger, the greater the gain. Every gathering, somebody breaks through partway up. Uncle, how far do the prodigies of the great families usually get? The best child of a decent family gets past 50. 50 is already excellent. 60 means the family should pour everything into you. 70 or 80, very few people in the entire empire in any given generation. And the record? He stopped. I watched a man decide whether to lie to me. It's not that it's awkward, he said. It's that the record belongs to your family. Xiao Qing worked it out first. The eldest young master, Li Minghao. 4 years ago, the first 50 flights he crossed like flat ground. 2 hours for 50. The people who climbed with him that day said that watching his back go up, you couldn't even manage to be jealous. There was only longing. How far did he get? 96. And he came down with energy left. They say he simply didn't want to go higher. Nobody at that table had much appetite after that. Uncle spent the rest of the meal comforting me, which was well meant and slightly insulting, and I let him, because a man who worries about you is worth 10 who don't. That night, I lay in a bed in a restaurant, listening to Heiyang City refusing to sleep, and thought about Li Minghao. Not with fury. I want to be precise about this. I thought about the arithmetic of him. 96 flights at 19. After a childhood of one-on-one instructors, unlimited resources, the family's whole weight behind him, and never once in his life wondering where dinner was coming from. He is genuinely, monstrously gifted. Everyone who says so is right. And he is also the reason there was never any question about which of us got fed. The gathering opened at dawn. Heiyang City is built against a mountain, and at the eastern edge of the city the mountain starts, and out of it comes a staircase so steep that an ordinary person would have to climb it on all fours. Young master, why are the steps so high? Compared to being crippled, I said, this isn't that scary. Xiao Qing did not find that funny, which was fair, and stood there worrying with her eyebrows, so I flicked her braid. Your young master is more capable than you think. Then I took the invitation and went in. 200 and some tables set out under the sky, and by the time everyone arrived, nearly all of them were full, which tells you what a seat at that thing is worth. I owed Wen Yueshou more than I'd realized. The boy taking names looked at mine and said it out loud with his eyes wide, and the whispering started immediately. Yunnan City, surname Shen, is he related to Li Minghao? Must be a cousin. Wonder if he's as much of a monster. Around 10, the organizer, Commander Ye of Heiyang City, came out and told us about the man who built the stairs. 200 years ago, a great Wei martial artist, posthumously called the Heiyang Immortal, second-rank celestial realm, and, unusually for a person at that altitude, generous. He carved 100 flights into a mountain and left them for everybody's children forever, and each flight is a piece of his own understanding and a slice of his life. They poured everyone a cup of wine, and we drank to him, and I meant it, because whatever else is true about this world, a man that strong, who gives things away, is rare enough to salute. Then a huge painting was unveiled at the front. Mountains, a clear stream under them, green banks, a small roadside altar, and beside the water, a couple, holding hands, playing. The Heiyang Immortal painted this in his lifetime. The meaning in it is left for you young people to work out yourselves. He gestured at the tables. The pastries are the ones the Immortal favored. He ate a small plate of them while he studied. Please help yourselves, and if you'd like to take some home, that's permitted. 2 hours to contemplate the painting before the stairs opened at noon. I tried one of each pastry. Crisp shell, something soft and sweet baked onto the surface, and I have to say the man had taste. There was a lot left over. So I took a cloth out of my sleeve and wrapped up the rest for Xiao Qing. The gallery loved that. Somewhere, up in a pavilion overlooking the whole thing, a maid pointed at me and said in genuine disgust, "Young miss, is he packing the snacks? How shameful." I carried them out to Uncle and Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing took a bite and announced they were better than the restaurants, and I told her to finish them and not waste anything. I have never once been embarrassed to take food home. I spent a year eating flatbread with pickles by the fish pond. That reflex isn't going anywhere, and I don't want it to. Which is when somebody poked me in the back. A woman in plain clothes that had cost a great deal of money. My young miss invites you over. She has something to say to you. Who is your young miss? You'll know when you get there. Don't ask so many questions. I looked at her. That doesn't sound like an invitation. Sorry, I'm busy. She actually blinked. My young miss's surname is Sue. I don't care what her surname is. With that attitude, I'm not interested. And I turned around, and she panicked and got in front of me and did it again with the words rearranged. And I kept looking at her until she gave up and bowed properly and asked me to please do her the honor. All right, lead the way. Uncle walked me to the pavilion door and told me to shout if anything happened. Up the stairs, round the corner, into a wide upper room. There was a gauze curtain on the right with somebody sitting behind it, arranged so I couldn't see her face and she could see mine. For 2 generations, said a voice from behind the curtain, no member of the Shen family who attended this gathering has gone below the 50th flight. A pause. This afternoon, you should withdraw. Cool, distant, and delivered in a way designed to end conversations. If that's all you wanted to say, I said, you've wasted your afternoon. The royal decree is a scheme against both our houses. Can't you see that? I can. So to break the scheme, I should be the one destroyed? Why me? Why not you? Why not Li Minghao? I let it sit. It's because I'm easy, because nobody in the Shen family likes me. That's the entire reason, and everybody involved keeps dressing it up as something else. And she stood up and pulled the curtain aside because I had irritated her, and she wanted to look at me while she did it back. The rumors about Zhao Meifeng's face are true. There's no point pretending otherwise. Light blue, immortal air, the whole apparatus. And I have never disliked a person faster in my life. You really think you can beat me? Let's find out. That made it worse. Brother Li Minghao is right. You don't know how to be grateful. The Shen family raised you all these years. It's your turn to repay it. Ungrateful. There it is again. My father used it. My grandfather used it. Now the woman I'm supposedly engaged to. Everyone in this story has the same one tool, and they keep handing it to each other. I know very well who has been kind to me, I said, and every one of them is hoping I don't end up crippled or disgraced. Meanwhile, people who have never helped me, who suppressed me and framed me, expect gratitude and sacrifice. I smiled at her. Is there really such a good deal in this world? Stubborn and unreasonable. It's a tragedy for the Shen family to have a descendant like you. As if anyone lines up to be born into the Shen family. If I left it, I'd be 10 times better off. She had genuinely come here to do me a favor in her own head. She had prepared to be merciful. And now she was standing there with all of it in her hands and nowhere to put it. Thinking back, she said, I pleaded for you in front of Brother Li Minghao. Now I see I should have done what he suggested and arranged for a strong person to cripple you. I laughed. I actually did. Do you honestly think he didn't? Isn't Guo Tao in the west of Yunnan City his man? Her face changed. Just slightly. Just once. We don't see eye to eye, I said. Let's leave it there. And I went back down the stairs, and behind me she sat down and told her maid to send word to her brother that she would no longer stand in his way. The stairs opened just after noon. The young talents went first, impatient, and I hung back and watched because I wanted to see what happened to them. A person steps onto the first flight and their soul goes out of their face. A few dozen breaths later, they come back and step up. Then it was my turn. The moment my foot came down, I was standing in a forest and a boar with tusks came out of the trees at my face. With lonely wind treading, snow steps that isn't even a problem. I looked around, confirmed there was only one, and killed it with one punch and got ejected. I was alone on the bottom step. Everyone who'd started with me was 3 flights up. A whole quarter hour on the first one. That's genuinely terrible. With that, he won't reach the 10th. To share a surname with Brother Li Minghao is an insult to Brother Li Minghao. Zhao Meifeng, up in her pavilion, shook her head and felt ashamed to be associated with my name. Down in Yunnan City, a short man with a mustache stood at the edge of the crowd holding a transmission artifact. Old madam, rest assured, Li Jinlong spent a quarter of an hour on the first step. At that rate, the 10th is his ceiling. And in the Shen family garden, my grandmother sipped her tea and asked how long Li Minghao had taken on the first flight, and Madame Chen said she couldn't remember, only that he'd cleared 10 flights in under 15 minutes. Then the old madam lost interest in the broadcast and went to bed. Here is what I was actually doing on those stairs. I wasn't climbing. Anyone could kill a boar. I was standing in that little world afterward, feeling for the seam. Because when the painting had swallowed me that morning, I'd spent what felt like half an hour inside it, and come out to find that less than a quarter of an hour had passed. And a thing that plays with a rate of time is not a puzzle, it's a gift. Second flight, a tiger. Easy. I spent the rest of it looking at the walls of the world instead of the tiger. Third, fourth, fifth. On the fifth, I sat down in that place and did nothing at all for an hour, and came out to find that less than half an hour had passed in Haiyang City. And that was it. That was what the Haiyang immortal had carved into a mountain and left lying there for 200 years for anybody's children to pick up. A single thought can be as wide as an autumn. A whole life can go past in a moment. Where you stand inside your own head decides how much time you get. After that, I started climbing. Sixth, seventh, eighth. The betting pool outside had me at 15. By evening, the lanterns were lit across Haiyang City, and the crowd hadn't thinned at all. And the boy who'd come last was past the 10th flight. He's got some persistence. Persistence is all he's got left. 20. Every step faster than the last. Past the 20th, the enemies in those worlds got several times stronger, and I stopped needing to think about them, because by then I could put one shadow of flying swords covering the sky into a world and be ejected before it landed. 30. Midnight. My grandmother was asleep. The man with the mustache had been transmitting to Yunnan City for hours and had not received a single reply. Dawn. Roosters somewhere down in the city. 40. At 10 in the morning, on the third attempt, Shen Manor finally answered. Hong Mei ran into the dining hall where the old madam was leisurely enjoying breakfast. Manners, said my grandmother, don't run in this house. Hong Mei leaned down and whispered, and my grandmother wiped her mouth with a cloth. He fell off, but he held on and reached the 20th? To advance to peak 8th rank in 4 months and reach 20, that's quite impressive. Old madam, you've misunderstood. He hasn't fallen. He's getting steadier. He just sent word that he's on the 43rd. She turned her head away because that was obviously wrong. Hong Mei said it again. My grandmother has had that maid at her side for decades, and the woman has never once made an error, so she took her cane and went to the hall and asked the transmission artifact herself. Replying to the old madam, young master Li Jinlong has just reached the 45th. There is a specific white light people see when the world stops matching their picture of it. Why did nobody bring me this last night? Nobody answered. Everyone looked at Hong Mei. By the time Madame Chen and Madame Yang arrived, she'd got herself back together. Being able to climb over 40 must be that calamity's limit. Zhao Mei Feng carries the name of Prodigy. How could she possibly be worse than him? She said it to comfort them. It did not comfort her, because she runs that household. The head of the family is on a boarder for 11 months of the year and asks her, once at New Year, which of the juniors is worth investing in. Whatever she says, he believes. Every year for a decade, she had said Li Jinlong has no talent and will never amount to anything. She had said it to my father. She had not, in 10 years, allowed me to learn martial arts, and then reported that I had no talent for them. Up on the mountain I went, past 46, and looked back down, and the flights behind me had gone from a staircase to a cliff. Xiao Qing was waving at me from the perimeter with both arms, because she did not remotely understand what 46 meant and was simply pleased. Uncle Wang, standing next to her, did understand, and had not sat down or eaten since the previous afternoon, because if I came off any one of those flights, he intended to be underneath me. 50 flights is where the description of a young person changes. Under 50, you can be dismissed. 50, and no one alive gets to call you bad. In Yunnan City, they had gathered around the artifact, and every time I moved, somebody said it out loud. Young Master Li Jinlong has stepped onto the 47th. The 48th, easily. Nobody in that hall said anything between announcements. The servants stopped breathing loudly. The first 50 are the foundation, said my grandmother, to nobody. When Ming Hao walked the 1,000 autumns, he cleared 50 in a little over 2 hours. At 1:15 in the morning, young Master Li Jinlong stepped on to the 50th. And that was the end of luck as an explanation, She got up, had Hongmei help her to the ancestral hall, and called the boarder. Out in the eastern range, my grandfather was told a message had come from home and took it in his tent. What is it? Master, Li Jinlong has gone to the Thousand Autumns gathering. In treading the Thousand Autumns, he has passed the 50th flight. There was a long silence on a boarder. Are you certain it's Li Jinlong? Master, I suspect he took some kind of pill or used some strange method. He has been to the Yun family, and the Yun family are alchemists. She was still, at that moment, constructing an explanation that let her be right. What pill has that effect? I've never heard of one. And then, with the specific cold of a man who has commanded armies for 50 years, every year at New Year, you told me this child had no talent for cultivation, and he climbs 50 flights of the Thousand Autumn steps. A pause. How exactly do you manage that household? I am told, my grandmother trembled. He didn't pursue it, because she raised Li Minghao. He rode out to a valley where 500 soldiers were drilling a formation, pulled my father aside, and told him, Your mother has sent word. Li Jinlong is at the Thousand Autumns gathering. He is not as talentless as we believed. He has been hiding it. He watched him. Your son has gone up 50 flights of the Thousand Autumn steps. Father, you mean Li Jinlong? That's not possible. You heard me. We were all blind. And then, because Li Wei is not a stupid man. Among his generation, after Li Minghao and Fan, your son is the most gifted person in our family. As his father, I respect your opinion. The engagement will be broken. But I agree that you should protect him. It only costs a trip to the capital to ask His Majesty. And my father stood in a tent on a border and thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to breathe twice. In that case, 10 years of the Shen family's planning is wasted, because asking the throne meant paying. And the price on the table was that the Marquis of Yuanling would attend court in the capital for 2 years while somebody else held the eastern garrison. And 2 years is enough time to grow other people's loyalties inside an army. He's been rebellious since childhood, said my father. He doesn't listen. When I spoke with him after the Mid-Autumn Festival, his temper was worse than ever. He feels the family has wronged him. A pause. If we protect him now, he won't appreciate it, and 10 years of planning is gone. So, said my grandfather, you've decided to give up on him? A member of the Shen family should be prepared to give everything for the Shen family. He's had food and clothes from us all his life. This is what he owes. And my grandfather sighed at that, and I want you to hear how he sighed, because it's the exact texture of the whole family. Honestly, he said, I think your mother carries some blame. If she'd found his talent earlier, none of this would have happened. How is it mother's fault? It can only be blamed on Li Jinlong's bad luck. He grew up next to Li Minghao. He isn't Li Minghao. He has no one to blame but himself. All right, said the Marquis of Yuanling. Then we proceed as planned. 50 flights or not, he still cannot surpass the Su family's chosen one. I hope he behaves and stops causing trouble. That is the conversation. That is where my father was standing, while I was on the 50th step of a mountain. I found out about it later, and I have never once needed to reread it. Past 50, the stairs change. Below 50, they test what you can do. From 50 to 60, they test what's in you. I put a foot on the 53rd and dropped into a gray, dark place where 30 figures came at me before I could get my balance, and every strike from every one of them went at something that would kill me. And if I left any of them with a breath in their body, they came back at my spine. So I had to be as ruthless as they were. The heavenly Tao sword intent does not do half measures. It went through them. I came out of that flight with a smell of blood in my nose and a taste in my mouth I did not like. Higher up, they stopped snarling. Some of them smiled at me. Some of them greeted me warmly, and I had to put a blade through them anyway, because they were still what they were, and the sword shadows stayed clean and the smell followed me out. Somewhere past the 57th, the enemies stopped ending. Divine sword breaking Kun, flying swords covering the sky. A sky full of blades and a field that would not empty, and a red film coming down over everything, and the whole world slowing until there was only a ticking sound left, and a very simple idea filling up the space where my thoughts had been, which was, keep cutting. That's the test. If you can't see through it, you don't come off that flight. You just stay in there and enjoy yourself until your mind is gone. And what got me out was not clever. It was that I had spent months in a courtyard with a bandage in my hands, and something in me knew the difference between a blade you pick up for a reason and a blade you pick up because it feels good. The shadows vanished. My face came back to me. I looked up and I was standing on the 59th. On a rooftop in Haiyang City, some people in very expensive clothes were watching. The Shen family's Li Jinlong has come out of the killing haze. A quarter of an hour, a step behind his cousin, but not bad at all. The young man in fine clothes shook his head, admiring. The Shen family is fortunate, another prodigy from the same house. And the middle-aged man beside him bowed slightly and smiled like a man who reads other people's mail. Young master, you're mistaken. Li Jinlong and the Shen family may not be close at all. A pause. Perhaps we can recruit him. The 60th flight had no enemies in it at all. I stood in an empty world with my hand on a hilt for a long time, and then found a stone carving standing in the middle of nothing with a cultivation classic cut into it. And even in a place made of somebody's mind, a small gray tag came up. A book with slightly blurred handwriting. And I understood what 50 to 60 had been, and what 60 to 70 was going to be. The first 50 test power. 50 to 60 test what you are. 60 and up test whether you can read. Which is, and I say this with the deepest respect to the Haiyang immortal, the single most convenient thing that has ever happened to me. Extract. The carving came clear. I read it. I got ejected. By this point, Uncle Wang was nodding to himself down below, because he had watched me crack a wall his family had been beating their heads on for a century, and had privately concluded that the 60s would go faster than the 50s. They did, under an hour from 60 to 70. Of the 7 people still on that mountain, I passed 4 of them. There were 3 left above me, and one of them was Zhao Meifeng. The 70th flight had nearly 100 stone tablets standing up out of the ground, and nothing to fight, and the instruction was simply, read all of it. Will. Which, for the boy who spent an entire year staring at one incomprehensible book because it was the only one nobody else wanted, was not a wall. It was a Tuesday. And it was the wall for her. I want to be fair here, because this is the only part of Zhao Meifeng I ever admired. Her sword talent is not a rumor. She can take a stroke from beginner to mastery in 3 days. Nobody her age in the Empire draws on her. And she cannot make herself finish a hard book. Her master had been trying to fix it for years and couldn't. It was one of the reasons she came to this gathering at all. She turned the last page of 100 books on the 73rd flight and came out with her hands shaking and stood there and could not make herself take another step. Then she told herself she was already at the front and stopping wouldn't be shameful. And then she turned around to look at how far ahead she was. I was 3 steps below her. She rubbed her eyes. Genuinely, I saw it happen. She stood there while I came out of the 70th, and our eyes met for about half a second. And then I went straight up onto the next one without stopping, which is the part that broke her. Because that's what the difference looked like from where she was standing. Not strength, cadence. She came out of a world and hesitated for a long time. I came out of a world and stepped. She forced herself up one more. By the time she surfaced on the 74th, I was standing on her right. I glanced at her sideways once and kept climbing. I want to be honest about that glance. It was not accidental. 2 months earlier, a woman with her face had told me to withdraw from a staircase. Down at the perimeter, the crowd had invented an entire romance. That was the version that spread, by the way. The talentless fool who spent half an hour on the first step, and then, out of hopeless love for the prodigy's daughter, refused to stop and climbed past his own brother's woman rather than let her go. People love that story. Some of them were crying. Reader, I had spoken to her once, for 4 minutes, and I disliked her. 80. I already knew each 10 was a different test, so I came up onto that step, braced for something with teeth. Instead, there was a house. Small, a little old, warm-looking in a way that has nothing to do with architecture. And somebody called my name from the doorway. I made a side dish. Could you taste it and tell me if it's salty enough? I knew where I was. I knew exactly what this flight was for. I pulled out a chair and sat down anyway. Can I take a break? Everybody watching from below saw a young man stop dead on the 80th flight and stay stopped. The 80th tests the bonds of love. Even heroes struggle, let alone a boy. Who do you think he can't get past? Who else? Zhao Meifeng. Everyone exchanged knowing looks and settled in. Zhao Meifeng, on the 74th, watched my back and worked out for herself that the woman in there was probably her, and disliked me a fraction less than she had that morning. It was not her. The woman in that kitchen had a way of tying her hair up and a way of asking a question, and I had spent a month in a forest learning both, and I sat in a chair inside a stone step on a mountain and let a dead man's illusion cook for me. The Heiyang immortal himself, they say, never cleared that flight either. He built a staircase out of his own life and got stuck on the same one every time, because every time he stepped on it, he saw the person he wanted to see and could not make himself leave. I understood the man perfectly. And down in Yunnan City, the news that I'd reached 80 had reached my grandmother, and she got up so fast she staggered and would have gone down if Hong Mei hadn't caught her. Because 50 was a shock, and 80 was a different category of problem. At 50, the Shen family could still decide to sacrifice me. At 80, the Shen family would have to explain to the world why they had. Madame Chen worked that out at exactly the same moment, and quietly left the hall and went to her own room and picked up a transmission artifact. Understand her position. She had 2 sons. One of them was the most gifted young man in the empire. Her entire future was the sentence, Li Minghao inherits everything. And a boy she'd tried to poison in a restaurant 6 months ago had just become somebody the family might invest in, which meant a rival for her son, and worse, a rival with a marriage decree tying him to the woman her son wanted. There was no version of the next 10 years where Li Jinlong growing up was good for her. So she gave an order. I was on the 80th flight in a kitchen when a zither started playing somewhere at the edge of the gathering. It was pleasant for about 4 notes. Then the music sharpened and the sound took shape, and several blades made of nothing but a melody came across the crowd at my back. Whoever it was had done this before. It happened so fast that most of the experts present didn't have time to move. But I had been standing inside my own head, having a conversation with a woman who wasn't there, and my body was on a mountain, and something in me that has never once relaxed since I was 17 years old said no. Flying swords covering the sky. Sword shadows came up around me out of reflex. Commander Ye was already moving and got most of it, and Zhao Mei Feng, 6 steps below, turned and threw up a wall of sword chi like a fence made of knives, which slowed the rest badly. That stroke, I'll admit, was worthy of the name she carries. Commander Ye's palm took the last of it apart 2 breaths later, and the residue that got through hit my own shadows and died there. So I let go of the step and fell, deliberately. Because there was a person somewhere in that crowd who had just tried to kill me at a national event in front of 5,000 witnesses, and there was absolutely no version of the rest of that day where I got anything better than what a well-timed collapse would buy me. Commander Ye caught me before I hit anything, laid me on a bench, and had physicians on me inside a minute. And his face, the man had presided over that gathering for years, and somebody had put a blade through his event. The gathering came apart into noise. Uncle Wang told Xiaoqing to stay where she was and leapt, and from the other direction, a 5-man squad came at a jog. Commander Ye, we are from Yunnan City. Since young Master Li Jinlong of the Shen family is injured, please leave him in our care. One moment, Commander. I am Wang Long of the Yun family of Anyang City. I am Li Jinlong's uncle. This child came here with me. Commander Ye, who could not verify a single word out of either of them and had no interest in trying, put it back on the bench. I am responsible for what happened today. If you want to take him, don't ask me. Ask which of you the boy wants to go with. The physicians finished. I coughed a few times and came around, slowly, badly. Young friend, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Senior. Li Jinlong is fine, a little dizzy. He gestured at the 2 groups, Wang Long and 5 men, and the 5 men bowed. Young Master Li Jinlong, we are the personal guards of your father, General Li Ming. We are here to escort you home. The general said that if you do not obey, he will be very angry. A polite pause. A general's anger is difficult for an ordinary person to bear. We urge the young master to know when to advance and when to retreat. My father had put 5 armed men at a national gathering to make sure I came home afterward, not to protect me from the assassin, to make sure the assassin's failure didn't cost him a groom. I got myself up on one elbow and bowed to Commander Ye. This is my uncle, I'll stay with him. And then, in the most reasonable voice I own, as for these men, Commander, I have never met them and do not know them. It seems very likely they are accomplices of whoever attacked me. Commander Ye narrowed his eyes about 1/4 of an inch, and then waved a hand, and guards took all 5 of them off their feet. Young Master Li Jinlong, you know what we say is true. Many thanks to Commander Ye for his help. As for these people, please punish them severely. The Thousand Autumns Gathering is a grand event of the whole Great Way. To act this way is to disregard the great way and the majesty of the Lord of Haeyang City. I handed that man 2 titles he could not put down, and he took them, because he had failed to protect his own event, and he wanted somebody to be at fault who wasn't him. They were dragged off, explaining themselves the entire way, and Uncle Wong collected Xiaoqing and me and got us out of Haeyang City within the hour, because whoever had hired a musician had also hired the 5 men, and neither of us wanted to find out what else was on the invoice. In Yunnan City, my grandmother listened to the report and asked exactly one question. Has Madam Chen been in the hall the entire time since I left? Old Madam, she went out briefly. She came back not long after. And she waved every servant out of the room because she'd had her answer. That gathering had run for 2 centuries without an assassination. It is guarded by Haeyang City's strongest. Anyone weak enough to be stopped never gets a note off, which means the musician was expensive. Before this week, nobody outside our house had a reason to spend that on me. The Shen family's enemies would go for Li Minghao or Li Fan, not for the grandson who patched the roof. The order had come from inside. Then the boarder answered, "Arrange Li Jinlong's affairs as you see fit. Don't report every detail to me. I don't have time." He'd already decided to discard me. The method was housekeeping. And my grandmother, for the first time in her life, said "master," and then hesitated. That child Li Jinlong did not reach the 50th flight. He reached Fluck, the 80th. 80? Even the Marquis of Yuanling lost a beat. He concealed it the entire time he was under my roof, she said. He was on guard against us. And she said it that way because that was the version where she was not at fault. Then she told him about the assassin. Attacked? Who dares lay a hand on my Shen family? I suspect it was arranged by the first wife. He understood instantly because it was obvious and because he'd been married into that house for 60 years. I'll speak with my 3rd son. He sat in a tent for a long time after that. He had known in a general way that his wife despised me. He had known about the courtyard by the fish pond. He had not cared, because in his ledger I was a worthless grandson, and a strict elder is not a crime. Now the worthless grandson had climbed 80 flights of a mountain that his own prodigy had climbed 96 flights of, and the Shen family should obviously protect and cultivate him. Except his eldest daughter-in-law had just tried to have him killed, which meant that raising me would put a knife inside his own house. So he rode out to the valley again and asked his 3rd son what to do. Your son is more outstanding than I imagined. He has walked 80 flights of the 1,000 autumn steps. Father, you mean Li Jinlong. Your good son has been hiding his talent his entire life. Among your generation's children, he is second only to Li Minghao. A pause. You're his father. He has shown what he is. You should decide how this family treats him. And the 2 of them sat in a tent in silence. I've thought about that silence a great deal. Any other father alive is buying wine. Li Jinlong hid his strength for years, my grandfather said eventually, and only revealed it at a public gathering in front of strangers. Which tells us the child does not trust this family at all. What father says is correct. He is troublesome. He has always been rebellious. He talks back to me, his own father. My father let that stand a moment. Even if the family spends resources raising him, he will never repay the kindness, and once he is grown and independent, he may well turn on us. As a father, said my grandfather, you know that if we begin protecting him today, he still won't side with us, and if he keeps his ambition, he may one day fight Li Minghao for the house. Then the Shen family falls into chaos. We proceed as planned. Although Li Jinlong is my son, for the sake of the family, I cannot show him favoritism. The future rests on Li Minghao. And my grandfather nodded and looked at his 3rd son and felt genuine pity for his 3rd son. Look how much this man has sacrificed for the family. Then he said this, out loud, in a tent, to a man who had just agreed to have his own son crippled. Ling Sheng, you're not old. I know you still can't let go of what happened years ago. But it's been a long time. Have another child with your wife. Raise him properly. Don't let him turn out like Li Jinlong. And if you dislike your current wife, divorce her, remarry, take a concubine. I'll support it. Name any dowry you like. There it is, the whole family in one paragraph. In their accounting, the person who paid a price that day was my father. Where, precisely, is his sacrifice? He didn't lift a finger. He simply had a heart the temperature of a well. And that was the decision. The Shen family put everything on Li Minghao. which, in fairness, is not stupid. Li Minghao is a genuine monster, literature and martial arts both, at a level that appears once in a century. They'd poured a decade into him, and he had never once failed to deliver. The only thing they got wrong was the assumption that the other one would stay where he was put. Back at Yun Manor, I found out that a house can be pleased with you. The whole family already knew about the 80th flight, because the news had traveled faster than our carriage. Madame Wang, who had come to Anyang to be with Shaoqing, heard the number, and then heard about the pill formula in the same hour, and had to sit down twice. "Little sister," Uncle said, watching her face, "you've lived with that child for years." "You didn't know? He never had a chance to cultivate. 5 months ago he tempered his bone by accident." They gave me a courtyard, carved rails, jade steps, a covered walk, and a room where you could smell the wood it was made of and open a window onto a pond. I tried to refuse it and lost. I want you to understand that I was not comfortable. I had spent a year in a leaking box. That courtyard felt like wearing another man's coat. But I took it, and then I did the only thing I know how to do with a debt, which is pay it. I asked Uncle for the most impossible pill formulas the Yun family owned. He came back with 2, and he brought them to me himself with a very careful expression, and made a point of telling me not to feel pressure, because these had been in the family 100 years, and nobody had ever cracked them, so it really didn't matter if I couldn't. He was managing my feelings, and his face was doing something else entirely. I cracked them that night, and it turned out they were not pill formulas at all. Both of them were manuals of alchemy technique. The Yun family had assumed they were recipes because there were example medicines written in them, and the examples were only there to demonstrate the method. I gave them to Uncle over breakfast. He read 4 lines and ran out of the courtyard like the building was on fire. Madame Wang and I looked at each other and went after him, and found him in his father's courtyard shouting, "Father, father," and the 2 of them holding 2 sheets of paper and saying things at each other that made no sense. This is difficult. Yes, it definitely is. Did Shaoli work out this alchemy technique too? Then the 2 of them turned and looked at me the way you look at a mountain. "Father, elder brother," said Madame Wang, in the voice of a woman worried her family has gone mad. "Are these 2 techniques very special?" The head of the Yun family answered without taking his eyes off the paper. "It hasn't been verified, but by the description, this is the Shui family's technique. Of Yan country. The Shui family. The reason Yan country's soldiers, who are individually weaker than ours, fight as well as they do, their pills are simply better than everyone else's, and have been for 100 years. They tested it right there in the courtyard on the most basic recovery pill in existence. Where ordinary alchemy is fire management, this method adds pounding, condensing the heat and using it to hammer the medicine, which raises the extraction rate and drives out the impurities. Everybody knows the principle. Nobody outside the Shui family knows the details, and the details are the whole thing. Get it slightly wrong, and the pill cracks and leaks its own potency. 15 minutes later, the head of the Yun family was holding a recovery pill better than anything his house had made in 70 years. He looked at me and said, with total seriousness, "On the alchemical path, no genius in the great way compares to Shao Li," which is nonsense. I can't make a pill. I can read a label, but I let him say it because of what he said next. This era should have belonged to the Shen family. 2 prodigies in 1 generation. They could have been the first house in the empire. He looked at the paper in his hand. They simply lacked the eyes. And then, quietly, "Shao Li, don't worry. For reason and for feeling, this family will stand in front of you. As long as this old man is breathing, the Shen family cannot touch you." Meanwhile, in the capital, the bill came due. The Shen family had made their position clear by sending the Su family a load of gifts, which in that language means, "We are not going to the emperor. If you want this over, you go." So the head of the Su family went to the palace at night and sat with his majesty for half the night, and came out having paid. The price was Zhao Guang, Zhao Meifeng's father, the eldest son of the house, a man who reads terrain the way other people read faces, pulled off the northern border and installed as a teacher at an academy in the capital for 2 years. 2 years is enough. When the Su family's man goes back north, the north will have learned to look somewhere else. The Su family lost real power that night to end a wedding. The Shen family lost nothing at all. I'd like to say I felt something about that. Mostly I noted it, because a rift between those 2 houses was the first genuinely good news I'd had all year, and the throne added one condition, which was elegant. 2 great military houses cannot simply cancel a royal marriage. Somebody has to be shamed by it. So the palace required both parties themselves, Zhao Meifeng and me, to each write a letter of annulment to be announced together. We were not compatible. We each had other intentions. We each go find our own happiness. Nobody loses face. Everybody signs. Which meant that after everything, the entire thing came down to a piece of paper with my handwriting on it. Zhao Meifeng heard the terms and frowned, because it had occurred to her, for the first time, that I might simply refuse. They sent people to Anyang City to get it. Yun Manor did not let them pass the gate. Not the Shen family's men, not the Su families. Anyone connected to either house was told the manor was closed and to come back another day, indefinitely. That was Madame Wang's instruction, and she gave it with her jaw set. When word came back that they couldn't even get through the door, Zhao Meifeng, who does not get flustered, got flustered. Does he think that without this letter the engagement can't be dissolved? It could, of course. It would just be undignified and would cost her family another trip to the palace, which is precisely why I wasn't in a hurry. And that is when my grandmother decided to come to Anyang City herself. She had lived in Shen Manor for years without going anywhere, but she reasoned it out, and her reasoning was, I have to admit, excellent. In the great way, loyalty comes before filial piety on paper, and filial piety comes first in practice, because most people will never meet an emperor and everybody has a grandmother. Elders are never wrong. Juniors are unfilial. That is the entire mechanism of public opinion in this country, and she had been using it her whole life. So she sent experts to Anyang ahead of her to seed the story. The old madam is coming. Why? Because that unfilial descendant refuses to come home. His elders miss him, and he indulges himself abroad. Then she got in a luxurious carriage with 2 maids and came to collect her grandson in front of an entire city. By the time she reached the west of Anyang, there was a crowd walking behind the carriage. People love watching an unfilial child get corrected. Several residents brought their own children along to make a point. Many of them started criticizing me before they'd worked out what the argument was about, because elders are never wrong. Her plan was simple, and it was good. He refuses to return, therefore he is unfilial. Therefore, the world will curse him back into my house. The carriage stopped at the gate of Yun Manor. She checked her face in a bronze mirror, arranged an expression of worry, and had Hongmei help her down. And the whole Yun family was standing there waiting for her, in a line, being extremely polite, with me in the middle. I had, about 20 minutes earlier, swallowed a pill Uncle had made specially and skipped breakfast the day before, and my face at that moment had no blood in it at all, and my lips were cracked white. I bowed, slowly, badly, like a man holding himself together. And then I lost my balance and went sideways, and the Yun family caught me before I hit the ground. The crowd made a noise. My grandmother stood in the street with an entire prepared speech in her mouth and no idea where to put it. Madame Wang got to me first, and her voice carried beautifully. Xiao Li was ambushed by villains at the Thousand Autumns gathering and badly hurt. He cannot stand for long. Please grant permission for your grandson to go and be treated. And then, from somewhere around her elbow, I said, indistinctly, in a voice designed to reach the 3rd row, "Third madam, help me up. I haven't greeted the old madam yet." A pause. I don't want to be punished again. The entire street turned and looked at my grandmother. So that's why he won't go back. He can barely open his eyes, and he's still trying to stand up and bow. Imagine what it's like for him in that house. When a wall starts falling, everyone pushes. "Old madam," said Madame Wang, "please, let Xiao Li go and rest. Even if you don't like him, he is still your grandson." My grandmother stood in a foreign street in front of a crowd she had personally assembled and had absolutely no move. She said, after a long time, that Madame Wang should take me inside to rest. I do not know how she got back into that carriage. I was being carried. She rode home in silence with the curtains shut, and within a week the story had gone out across the empire, and it was not the story she had come to plant. She had tried to brand me unfilial, and had walked into the same trap she'd built. That night I got up, ate a large dinner, and felt fine. After this, I told Madame Wang, the next one will be my father. He arrived 4 days later, at night, on horseback, with 5 armed guards, and knocked on the gate of a house he had married into. Which is not how you visit family. That's how you visit a problem. The Yun family put him in the reception hall and let him wait, and I went out to meet him because I wanted to hear it. He was sitting with one hand on his sword hilt, which was the entire argument, delivered before he opened his mouth. "You actually dare to come out and see me?" That nearly got a laugh out of me. Why wouldn't I? Did I fail to win the bet? Did I break my word? What brings father to Yun Manor? His lips twitched. He was angry and had nothing to be angry with, so he did what all of them do. Haven't you had enough of this nonsense? Label it nonsense first, argue second. It's the family technique. And Madame Wang came round the corridor before I could answer. Nonsense, she said. Tell me exactly how Xiao Li has acted up. He beat Zhao Meifeng at the Thousand Autumns gathering. The Su family's chosen one lost. If the engagement is to be broken, shouldn't she pay the price? That gathering was a game. Winning it was luck. Do you think he could face her with a sword? She laughed at him. You've said both halves now. If Xiao Li had lost, would you have called it a game? No, you'd have chased him to this manor to demand he shame himself for your Shen family. Crippled and disgraced. She was shouting by the end of it, and the 5 guards behind him took a step back. He knew he was in the wrong and had no interest in the topic, so he moved to the ground he liked. Born into the Shen family, one must be prepared to sacrifice for the Shen family. Without us, where would you be? All your skills, didn't they come from your family? Unfortunately, I said, they didn't. I have never learned a single Shen family technique. I don't even know their names. He had nothing, because it was true, because he had never once thought to check. So he pivoted. I'm not here to debate. The head of the family has decided. Your engagement with Zhao Meifeng will be annulled by the method previously arranged. And he put a bottle on the table. Bone healing pills. After the annulment, with rest, you will walk like a normal person. You don't need to worry about the future. The Shen family will see that you eat and are clothed. I promise you that. Madame Wang and I laughed at the same time, genuinely in unison. It was a nice moment. Your promise? She said. Is your promise worth anything? If your promises worked, you wouldn't be here trying to convince him. You'd be at the Su family. 2 rebuttals in a row, and his eyes changed and he looked at her. The Yun guards had their swords out before I did. Then he found what he thought was his lever. Li Jinlong, the Yun family treats you well. You wouldn't want their interests harmed. A pause, satisfied. Do you know who has been buying every pill this family has made for 15 years? Without the Shen family, do you think the Yun family would be what it is? That was his trump card. Offend us, and you offend your biggest customer. And an old voice came out of the corridor behind him. Whether the Yun family became what it is none of your business. The head of the Yun family walked in with his hands behind his back, and pride coming off him like heat. Li Jinlong is my grandson. Protecting him is my business. Whatever the situation in your household is up to you. He waved a hand. It's late. Time to see the guests out, because a man with high-grade pill formulas in his alchemy room does not need the Shen family's army, and my father had absolutely no idea he was standing in a different house than the one he'd walked into. Disregard your family's interests, he said from the door, and the Yun family will decline. Don't imagine that a little momentum in recent years means anything. Without the Shen family pushing from behind, you're nothing. I'll give you one more day. Then he shook his armor so it rattled, which is a thing generals do, and remembered one more item. Oh, that maid, Xiaoqing. You've taken her, haven't you? I stopped. She was bought by the Shen family. Her life and death belong to us. If she does not agree to the annulment, then from this day the Shen family should not see her. He looked at me while he said it. If I see her, I will kill her. And then, so I would understand it was not a threat but a fact. Remember, this is Li Ming's promise. Test whether I keep it. He glanced at Madame Wang once and led his guards out. The Yun family patriarch was still talking behind me, saying not to worry, saying the family could protect Xiaoqing, saying who does that man think he is? I was not listening. Madame Wang came and took my hand, because she had known me for a year and a half and had never seen my face do this. Xiao Li, don't worry. Xiaoqing is here with me. Even if you don't cooperate, I don't believe the Shen family would storm into Yun Manor and hurt anyone. Xiaoqing has never trained a day in her life. A master's casual strike ends her. Hidden in this manor, she is safe. And how long is that? 10 years in a locked room? Living in the dark because a general in a border camp made a promise about a maid. Didn't they say the Shen family will kill Xiaoqing if they see her? I heard myself say it. Then perhaps if the entire Shen family were gone, the problem would resolve. The room went very quiet. In their memory of me, I was always smiling. That was a different voice. Madame Wang's face filled with alarm. The Shen family holds military power. They have connections everywhere. Xiao Li, young people are always eager to fight. Third madam, grandfather. I'm not going to walk at the Shen family with a spear. I'm not stupid. I made myself sound normal. The throne gave Zhao Meifeng to me to weaken the Shen family. Fine. The royal family doesn't want the Shen family to have that much reach. Neither do I. Why shouldn't I use them the way they used me? Madame Wang thought about that for a long time, and then nodded, and said the thing she always says, which is that anything that keeps me alive is acceptable. I went back to my courtyard and sat down inside my own head, and could not settle, because there was a fire under my ribs. Cultivation requires a still mind. Every text says so. I was not still, so I stopped pretending to be. I summoned a sword shadow and went at the heavenly Tao sword intent the way I had never gone at it. Understand what I usually do. I am careful. Every move I make is the best move after consideration. That's the whole reason I'm alive. In there, I fight cleanly. I take what I can afford, and I give ground where it's cheap. That night, I did not give ground. Anything that wasn't going to kill me outright, I ate and kept going forward. Blades came through my skin. 6th rank, tempered by mountains and rivers, foundation washed by a heaven and earth treasure, and I was still opened up in a dozen places, and I did not stop, because there was a single idea in me the size of a house, and the idea was, my body is already dead, so I will go home. And whatever that thing is that lives in the heavenly Tao sword intent had never seen anybody do that before. The shadows came together into one blade and dropped out of the sky and went straight through me. But it had to. I lay there in a field inside my own head, cut to pieces and gasping, and understood that I had just forced it to use that move for the first time, and I had found something. The books call it intent. Above the 6th rank, intent is the wall. You can grind your whole life at the door and never get through it without one of your own. That night, I got my hands on the edge of mind. Absolute intent. Which is not, as I first assumed, about wanting to die. I got that wrong for weeks. It's about being ready to. The next morning, my father had the Shen family's army send a formal letter to Anyang City. It didn't say the real thing. It said the Yun family's pills had been found to be of inferior quality, far worse than those of other houses, and effective immediately, the Shen family's armies would purchase no more of them. He also passed word to every force allied with the Shen family to do the same. That letter went across the empire, and half a dozen alchemist families celebrated like it was New Year. Old third of the Yun family has gone senile, said the head of the Guo family, sitting in his own courtyard with his legs crossed and his son beside him. He got rich off marrying a daughter to Li Ming, and now he thinks his house is powerful. Who'd look twice at them otherwise? Father's right. The Yun family closed their manor at the end of winter. It's been almost a month, and what effect has it had on anything? Nobody in the whole Great Way cares whether their gates are open. The old man laughed until he coughed. You're right. The world is cruel. Never think you matter. He wiped his eyes. After this letter, the Yun family will be a second-rate house within 3 years. Anyang City agreed with him. Street vendors were saying the Yun family was finished. Fathers were using it to lecture their sons about knowing your place. When the letter reached Yun Manor, the head of the family read it and started smiling. My good son-in-law, he said, he actually thinks he can threaten me with this. And then, because the man is honest, though it's my own fault, what blindness made me give my daughter to that? Everyone in the room smiled with him because they were all core family and they all knew what was in the alchemy room. The Yun family had spent that month rebuilding itself from the floor up. They stopped making low-grade pills entirely. Recovery pills, blood pills, the whole volume business, gone. If the Shen family had come back begging to buy them, there wouldn't have been any. Instead, they moved everyone up a tier. 2 mid-grade pills only, the Qi-boosting pill and the essence restoration pill, which do precisely what recovery and blood pills do, except properly, faster, and without the side effects. There was one reason nobody had ever put those in a soldier's kit. Price. A mid-grade pill costs about 10 times a low-grade one, and armies are enormous, and the treasury is not. Unless your alchemy technique has jumped a full generation, in which case your materials are almost the same as everyone's low-grade ingredients, your success rate has gone from a coin flip to nearly 9 in 10, and your production time has gone from 3 days to a quarter of an hour. They set the price at 40% below the market. And the high-grade pills, the ones that whole houses fight over, they priced 10% below everybody else, purely to be rude. They also did something clever, which was Uncle's idea. The complete method for any high-grade pill lives with exactly 2 people, the patriarch and uncle, and one critical step in each process is performed by them personally and shown to nobody. Every other alchemist in that house learned a piece. If one of them ever walked out the door and sold everything he knew, the buyer would end up with a room full of cracked pills. They set a date to open the gates again, and until then they sat behind a closed door making pills while an entire province laughed at them. Meanwhile, the wedding was 11 days away, and the capital finally moved. Li Minghao did not see Zhao Meifeng when she came to ask him for help. His page met her at the courtyard gate and said the young master was in seclusion and would not emerge before the 20th, and that anything she wished to say could be passed along at an appropriate time. She asked whether that applied to her too. It did. She went home from the Mountain and Sea Academy without getting through a gate and told herself he had his reasons. So the head of the Su family went to the palace that night and paid, and the terms came back, and the terms were the 2 letters. Which is how a sword immortal ended up standing outside Yun Manor being told to come back tomorrow. The gate opened a crack, and a servant told her the manor was closed and to please return. She said she had come about the engagement between the Shen and Su families, and the gate shut before she finished the sentence. She stood there for a moment, and then knocked again, and was ignored, and then knocked very gently one more time, which is how you can tell a person is not used to this. Please inform your master that I am a sword cultivator of Xiaoyao Peak. That worked, because those 4 words work everywhere. Which confused her, because Xiaoyao Peak has almost no dealings with the Yun family, and she had no idea why her sex name was a key to this particular door. Madame Wang came down the corridor talking before she arrived, all apologies about the servants, and stopped dead when she saw who was standing in the garden, because she had assumed Xiaoyao Peak meant Wen Yu Shou, and this was not Wen Yu Shou. Fairy, who are you? Hualing Xiao of Xiaoyao Peak. We shouldn't know each other. Have you mistaken me for Yu Shou? And Madame Wang went cold all over, because she had heard that name. Peak Lord Ling Xiao, Zhao Meifeng's master. She nudged the maid beside her and whispered at her to go and tell me not to come out. The maid took one step and stopped, because a woman at the 3rd rank of the immortal realm can hear a whisper from further away than the maid could throw a stone. Young lady of the Yun family, I have come to speak with Li Jinlong in person. This concerns my disciple. A pause, gently. I will not harm him, and there is an opportunity in it for him. Madame Wang looked at the Yun family guards standing around the garden and noticed that every single one of them was sweating. Fairy Hua. Xiaoyao Peak is the holy land of the sword and has never involved itself in the court's disputes. This visit seems inappropriate. This concerns my disciple's marriage. She has another man in her heart. If Li Jinlong and my disciple are joined, it will be a tragedy for both of them. The royal family has agreed to dissolve it. All that remains is for him to write the letter. And I came round the corridor into the back garden. I had been living in the Yun family for a while by then. Someone had thrown out my linen and put me in proper clothes. My hair was combed. I looked, for the first time in my life, like a person from a great house. Third madam, you weren't talking about Fairy Wen. And then I saw her. I want to describe what happened next accurately, and I can't, so I'll just tell you the mechanics. The garden made no sound. Neither of us moved. Somewhere in the general area of my chest, an organ stopped taking instructions. Xiaoli. Xiaoli. Madame Wang had to say it several times. I blinked and looked again in case I'd made it up. Xiaoli, this is Fairy Hua Ling Xiao of Xiaoyao Peak. She is also Zhao Meifeng's master. Zhao Meifeng's master. I had known she was older than me. I had known she was somebody. I had spent a month in a forest with her, and we had exchanged exactly 2 pieces of information about our lives. Of all the people in the world. She had gone still, too. In her version of the arithmetic, the boy from the mountains was engaged to her own student, which is worse than an age gap, worse than a rank gap. That's a wall with a name on it. Xiaoli, said Madame Wang, tugging my sleeve. However you feel about the Su family, greet a senior of Xiaoyao Peak. Zhao Meifeng's, master. What kind of greeting is that? Call her senior. Greetings, senior. Both of us flinched at the word. Fairy Hua, forgive him. He's been cultivating hard. He's a little dazed. Which was the strangest thing Madame Wang had ever seen, because I had stood in front of the Marquis of Yuanling and been called incompetent without my face moving, and now I could not manage a greeting. Have you gained anything from your recent practice? Said Hualing Xiao, forgetting entirely what she had come for. Some insights from the Thousand Autumns gathering. Madame Wang, delighted to have a subject, jumped in. Fairy Hua, our Xiaoli walked 80 flights. He took first place. Even the Su family's chosen one wasn't. and then she remembered who she was talking to and stopped so fast she nearly bit herself. Hua Xiao's expression did not move, because in her private accounting, my talent had never been below Jiao Mei Feng's, only my sword had. They say the 80th flight tests the bonds of love, she said, in a voice with nothing at all in it. The Heiyang immortal himself couldn't clear it. Every time he stepped on it, he saw the person he most wanted to see and couldn't make himself leave. A small pause. Who did you see? Madame Wang waved a hand cheerfully. He won't say. His own mother pressed him and he dodged. He says he's allowed secrets. Anyway, I said to a stone table, it wasn't the Su family's chosen one. We looked at each other for about a quarter of a second. She lowered her eyes and I watched her understand. Madame Wang nodded to herself, satisfied. If it wasn't Jiao Mei Feng, it was obviously Wen Yuxiu, and Wen Yuxiu is a far better match anyway. Then Hua Xiao explained the annulment terms and got as far as, I heard from Jin Yu that you don't want to break it, and I nearly took the table apart. Don't want to? I have been dreaming about breaking it. Half the men in the Great Way may be besotted with the Su family's chosen one. I am not among them. But the Shun and Su families sent people and none of them could get through your gate. That was me, said Madame Wang, stepping forward. They need something from us and they came here arrogant. Do they think the Yun family is easy? If you want the engagement broken, send somebody important to ask properly and pay something for it. I remember what Xiao Li went through. To break it, they wanted him crippled and disgraced, and they said so out loud like it was a reasonable suggestion. Her chin came up. They did filthy things. They can pay. Xiao Li deserves compensation. Can I provide that compensation? Said Hua Xiao immediately. I will not refuse anything within my power. Anything? Anything. She said it so fast and so completely that Madame Wang stopped and looked at her sideways, because that is not how negotiations work. She pulled me a few steps away. Third, madam, I wanted this broken anyway. Why hesitate? You're too trusting. She's Jiao Mei Feng's master. She'll side with Jiao Mei Feng. What annulment letter? How do you know any of this is real? She glanced back. Don't let a gentle voice and a pretty face fool you. Women like that are good at pretending. Probably not. She's a peak lord of Xiaoyao Peak. How would a boy like you see through a bad woman's tricks? I wanted on record that my stepmother spent that entire afternoon warning me about the wickedness of a woman I had shared a hut with for a month, and that I could not tell her so. When we came back, Hua Xiao spoke first. Young lady of the Yun family, I swear by my sword heart that everything I have said today is true. When the letters are signed, the engagement is dissolved. Whatever compensation you require, if it is within my power, Hua Xiao will grant it. Did you hear what Xiao Li and I just said? Yes, my hearing improved with my strength. Madame Wang went slightly pink. A sword cultivator swearing on her sword heart is not a figure of speech. Madame Wang decided to believe it. I had the letter written before anyone had finished discussing it. Elegant handwriting, whatever the content, that much I do know how to do. Hua Xiao waved a hand as she took it, and the sound went out of the garden. A barrier. They can't hear us now. And then neither of us knew what to say. So, I said eventually, you're Jiao Mei Feng's master. I should have guessed before I came, the same name, both engaged, both trying to end it. She looked at the letter in her hand. After the way people described you, I decided it couldn't be you, just somebody with the same name. Their description must have been magnificent. She hesitated and then gave it to me straight, because she always did. Of poor character, driven only by profit, vulgar, ungrateful. I laughed out loud. But when I saw it was you, she said, I didn't believe a word of it. It's difficult to attach the word profit-driven to a man who insisted on splitting a heaven and earth treasure. Perhaps I was flattering you. You were already fourth rank. Then why didn't you ask me for help? She was not letting that go. You were in that whirlpool the entire time, and you gritted your teeth and said nothing. I did not have an answer that I was willing to say out loud, so I didn't give one. She let me off it and moved. And the Shen family's second madam, the affair with the servant. They say you spread that. I did. Oh. There'll be a reason, she said immediately. You had no other option. Which made me laugh again, because she had built my defense before hearing the charge. I told her about the box of jade and the courtroom and the tattoo, and watched her go from surprise to something colder. When you're slandered, explaining is the weakest move on the board, I said, so I threw mud back. No wonder the young lady of the Yun family called their methods filthy, she said. They are. Then, because there was nothing else to ask, how are you here in Yun Manor? Madame Wang has always treated me like her own. The Yun family are good to me. At least here I'm not standing guard on my own life every day. In the Shen residence, the old madam required me to be self-reliant, which meant most of my day went to earning a meal, which left nothing for cultivation. Here I can sit in a room for a month and nothing happens. She listened to that and finally understood why a young master of a marquis household had been wearing burlap in a foreign kingdom. What I hate most, I said, is that they use the people around me. Fortunately, Madame Wang and Xiao Qing are both out of that house now. Otherwise, even after beating Zhao Mei Feng at the gathering, they'd have had me. And she frowned and put together the last piece, why a boy with no resources had crossed a border alone to dig in a graveyard. Why didn't you tell me any of this? I could have helped. I didn't want to involve you. Why? No reason. Also, I had no way to contact you. There is a transmission artifact in the storage ring. There isn't. I've checked it many times. She did not believe me, so I emptied the ring onto the stone table to prove it, which is how a great deal of a sword immortal's personal wardrobe ended up in a garden in Anyang City, and how I learned exactly how fast I can put underwear back into a storage ring. We agreed, silently and permanently, that this had not happened. And there, among the gold, was a wooden token the size of a palm, which I had looked at months ago, seen the tag high-quality magical artifact on, decided was some kind of identity token, and ignored. From now on, she said, you can call me. If you call, I'll come. Then, after a moment, that half of the heart-crushing vine took me into the third rank. Third, the immortal realm. I said something about how she should have taken the whole thing, and she shook her head and said the fruit's real gift isn't the rank, it's the things that keep arriving quietly for years afterward. And I stood there in a garden thinking that the distance between us had just gotten wider by an entire realm, and that I had personally handed her half the fruit that did it, and that I would do it again. She left with the letter. Before she went, she gave Madame Wang a brown box, and said it was an additional compensation, and that she would return tomorrow to discuss the rest. Inside it was a plant with its roots and stem and leaves entirely undamaged, and when the lid came off, the whole courtyard smelled like something out of a story. The Yun patriarch took one look and said a word out loud. Tuanshan Saint Sprout. Where did you get this? It is not quite a heaven and earth treasure. It is close enough that he had last seen one 5 years ago and had wanted to buy one for a decade and had never once been able to find a seller. It grows out of high rock, and the shoot goes through stone. She's really willing to go that far for Xiao Li, said Madame Wang to nobody. Who? Who is willing? And she didn't explain. She just handed it to her father to refine into pills for me, and then she went back to her own courtyard and had a conversation with Xiao Qing. Xiao Qinger, did Xiao Li seem strange today? Madam, said Xiao Qing carefully, I feel there's something I don't know how to say. Say it. I think the way young Master Li looked at Fairy Hua was a bit strange. Madame Wang told her not to talk nonsense, that Fairy Hua was around her own age, that her disciple had been engaged to me, that it was impossible. Then she lay awake most of the night thinking about it. Hua Ling Xiao came back the next day, and Madame Wang's manner toward her had improved by about 400%, and she kept turning her head to stare at her, which made a sword immortal touch her own face to check for dust. It's nothing, said Madame Wang brightly. It's nothing at all. Then she had somebody fetch me, and she and Xiao Qing stood side by side and watched the two of us look at each other for exactly half a second and then look away in perfect unison. The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded. We sat in the hall. Young lady of the Yun family, said Hua Ling Xiao, have you decided on the compensation? I have, as long as it is within your power. It will not be refused. Xiao Li has been unfavored in the Shen family since he was a child, said Madame Wang. As his mother, I could not protect him or give him the life the other children had. The annulment is over, but it has made him many enemies. The Yun family has some standing in the pill trade, but not the power to shield him forever. A pause for effect. Our Xiao Li walked 80 flights of the 1,000 Autumn Steps. His talent is outstanding. Therefore, we humbly ask Fairy Hua to accept Li Jinlong as her disciple. I want you to understand what that word means in this country. Heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, teacher. A master is an elder. It is not an age gap, it is a category. That is not appropriate, said Hua Ling Xiao. Third madam, absolutely not, I said. Both of us said it at the same time, and both of us said it far too fast, and Madame Wang sat back in her chair with the face of a woman whose experiment has produced a very clean result. What's wrong with it? Xiao Li, don't you practice the sword? Last time Fairy Yueshou came, you wanted to enter Xiaoyao Peak. Isn't this exactly the opportunity? I already have a disciple, said Hualing Xiao. I'm afraid I don't have the energy. Third madam, Prefect Guo has recommended me to Tianyi Academy. Let's set the apprenticeship aside. We were producing reasons like two people bailing the same boat, and the more reasons we produced, the more solid the evidence became. Fairy Hua, said Madame Wang sweetly, you said yesterday you would agree to anything within your power. Has one day changed that? It isn't that I'm breaking my word, third madam. Our master and disciple affinity has not ripened. It shouldn't be forced. What do you know, child? This is for your own good. Third madam, I don't want a master. And she smiled, actually smiled, and said, all right, then perhaps the two of you really aren't fated to be master and disciple. Both of us relaxed at once, which was the final piece of data she needed. Then I asked Fairy Hua to protect Xiao Li's safety instead. Would until his wedding day be feasible? That's far too long, I said. If I'm in danger, protect me 10 times. Hualing Xiao produced a round artifact and put it in my hand. If you are in danger, use this. If you call, I will come. Then she left because there was no reason to stay, and Madame Wang waved every servant and guard out of the hall, and the doors closed, and it was 3 of us. The 2 women squinted at me. What? So we're outsiders now? Third madam, what are you talking about? You've always been careful with women. You watch your eyes so nobody misunderstands. She leaned in. And you look at Fairy Hua very strangely. And I spent all day pushing an apprenticeship on the 2 of you, and you were both extremely nervous about it. The disciple thing had been a trap. Of course it had. She pulled up a chair. Xiao Qing started massaging her shoulders from behind. Neither of them was going anywhere. Fairy Hua and I knew each other before, I said, eventually. Their eyes lit up like a festival. I told them about Qianyang, the 50-tail room, the jade pendant, the formation, the forest, the hut. I left things out, and they knew I was leaving things out, and they let me. Xiao Li, is there anything between you and Fairy Hua? No, I only knew her. Really? I ask you both to keep this to yourselves, I said, and I meant it hard enough that they both stopped enjoying themselves. She is at the 3rd rank of the immortal realm. The gap is enormous. If this became a rumor, it would put her in an impossible position. And Madame Wang looked at me for a while. Our Xiao Li has grown up, she said. Then, because she cannot help herself, but if you could actually marry that Fairy Hua, I would approve completely. Cultivators live a long time. She isn't that much older. A gleam. And I would very much like to see the face Zhao Meifeng makes. And since Li Minghao wants to marry Zhao Meifeng, would he then have to call you cousin or master? She sat there thinking about that and enjoying it enormously. The letters were exchanged on the 14th of the 12th month, 1 day before the wedding. The palace announced it, and the annulment was final, and neither the Shen family nor the Su family had a single red lantern hanging anywhere, because everybody had known for 6 months that this was never going to be a wedding. The Su family paid. Zhao Guang came off the northern border. The Shen family paid nothing. Zhao Meifeng heard the news from her maid and said, "This farce is finally over," and then went quiet for a while about what her family had spent. And that same evening her master came to see her, and her master had spent a day in Anyang City, and something had gone wrong with her. "Master, you've come back at last. Jin Yu cooked a few dishes. Please try them." She pulled her to the table. "It's all Jin Yu's fault. If it weren't for standing up for me, Master wouldn't have wasted time on those disgusting people." Hualing Xiao put down the dish she was holding. "In my opinion, Li Jinlong is quite good, not at all what you and the others say." The room stopped. "Master, did you hear some persuasive words in Anyang?" Zhao Meifeng, who had never once contradicted her master about anything, contradicted her about this. He is disliked by his own elders, therefore he has no filial piety. His family explained the situation and asked him to sacrifice for them. He disregarded the interests of his whole house. Master, are you still going to defend a man like that, because he happened to climb 80 flights? The lack of gratitude is a far-fetched accusation, said Hualing Shao. Over all those years, the Shen family never once showed him kindness. He earned his food and his clothes and his roof himself, and was paid less than their servants. A descendant of a marquis who never wore silk and went through late autumn in linen. She looked at her disciple. Jinyu, if the Su family treated you that way, and then asked you to give up your body for the family, would you be willing? I suspect your resentment would be greater than his. Master, you cannot believe one side. The rumor about the second madam and the servant was witnessed by many. He can't deny it. He doesn't deny it. And it began when that same second madam produced false evidence to have him branded a thief so that the engagement could be broken. He was left with nothing but a lie to answer a lie. Master went to Anyang City. How can you be so biased toward Li Jinlong? I am not being biased. These are facts. And that was the first argument that master and disciple had ever had. Xiaolian stepped in to break it up, saying the annulment was over and Li Jinlong was a passerby and there was no need to think about him ever again. Zhao Meifeng agreed and lowered her eyes and changed the subject to sword intent. On the 20th of the 12th month, the Yun family opened its gates. 26 days closed, lanterns and colored streamers at the door. Nobody came. Not at 7 in the morning, not at noon. The street was empty, and in the tea houses of Anyang City, the story of the day was that the Yun family had reopened to an audience of dust. The first guest arrived in the late afternoon, the head of the Yin family, who had hated the Yun family for 30 years and who had come purely to enjoy himself. We've been rivals a long time. Between heroes, there's a kind of respect. He put down tea he had no intention of drinking. But the Shen family made you, and the Shen family has unmade you. In this war between our houses, the Yin family has won. And then, generously, if you can't afford to keep so many alchemists, send them to me. The Yun patriarch waved for the servants to see him out. Go and ask around, said the Yin patriarch from the doorway, delighted. How many houses will buy from you now? You'll make a few high grade a month, and people will still take those. Can a few pills a month feed this estate? He strolled off, entirely pleased with his afternoon, and the Yun patriarch watched him go and said, Li Jinlong was right. It's already good enough when people don't kick you while you're down. The next day, nobody again. The day after that, the second guest. Boss Shah, the merchant who buys in bulk and distributes at retail, and who had been growing quietly enormous for a decade, and who came in without any arrogance at all, which I respect. Head of the Yun family, I may have spoken bluntly last time. Then straight to it. I am a merchant. I go where the profit is. Every garrison has banned your pills. To move stock, you must discount. Sell me your low grade at 80%, and I'll take everything. Anyone buying from you now is marked an enemy of the Shen family. At that price, I am being generous. He was, actually. Anyone else would have opened at half. Since Boss Shah is frank, said the patriarch, the Yun family should be sincere in return. Would you like to see our alchemy room? 20 paces from the door, his nose stopped him. That isn't recovery pill, or blood pill. Uncle opened the door. 6 alchemists at work, and every one of them making mid-grade, which by itself is nothing. Plenty of houses make mid-grade. Boss Shah stood there and did arithmetic. Any other family needs 2 to 3 hours per mid-grade pill. He watched a Yun alchemist finish one in a quarter of an hour, then watched the next. Then looked for the failure rate and could not find one. Head of the Yun family, come along, there's more. They opened the storeroom, and what came out of that door put a hand on the doorframe of a man who has been in the trade 30 years. Breakthrough pill, lesser rejuvenating pill, true essence pill, blue jade refining pill. You made this many high grade in 20 days? Boss Shah only needs to know one thing, said the patriarch. However many you require, this family can supply them. Then Uncle produced the price list, mid-grade at 60% of the old price, high grade at 10% under market. Boss Shah looked at that paper and understood that the entire pill trade of the Great Way was going to be a different shape by summer. In the 3 days since we opened, said the patriarch pleasantly, only Boss Shah has come, and since he mentioned 80%, everything he buys today is at 80%. He emptied his accounts and then sent for more money. Because while the Yun family's pills were still available to anyone, whatever he paid he could resell at whatever he liked, and one afternoon was worth 3 years of his ordinary trade. The patriarch let him take as much as he could carry, because once that shipment hit the market, there would be no more hiding, and he had been in business 50 years, and he knew exactly what he was doing. You cannot hide profit. Profit goes and finds people. We spent New Year's Eve at Yun Manor making dumplings, Madame Wang on quality control, Xiao Qing on shaping, me on the dough, and Xiao Qing insisting she could roll a rounder one than I could, and producing a genuinely perfect sphere and holding it up in triumph. Then we put both of them in the pan, and hers came apart immediately, because a dumpling that pretty has no seam in it, and Madame Wang laughed so hard she had to sit down. I had made 1,000 of these in the Shen family kitchen during festivals, because during festivals every junior of the house contributes labor, and in practice that meant the others wandered around waving, and I did the work. At the banquet that night, every servant in Yun Manor sat at the tables with the family, which I had never seen anywhere. The patriarch raised his cup and told them that the 26 days had been frightening, and that some of them had probably wondered whether the house was finished, and that from tomorrow the Yun family would only go up, and that one day the arrogant Shen family would come and beg to buy pills from them. The room went off like a firework. Then he asked me, quietly, whether I really intended to go back for the clan assessment, because there was one. Li Wei had come home once at mid-autumn, and he was coming home again after the New Year, which had never happened, and every junior in that house had been ordered to study through the holiday, because this year the assessment would be serious. Grandfather will back you. We've already offended them. One more won't matter. I know grandfather is thinking of me, but I can't miss it. The whole table was listening. The old lord is already displeased with me over the annulment. If I don't return, they'll have grounds to call me unfilial, and that's a label I can't peel off. Even if I faked illness, they'd send a physician. So he gave me 2 guards from his own household, both at the peak of the 5th rank, both of whom had been in that family for decades and would not take no for an answer. And Hualing Xiao was waiting outside the gate on the morning we left because Madame Wang had used the transmission artifact behind my back to ask her to come. I found out about that later, and about the fact that Fairy Hua had agreed without hesitating for even a second, which apparently told my stepmother everything she needed to know. We reached Shen Manor on the evening of the 10th. The snow was piled thick on the branches, and nothing else had changed at all, and when I walked in, every servant in that manor bowed to me. Some of the braver ones called me young Master Li. I had lived there for years and been invisible. Now they bowed. And the effect of that was not warmth. It was that I could feel exactly how cold the place was, measured by how quickly it adjusted. I went to pay respects to the head of the family first, because I always did, and was made to wait a good while. I thought letters wouldn't move you, said Li Wei. I was considering coming to collect you personally. Old Lord, please understand, I was only unable to travel because of my injuries. I would never disobey my elders. He tried the pressure. It was weather. And what are those 3 behind you? Hualing Xiao stepped forward before I could answer. General Li, Hualing Xiao of Xiaoyao Peak. Before Li Jinlong wrote the letter of annulment, this peak master promised to guarantee his safety. I have come to keep that promise. His brows came down, because he had heard from the Su family that the letter had been obtained by Zhao Meifeng's master, and he had not been told about that clause. This visit is only a clan assessment. There is no danger. There is no need for the peak lord to follow. No trouble. This peak master will simply observe how young people cultivate these days. She said it perfectly evenly, because she is the lord of a peak of a holy land, and however young she is, she does not have to speak to a marquis like a junior. Then I went out again, because I had a debt in that city. Prefect Guo had gotten home late from his court and apologized for it. I put several bottles of high-grade pills from the Yun family on his table, and he waved them away and said he had no face to accept them, since he had only helped me to help the throne. Prefect Guo, you're too kind. Whatever your motives were, you helped, which makes you a benefactor. Should the people who tried to destroy me become benefactors if their reasons turn out to be noble? He thought about that and then took the pills. Then I told him I wanted to go to Tianyi Academy after the assessment. He supported it immediately, for 2 reasons. His own, which was Prince Qing Yuan, and mine, which he understood without me saying it. In the Great Way, pursuing education is written into the law and the rights. If a junior is away seeking knowledge, he may return home once every 3 years, and it is not unfilial. It is the only door out of a family that anybody is legally permitted to walk through. I was not going to Tianyi Academy for the teaching. I was going because it was the one exit in the building. Your admission letter will be in your hands in 3 days at most, he said. And then, after you leave Shen Manor, this government believes you will have a place in the future of the Great Way. Then I went and talked forge temperatures with his son for 2 hours because he'd gotten noticeably better and was extremely proud of it. I got back to my old courtyard around 11 at night. The gravel road the servants had laid was gone under moss again. The lock on my door had been broken off. Inside, the room was turned over. Nothing was missing because there was nothing to take. A plank bed and a table and some bowls. I learned what happened later. My cousins had spent the whole New Year miserable about the assessment, and somewhere in that misery they had convinced each other that the reason a nobody climbed 80 flights was the courtyard. It had to be a place of hidden fortune. Nothing else explained it. So they broke the lock and stayed the night to see what happened. They found out that the bedboard is very hard and that the room is extremely cold in winter, and left before dawn. And afterward, nobody in that family called my courtyard a blessed land again. I lay down on the plank anyway. After Yun Manor's beds, it was like sleeping on a road. You lived in this. I nearly came off the bed because there was a woman standing in my doorway. Hot in summer, cold in winter. I don't know how I got through it. She came in without being invited and looked around at everything in the room, which took about 4 seconds because there were 4 things. The Shen family couldn't spare a thick blanket? Self-reliance. If you want a thing, earn the silver and buy it. I put my hands behind my head. For most of it, I earned exactly enough for 1 day's food. Later, I could have afforded blankets. By then, it didn't seem necessary. She stood in the middle of that room for a while without saying anything. She had heard the words. Standing in it was different. We sat in that hut for most of the night talking about small things, Madame Wang, Shaoqing, the mooncakes, the dumpling that fell apart, and she told me about 30 years on a mountain, and neither of us mentioned anything that mattered, and it was the best night I ever spent in that courtyard. The clan assessment was held the next afternoon at Wutong Courtyard. The format was Li Minghao's idea, delivered from the capital. Rather than have my grandfather set questions, 2 of Li Minghao's friends would come and spar with every junior in the house, and the elders would watch. The reasoning, delivered very politely by the young men themselves, was that Li Minghao's strength now so far exceeded his cousins that if he tested them personally, they wouldn't survive one exchange, and General Li would learn nothing. Everyone smiled at that. It is a compliment shaped like a fact. The first of them was called Gan Sheng, and he was the loose, cheerful one who drank his tea in a gulp and pronounced it good tea without tasting it. The second was Gao Wen, refined, careful, and a descendant of the Qianmu family, a hidden house of chess players who have been out of the world for a century and are apparently now interested in coming back. I sat in the back left corner, as always, and noticed that the servants kept coming over to refill my tea. My 2 Yun guards were stopped at the courtyard gate. Hua Ling Xiao was given a seat in the front row and went and stood next to me instead, and my grandfather's face did something, and he said nothing. Then Madame Chen came in with Li Fan back from the capital, and the boy looked at me the entire way to his seat with an expression that would have been alarming on an adult. The assessment began. Li Tao went first with a folding fan, which is a weapon chosen entirely because it looks good in front of women, and lost gracefully. Li Jun went second, and Gan Sheng stopped before the first exchange. General Li, this young master may not be suited to fight me today. He'd swallowed something 2 hours earlier. There are pills that will lift you a rank for an afternoon and then take considerably more than that back. My grandfather did not object to the doping. He objected to it being visible. Madame Yang's other 2 children then declined to compete. Then it was Li Fan's turn, and Li Fan, whatever else is true about him, is the real thing. Mountain collapse! A phantom peak dropped out of the sky over Wutong Courtyard. Gan Sheng caught it on a bamboo stick and looked genuinely startled, because a 10-year-old should not be able to do that. Sinful fire! Something black and red went past his face and turned the bamboo in his hand to ash. And Gan Sheng, who had come here to be gentle with children, backed up with his face dirty and started laughing. As expected of brother Li Minghao's younger brother, I thought this would be dull. He rolled his shoulders. Then I'll have to show you something. The whites of his eyes went red, his skin changed color. Then he broke 2 of Li Fan's phantoms with his fists and kept going. That's his own technique, apparently, self-comprehended. Strength for sanity, and no way to stop. Li Fan threw up a frozen pool, and it was afraid of him. Brother Gan Sheng, that's enough. Gao Wen said it quietly, and everybody heard it clearly. Gan Sheng did not stop because he could not. So Gao Wen tapped 1 chess piece against his palm, and a grid appeared in the air and closed around a berserk man who was hitting it hard enough to split hills, and it did not move at all. And after a while, Gan Sheng came back to himself inside it. Everybody in that courtyard did the same airports at the same time. Gan Sheng Mad was throwing 6th rank strength. Gao Wen caged him with 1 stone and never stood up. My grandfather's face was a sunrise. Li Fan, at 10, had forced a berserk 6th rank out of a friend of Li Minghao's, and my grandmother sat beside him being visibly, enormously vindicated, because that boy was her recommendation and her judgment. Then Li Fan went to sit beside my grandfather and was told to name his reward. Anything I can grant. Didn't you want a big mansion? Said the old madam, beaming. Ask your grandfather. Little Fan doesn't want a mansion. He looked straight at me. May I have a match with Li Jinlong? He hit me. I want to get it back. He hit you? He dared? And the pressure of a marquis came down on the corner where I was sitting, and Hualing Xiao moved 1 hand, and it went out like a candle. As the elder brother, how dare you bully your younger cousin? Who taught you that? I stood up. In response to the old lord, on that day my cousin Li Fan spoke openly of killing his own kin, and though he holds no title, he forced the servants of this house to kneel to him. That breaks the rights of the Great Way. As his elder brother, I disciplined him on the family's behalf. A pause. If the old lord finds my discipline improper, I am willing to go with him to the Ministry of Rights and confront the matter. His eyes changed, but Li Fan was in the wrong, and he was not going to test that in front of witnesses, so he turned back to the boy and became warm again. Since Little Fan asks, of course. Competition among the clan is normal. A pause, and then he said it loudly enough for the whole courtyard. But Little Fan should know your elder brother walked 80 flights of the 1,000 autumn steps, and you are the younger. Are you confident? So what? So what if he was lucky enough to get up 100? Young and ambitious. Good, he smiled. But even if you beat Li Jinlong, don't be complacent. Surpassing him is a starting point, not an achievement worth boasting about. Beat your brother Li Minghao. That would be worth celebrating. He said that out loud at a family assessment in front of everyone about 2 of his own grandsons. My cousins, who had all just been humiliated, cheered up considerably. Then Gao Wen took over from Gan Sheng, and 2 more of my cousins went down, and by the end of it, there was only me. I stood, bowed to every elder present in the correct order, and walked into the middle of the courtyard. You must be the famous Li Jinlong. His tone had dropped several degrees. He was a friend of Li Minghao's. General Li, before the assessment, this junior has a few words from the heart. They may take a moment. Young friend Gao is the examiner, said my grandfather pleasantly. It's your decision. Gao Wen opened a folding fan with a flick and began to walk in a circle around me. Although this is our first meeting, I have long heard of your deeds. When brother Li Minghao and I were discussing chess, he mentioned the terrible things you've done. He kept walking. You may not want to hear this, but I still wish to offer you some advice. In this life, one should be grateful. The Shen family has raised you for many years. The clan has devoted countless efforts, and the elders have poured their hearts into it. That kindness alone is greater than heaven. If my own family asked me to sacrifice for the clan, I would cross mountains of knives and seas of fire. He was moving himself. You could see it. Li Jinlong. I am a few years older than you, and you are brother Li Minghao's cousin, so I will say it plainly. Moral character comes before cultivation. If your character is flawed, your strength will stagnate. Even 80 flights of the 1,000 autumn steps will be in vain. That is the 4th time. My father, my grandfather, Zhao Mei Theng, now a stranger with a fan. They all have exactly 1 tool, and they keep passing it around. I glanced sideways at Hua Ling Xiao, and she was already looking at me, and we both had to look away. Gao Wen saw that and shook his head like an uncle. Before I came, Brother Li Minghao said it is hard to persuade a man with good advice. I still had hope. He snapped the fan shut. Only suffering will teach you repentance. If you find you cannot bear it, you may go and kneel at the Shen family ancestral hall for 7 days and repent sincerely to your ancestors. The whole courtyard was on me. Everyone there had watched him cage a berserk 6th rank with 1 stone. When a man like that announces he's going to make you suffer, you will suffer. Some people are born of low character, said my grandfather. There's no point advising them. It only wastes your time. And if anyone interferes with the assessment, I will act personally. That last part was for Hua Ling Xiao. I was permitted to be protected from death. I was not going to be protected from a lesson. A cold wind went through the sycamores. Black piece, 2-space trap. The grid came up around me, and the edges of it were hot. Black, low corner. Another stone. The board began to shrink, and it moved, which chessboards do not. I let it come in, and then I put a sword shadow in my hand. Divine sword breaking kun. I cut it in half. I have been told that in his entire career nobody had ever severed one of Gao Wen's boards. He kept his face. His fingers did not. Then I started walking toward him. Scattered like stars. Phantom chess pieces the size of houses came down out of the sky, bigger than Li Fan's mountain, and the gallery made a noise, because this had stopped looking like an assessment of children. Flying swords covering the sky. They came apart into dust, and I did not break stride. Up on the dais, my grandmother had gone gray. Master, the young master of the Qianmu family won't lose to that calamity, will he? And my grandfather leaned back in his chair, entirely relaxed, and delivered the following analysis. Chess players plan. They build positions. It appears Li Jinlong has the upper hand. In reality, young friend Qianmu is luring the enemy deep. It's a common tactic. Then he picked up his tea. He was, in fairness, half right. Gao Wen was luring me in. I walked into it on purpose, because a man who thinks he's winning shows you his whole hand. His eyes sharpened. Black, eat, loot, God's roar. 3 stones, 3 moves, an encirclement closing. I told you, he said. Morality before cultivation. If you cannot turn to goodness, you cannot beat me, and you will be despised by everyone. The phantoms began to squeeze in. They got about halfway, then every one of them shattered at once and blew away, because I had not been walking toward him to fight. I had been walking toward him to be close enough. Sword shadows came up around Gao Wen from every side. He tried to leave and discovered he was inside somebody else's encirclement, and had been for some time. 10 breaths, maybe 12, from the moment he thought he'd won. I stepped up and put the tip of a sword against his throat. Wutong Courtyard made no sound at all. My grandfather, who had commanded armies for 50 years, sat holding a cup of tea that had gone cold, thinking about the phrase luring the enemy deep, and what he would have said to a lieutenant who used it the way he just had. My grandmother had gone the color of paper, because for the second time in 3 months, she had said something in public about me that reality had immediately taken apart. At the Thousand Autumns gathering, she could still say, fortune. This was a courtyard, in daylight, with witnesses. They say moral character comes before cultivation, I said. It seems my character is considerably better than yours, brother. Then I looked up at the dais. Have I passed the clan assessment? Pass. More than pass. My grandfather came out of it and waved us apart. Understand what this assessment had actually been for. I had dragged the annulment out until the Su family was forced to pay, and I had cost the Shen family nothing but a great deal of face. And the family intended to use this afternoon to establish that this house still disciplines its own. That plan was now on the floor of the courtyard with the phantom chess pieces. Return to your seat, he said. In response to the old lord, you said that after the assessment your grandson would be permitted a match with cousin Li Fan. Everyone has demonstrated. The assessment is complete. Everybody looked at Li Fan. 2 minutes earlier, he had been demanding this as a prize. He had spent months in the capital training harder than he ever had in his life, entirely so that this moment would go differently. He had genuinely believed he was going to walk over me. He looked at the ground and started, very slightly, to back up. Everyone saw it. He is 10. He is vengeful, and he bullies the weak and fears the strong. And the whole courtyard watched him discover which of those two he was. He shot a pleading look at my grandmother, and she leaned forward on her cane. As the elder brother, do you want to bully your younger cousin because you've had a little success? Have you no pity for your own family? Turn it around and put it on the other person. That is the family's second technique, and I have never once seen them tire of it. Old lord, old madam, please understand, it was my cousin who proposed the match. I merely accepted. Neither in morals nor in logic is that bullying. I bowed. And elders, please rest assured, I have restraint. A match with my cousin would at most cause minor injuries, nothing serious, perhaps some damage to muscle and bone. Muscle and bone. Li Fan has been struck exactly once in his life, by me, and he has not stopped thinking about it since. My grandmother's face filled with fury, and she could not find a single procedural error to punish, because there wasn't one, because the challenge had been issued in front of 40 witnesses by her favorite. And in the stalemate, the Marquis of Yuanling slammed his hand down on the table. Enough! Can the match not simply be cancelled? As the head of this family, do I not have that much say? Which is not an argument. It is a man with no cards putting his fist on the table in front of his entire household to protect a 10-year-old from a challenge the 10-year-old made. Nobody said a word, because who would? And then a voice came from the corner. General Li, said Hua Lingshao, there is an old saying, discord in a family comes from favoritism. Even when elders favor a junior, they should still act within reason. Today's affair, he cut her off with a hand. Peak Lord Ling Shao, I respect you as a peak lord of Xiaoyao Peak and as Jin Yu's master. That is why my family has treated you with courtesy. But in matters concerning the Shen family, be careful with your words. 400,000 men in the eastern garrison. He was not afraid of a mountain. I saw her about to answer, and I got in first, and I made it sound like pleading. Peak Lord Ling Shao, I know your intentions are good, but in this matter of the Shen family, I will follow the old lord's words. She understood. She hated it. She waited a beat and then took one more shot, and I have thought about it many times since. Before the assessment, was it not said that those who excel are rewarded and those who fall behind are punished? Then what is the reward? My grandfather's mouth twitched twice. Li Jinlong performs best. He is awarded 100 taels of silver. The others are punished with 3 months' confinement. 100 taels. The reward was not a reward, and the punishment was not a punishment, and every single person in that courtyard could measure the favoritism to the inch. Then he took his lieutenants and left, and my grandmother left on her maid's arms, and everybody who filed out turned back once to look at me. That night, the head of the Shun family threw a purple clay teapot at the floor of his own courtyard, hard enough to send shards to the walls. You cannot tell talent in the juniors of this clan? A boy Gao Wen could not beat? Living under your roof all these years, and you cannot tell at all? Master, it's because that troublemaker hid his abilities. He didn't want us to find out. He snorted. And why do you think he hid them? She said nothing. So that you would go on giving him a courtyard by the fish pond? So he could go on earning his own meals? So he could go on receiving nothing from this family? He leaned in. I'll tell you why. Because he judged that if he showed you what he was, you would push him down harder, and possibly worse. Master, how could I ever? He is surnamed Shen. Why not? Years ago, you and Madame Chen hired a fortune teller to declare him a jinx. He let that sit. Under those conditions, would you have dared reveal yourself? She had spent years assuming he did not know about any of it. He knew. He simply had not cared, because in his ledger I was worthless, and a strict grandmother costs nothing. If you had not raised Li Minghao, he said, I would pursue this to the end. Then he lay back in his chair and said the other thing. Now, let's think carefully about how to handle this troublemaker. And my grandmother, recovering, offered him a plan. Find a reason to keep him in the manor to cultivate, show him goodwill, let him think the Shen family is raising him at last. A pause. And waste several years of his life doing it. He thought about that for a while. Settled. Speak to him tomorrow. They did not get the chance, because the next morning at 4 o'clock, Prefect Guo walked into Shen Manor holding a letter. My grandfather claimed to be unwell and sent my grandmother to receive him. Congratulations, old madam, said Prefect Guo with a face like an open window. After the prodigy Li Minghao, the Shen family has produced another genius. The Tianyi Academy of the capital, having heard that Li Jinlong took first place at this year's Thousand Autumns gathering, wishes to enroll him. This is his admission letter. Please keep it safe. Her face moved in a way I would have paid money to see. Prefect Guo should take it back. Li Jinlong rarely goes out and has little experience. The master wishes him to remain in the manor a few more years to be cultivated, and the child surely doesn't want to leave his hometown. Why has he changed his mind? Said Prefect Guo, mystified. He already wrote to the academy accepting. She had planned to get to me first. He'd gotten to me 2 days earlier. Please give the letter to Li Jinlong, he said, standing. If he truly doesn't wish to go, ask him to come to the prefecture and tell me in person. He bowed and left, and the temperature in the room dropped about 20 degrees. They summoned me at noon. Tianyi Academy wants you, said my grandfather in the kindest voice he had ever used on me. You've lived here many years. The capital may be inconvenient for you, and frankly, Tianyi Academy is quite bad. Nothing like your brother's Mountain and Sea Academy. Better to stay home a few years and hone yourself, and then go to Mountain and Sea. In reply to the old lord, I know my talent is meager. Even after several years, I doubt I could enter Mountain and Sea Academy. Since Tianyi is willing to take me, your grandson will seize the opportunity. He frowned and tried again. Tianyi Academy was founded by Prince Qingyuan 30 years ago. 30 years, no foundation. You'll waste your time. And then, dropping the pretense, and do you really believe they want you for your talent? They want your surname. They want to use a grandson of the Shen family against the Shen family. Old Lord, rest assured, your grandson goes only to study and will certainly not associate with them improperly. Use me? So what if they use me? The Shen family's plan for me was to have my legs broken to save a bill. If Tianyi Academy wants to use me against them, then I have one more reason to go, and I intend to be extremely useful. He looked at me for a long moment, and every trace of kindness went out of his face, because we both knew what had just been said. Are you certain you want to study at Tianyi Academy? Cold now, and under the cold, the threat. Tianyi Academy is far away. Without the protection of this family, aren't you afraid of danger? Once you leave Yunnan City, danger is everywhere. Constant anxiety is bad for cultivation. Better to spend a few more years consolidating your peace of mind in Shen Manor. The old lord and many sages of this family earned their titles on battlefields, I said. On a battlefield, danger is everywhere. Since our ancestors were not afraid, their grandchildren are naturally not afraid either. It sounds like praise. Everybody in the room heard what it was. By the Book of Rites of the Great Way, when a junior goes out to seek knowledge, the elders should send him off with drums and gongs and give him their full support. Your grandson has decided. I hope for the old lord's support. He threatened my safety, and I answered with the rites. And after that, there was nothing polite left in the room. If you insist on going, he said, then I have no choice but to make a decision. He sighed and played his last card. On the day you arrive in the capital, barring anything unforeseen, you will receive word. Your father will divorce the Yun family's daughter. He watched me. As you saw, the Shen family's armies have already stopped buying their pills. Before the divorce, there is still room to reconcile. After it, spilled water is difficult to gather. Father and son, even their instruments match. When threatening the man fails, threaten the people beside him. In response to the old lord. Before I returned to Shen Manor, Madame Wang spoke with me from the heart. She supported my decision to go and study. I bowed. I believe she will support Tianyi Academy as well. Which was not a bluff. She had said in that courtyard that if he ever offered a divorce, she would take it with both hands. He looked at me with real surprise. Because using the Yun family should have been a hammer. So you are a heartless child with no gratitude at all, he said. The Yun family's daughter treats you like her own, and you show no consideration for them whatsoever. Since you have said you are going to Tianyi Academy, then go. But what I said was not a joke. After your father divorces her, you will see how destitute the Yun family becomes. He waved me out. I bowed correctly and walked out of that courtyard and got about 30 paces down the corridor before I had to stop and laugh. Double happiness. I got out of the Shen family, and Madame Wang got out of him, and they were going to do the second one for me, for free, as a punishment. That afternoon, I packed. When Li Minghao left for Mountain Sea Academy, the entire Shen family made a procession of it, and the whole of Yunnan City knew. I walked out of the front gate with a bag over my shoulder, and nobody said anything at all. I turned around once and looked at the manor. I had suffered a great deal in that house and nearly lost my life in it twice. The debts are recorded. They will be repaid. Then I went to the capital, with a sword immortal shadowing the road the entire way, both of us aware of it, neither of us mentioning it. Behind me, in Anyang City, my father's divorce papers arrived at Yun Manor. The servant who took them at the gate ran to the patriarch expecting a crisis. He agreed immediately. Then he produced a divorce agreement Madame Wang had written out several days earlier, handed it over, and had the man seen out. The Shen family's envoy never got through the gate. He stood in the street holding a document he had spent the whole journey preparing a speech for, and a servant came back out in under a quarter of an hour with a completed one, and the gate closed. He rode east, extremely confused, because he had come expecting the Yun family to beg. Without the Shen family's purchases, they should have been desperate. He had prepared his expression. Nobody had wanted anything from him at all. And Madame Wang, who had been married into that house for 15 years, read the paper and did not cry. She said she never had to go back to that suffocating place again and went to help Xiaoqing with dinner. Tianyi Academy is easy to find and, when you get there, visibly 30 years old. Every other academy in the capital has the weight of centuries sitting on it. Tianyi has good architecture and nothing underneath it. You can see the shortfall from the gate. The guard was polite, took my admission letter, sat me in a pavilion, and went to fetch my instructor. Then he came back looking embarrassed. Master Mo says he has matters to attend to. He asks you to wait here. I waited an hour. The guard went back a second time on his own initiative and returned looking worse, and told me that Master Mo was quite busy and I might need to wait a little longer, which is a sentence somebody had cleaned up considerably on the walk over. While I was sitting there, a young woman came through the gate in a dark green dress, with jewelry on her wrists worth more than the pavilion, glanced at me, walked past, and then stopped and came back. You came here to study? Who's your instructor? Mo Jian, said the guard. Then come with me, I'll take you. If you wait here, he won't come by nightfall. Her name was Zhang Meizhen, and she walked me through the entire academy the long way, and by the fourth turning I realized we were not lost, we were being detained. You must be Li Jinlong. Have we met? I saw you once. You did quite well at the Thousand Autumns gathering. You put Zhao Mei Feng behind you. She smiled with genuine pleasure. Thinking about her face that day still cheers me up. Which is how I learned that Zhang Meizhen had been a student of Mountain and Sea Academy until Li Minghao chose Zhao Mei Feng instead of her, at which point she had transferred here out of spite and had been maintaining a private war ever since. She wanted to help me for exactly one reason. I had made Zhao Mei Feng unhappy. If you can get Zhao Mei Feng away from your brother completely, she said cheerfully, then when I become your sister-in-law, I'll persuade him to reconcile with you. I declined that as gently as I could, and she read my face and dropped it, and then, to lighten the mood, told me that in terms of appearance, I was better looking than Li Minghao, and in terms of talent and potential, I'd be lucky to reach a 12th of him. Then she pointed at a courtyard and left. Master Mo Tian answered his gate himself, eventually, and he looked like a man who had recently been asleep in his clothes. Looking for me? Master Mo, this junior is Li Jinlong. I arrived today. He took the letter out of my hand rather than from it. Are you the one the guard came about? Could you not have arrived a little later? Why disturb my seclusion? Then he went inside, came back out, threw me a bag and a token, told me the rules were written in the booklet, and if I didn't understand them, I could look them up myself, and shut the gate in my face. I went and found my courtyard, which had 3 other people in it, and all 3 came out to look at me with unmistakable sympathy. Another one. Same boat. They were Wenbo, Songyu, and Guo Liang, from 3 small border towns, and they had been at Tianyi Academy for half a year. You've met our instructor by now. Here's the thing about Mo Jian. He is not incompetent. In terms of raw teaching ability, he was probably in the top 5 in that academy, which is why they kept him. He simply despised every student in the building. He had been an instructor at Mountain and Sea Academy. Then his meridians went wrong during his own cultivation, and his strength collapsed, and he needed a pill every day to hold himself together, and mountain and sea could not pay him what that costs. So he came to Tianyi and took the money, and made absolutely certain that everyone under him knew he considered it a demotion. At the group lecture, he arrived a quarter past the hour, picked up a book, read it aloud in 15 impatient minutes, threw it on the table, and said that he had said everything and we could work it out ourselves. A student stood up and asked, reasonably, what the point of an instructor was, and Mo Jian laughed at him. You say I read it without guidance and therefore you cannot comprehend it. Then why do the students of Mountain and Sea Academy comprehend it? He strolled the front of the room. Is that my problem or yours? He put 50 young people in a room and told them all at once that they were nothing, and he was so good at it that half of them believed him. Somebody shouted that Tianyi students weren't necessarily worse. He asked whether they'd like him to fetch 2 Mountain and Sea students so they could find out. Somebody else shouted about the future. You don't even have a present. What are you doing talking about the future? And then he looked around the room, found me, and walked over. Here, a ready-made example. Both juniors of the Shen family. The prodigy, Li Minghao, went to Mountain and Sea Academy. Li Jinlong ended up at Tianyi. He gestured between us like a man displaying merchandise. The difference between Li Minghao and Li Jinlong is the difference between the 2 academies. If any of you insist Li Jinlong can surpass Li Minghao, then I, Mo Jian, have nothing more to say. The room turned around and had a good look at me. That is how everyone at Tianyi Academy learned that Li Minghao's cousin had enrolled. Students started walking out. Then more. In the end, there were 4 of us left in that hall, which was exactly the 4 of us who couldn't afford to leave. Why are you 4 still here? Were my insults not harsh enough? Master Mo, said Wenbo, about next month's Secret Realm training. I told you before, pass the end-of-month assessment and you can go. You lack the strength and you want to go out into the world? Do you want to lose your lives? He picked up his books and left. That night, the 3 of them got drunk and told me the whole thing. Every student in the academy has to pass an end-of-month assessment before they're allowed on a field expedition, and the assessment is administered by their own instructor, and every other instructor in that building tests their students on their weaknesses so they can fix them. Mo Jian fights his at full strength, because taking students into a secret realm means being responsible for keeping 4 young people alive for a week, and he had decided that was not worth his time. 6 months. 3 of them, not 1 expedition. Brother Li, said Wenbo, red-eyed and slurring, you must have thought about surpassing that prodigy brother of yours. Under Mo Jian, it's a pipe dream, an absolutely impossible dream. I got a bowl of water into him and told him we'd see, and put all 3 of them to bed. Then I sat in my room and thought about the fact that I had crossed a border, dug up a graveyard, been poisoned, framed, and shot at with a zither, and had arrived at the one place in the empire where a man was going to stop me because he could not be bothered. I have found, over and over, that the people who cost me the most were never the strong ones. Meanwhile, on the eastern border, the Shen family began to have a problem. It started as camp gossip. Word came in that the northeastern garrison and the capital's imperial guard had stopped issuing blood pills and recovery pills, and had begun issuing mid-grade chi-boosting pills, essence restoration pills, to ordinary recruits. My father's strategist, a warrior named Zhao Yi, brought it to him and got told to relax. Then it kept arriving. Understand why this is not a small matter. An army's real weapon is its formations, and formations are brutally expensive to hold. 100,000 men in the right shape can stand against a third-rank immortal, and every man in it burns himself down doing it. Which means an army's fighting strength is, in a very literal sense, whatever is in its soldiers' packs. If every other army in the Great Way is on mid-grade and the Shen family's 400,000 are on blood pills, the soldiers do not conclude that the treasury is unfair. They conclude that their generals are stealing. My grandfather ordered spies out. The Ministry of Revenue confirmed no change in anybody's budget, which left exactly one explanation. A large quantity of cheap, high-quality pills had entered the Great Way from somewhere. They arrested 2 small pill merchants and questioned them separately, and both of them, once they understood the conversation was serious, said the same word, Yun. My father and grandfather sat in a tent at dawn and did not speak for a long time. the Yun family, whose daughter he had divorced 3 weeks earlier, whom the Shen family had publicly banned and rallied their allies against on the grounds that their pills were of inferior quality. No wonder, said my father, slowly, the Yun family dared to be so tough. And my grandfather turned around and took the skin off him for it, because that's what he does. The biggest problem in this matter is you. You are their son-in-law. How did you know nothing? Your wife was married to you 15 years. Did you ever once care about her? Every time she came home, her face was long, and you scolded her. Of course she isn't on your side. Then he sent him to Anyang City to buy pills. I would like you to hold that image for a moment, because at the end of the 11th month, my father rode into the Yun family's courtyard at night with 5 armed guards and told an old man that without the Shen family, the Yun family was nothing. At the end of the first month, he rode back to ask them to sell him something. Anyang City had changed while he was gone. There were new restaurants, each one more expensive than the last, because the tax take had gone up and because the traffic to Yun Manor had made every business on the road rich. The road to the manor gate had been resurfaced, not a pothole in it. They arrived around 4 hours after sunrise, having ridden through the night. There were still big red lanterns hanging from the eaves long after New Year. A servant stepped out and stopped them before they reached the gate. We apologize. Yun Manor has already received its group of guests today. Please come early tomorrow. My father sat on his horse and said, in the voice of a man ending a conversation, I am Li Ming. I'm sorry, guest. Yun Manor is not accepting guests today. Please come back tomorrow. The servant was smiling. He had said that sentence 400 times that month and had it down to an art. I said, I am Li Ming. Guests, we at the Yun family treat all visitors equally. Then he bowed, properly and respectfully, and went back inside and closed the gate. A general of the Great Way sat on a horse outside a door in a provincial city with 5 of his own guards behind him, and the door did not open. Inside, in the alchemy room, the head of the Yun family heard the report and started laughing. I said one day the Shen family would come and beg to buy our pills. He wiped his hands. I simply didn't think it would be this soon. He came out to the gate personally because he wanted to. Third Master Shen, he said, before my father could get the word father-in-law out. How embarrassing. My daughter and the third master have long since divorced. How could you call me that? I'm told my father stood there and could not produce a sentence. Zhao Yi had to step in and do it for him, all about how the 2 houses had cooperated for many years and had built up some relationship. Don't say that, said the Yun patriarch, and his face stopped being pleasant. The Yun family is not worthy of a relationship with the Shen family. Not long ago, the Shen family sent a letter saying they would never again buy our pills. Have you forgotten? And you did not consider any past relationship. You went to every ally you have and told them to cut us off as well. Then he waved a hand. You knew before you came that you would only be laughed at. You will not get 1 pill out of my family, not for gold. He turned to go, took a few steps, and then stopped and turned back, and said the thing he had clearly been saving. Though, Li, if Jinlong is willing to put in a word for you, we might sell to the Shen family at a discount. A pleasant pause. If you're willing to swallow your pride, go and beg him. And my father rode east with that in his ears and reported it in a tent, and my grandfather did not laugh. Because a week earlier, a message had arrived from Xiaoyao Peak. The Yun family had gifted the Peak Lord of Yueju Peak more than 50 high-grade pills, for nothing, as thanks for protecting Li Jinlong for a few days. 50 high-grade pills given away on my account. There is a moment when a family that has spent a year measuring you finally gets an accurate number, and it is never a comfortable moment for them. So that is where things stood. I had come to the capital with a bag on my shoulder and a teacher who wouldn't look at me, and 3 roommates who'd been told for 6 months that they were nothing. And 1,000 miles behind me, an army of 400,000 men was slowly discovering that its rivals were being fed better, and the man responsible for fixing that had just been left standing outside a gate in Anyang City by a servant who was very sorry, but the manor had already received its guests for the day. 18 months ago, I ate out of a kitchen pot with the servants of that house, in a coat sewn from women's offcuts, while the maids laughed about my wedding. Now the Marquis of Yuanling cannot buy medicine without my permission. I want to be honest about what I have and what I don't. Madame Wang is out. That was the promise, and it is paid. She is divorced, she is home, and she is currently making my grandfather's alchemists laugh at dinner. Xiaoqing is out and living behind a gate that a general cannot open, and the last time my father spoke about her, he promised to kill her on sight, and I have kept that sentence exactly where I can reach it. I am not finished with the Shen family, not remotely. They have a prodigy who has never once looked at me, who told a room full of people at Mountain and Sea Academy that he finds me disgusting, that my strength is stolen, that I took an opportunity he had left lying in Shen Manor, and that people should please stop comparing us because it isn't fair to me. He is a full realm above me, and he has been ahead of me my entire life, and he has never turned around. There is a man called Wang Kang, who is a third-rank immortal and a genuine madman, who protects Li Minghao the way a wolf protects a den, and I have not yet met him. I will. And somewhere on a mountain, there is a woman who owes me one wish, granted, unconditional, sworn on a sword heart. I have not spent it. She asks me about it every time we speak. I know exactly what I'm going to ask for, but not yet. Right now, there is a man in a dirty robe standing between me and a secret realm, telling 50 students that they were born in the wrong building, and at the end of this month, he is going to walk into the martial arena with a blade in his hand and give me his very best. I'm looking forward to it.